Could it be? But me, your man, Louie Tee, welcome to Draft Party 2022 here on the Louie Tee Network. Day number 1 of the 2022 NFL Draft here on the Louie Tee Network as we cover the NFL offseason like a blanket. We've waited for this moment in what has been one of the most ridiculous, insane, crazy, zany, wacky, whatever adjective you want to use to describe the offseason, that's what this offseason has been. We've never seen as many trades as we've seen this offseason. I think we're going to see a couple more tonight during day 1 of the draft. And we've never seen as much player movement, big name player movements, quarterbacks, edge rushers, you name it, wide receivers. That's happened this offseason, and it all culminates in the draft tonight. We're going to see more movement. I think Deebo Samuel gets traded tonight. I really, truly do. I think there are teams that want out of the top 10. I think there are teams that want out of the top 15. I think there are going to be a couple of teams that want into the top 15. So you're going to see some movement there, especially if some players start to fall. There are a lot of interesting developments. Specific players are going to be targeted by certain teams if they should start to fall. And I think that's where the value really starts to set in for the teams at, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and, maybe even 15 is if players start to fall down draft boards. And teams that are a little bit further back see an opportunity to pounce on a talented football player. You may be able to move back, pick up draft capital in a deep draft class that we think the best value is in, rounds 2 through 5 or so, maybe 2 through 4, maybe a little bit into 5. So if you can pick up more draft capital, if you can pick up a lot more opportunities to throw darts at the dartboard in the mid rounds, you feel like you're doing yourself a justice. So we still have a couple more minutes before we get the commissioner, and I need to go ahead and get this. And look, I know you don't have to tell me a million times, Louie, your feed is slow. Yeah, I'm streaming it. Okay. I don't have Verizon cable, Cox cable, or, Comcast or wherever the hell cable is around here. I stream. So I'll be streaming it. Yeah, it's going to be on a delay. I'll probably be, 7 seconds behind you or whatever. Deal with it. Okay. But I'm going to stream this. I'm going to pull it up and we'll be able to get this thing. I'm going to watch it on the NFL Network. You guys know I'm an NFL Network guy when it comes to the draft. I'm not an ESPN guy. So we'll turn this up. We'll mute this. We don't need to hear it. I just need to see it. When we hear the pick coming, I'll turn it on so you can hear. I'm currently eating a very delicious meal. I'm putting the finishing touches on that. So I don't want to chew and devour in your face and in your ear. I will go get my wine, however. So I'm going to finish my asparagus, quinoa, and roasted potatoes. And then I'm going to get my wine. And I'm going to come back and sit down. The draft is about to get underway. I'll let the intro play. Roger Goodell's going to come out. We'll probably have some, pleasantries. He'll open the draft for business, all of that good stuff. This thing probably won't get kicked off for another 5 to 7 minutes. And then he'll open the draft for business. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars will be on the clock. And then we'll go from there. But in any event, let the party begin. 2022 NFL Draft from Las Vegas has started. And this is probably one of the most exciting drafts I can recall that doesn't have star power at the quarterback position at the top, just because of the unknown of this draft. I talked about the uncertainty of this draft and how we just really don't know. Last year, I think I got the first 5 to 6 picks correct. And I was excited about that. I never get that many right, but usually, the first 2 or 3. I got like 5 or 6 right last year, right out of the gate. That's not the case this year. I'm at number 1, Aiden Hutchinson could go. They could go tackle with ekwonwu. I think it's going to be Trayvon Walker. So who knows what's going to take place at the end of the day. The draft starts at 1. There are years where we say, okay, the draft doesn't start until number 5. The draft starts at 1 this year, okay? Not 5, not 7. The draft starts at 1. Yeah, we have no clue what's going to happen. Now, there won't be any trades at 1, 2, or 3. I don't think we start entertaining trades until we get to 5 at the earliest with the Giants. I think the first 4 teams in this draft, Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, and the Jets, are all going to make those first selections. And then the Giants, who have two top 7 picks, 5 and 7, I think they start entertaining offers at 5. I think they make a selection at 5, unless someone wants to jump in front of Carolina, who I think is going to take a quarterback. I think the Giants are going to make a pick. They may be open for business at 7, however. I mean, to me, it doesn't make that big of a difference. 5, 7. If someone's interested in the pick, if I'm the Giants, I'm looking to move out of it because I've already got a ton of draft capital, and I'm looking to create more draft capital and also set myself up for next year. Because if you're trading inside the top 5, inside the top 7, you're probably going to fetch a first-round pick in next year's draft, depending on how far you're having to move back. So we're going to finish devouring this. Let's see what they're talking about.
A bunch of pass protectors in this draft.
Yeah, they're not talking about anything. I'll be right back. I'm going to text you when I get some more. Are you drinking something too? No? Are you drinking something too? All right. All right. Here we go. Got my wine. Feeling fine. Let's get this party started. If you're out there, leave a comment. Tell me what you're drinking. Tell me what you're snacking on. It's a party. You know what it is. I've got my wine. You know what it is. All right. Let's get to the comment section. I already see some super chats. So I need to pull up my other monitor so I can have access to you guys' super chats a little bit more. Polished up. You know, it was funny. My girl, Condo P, last night was talking about milk. She was talking about almond milk, which is delicious. I can't stand milk, regular milk, but I drink almond milk. And she says, but it's not dairy, so isn't actually milk. It's still milk. It's not from a cow, but it's still milk. So you're not allowed to bring it. Chocolate milk too. No milk is allowed. Don't try to circumvent the process. All right. So let's see what we got. All righty. Here we go. So Aiden Hutchinson look like he about to go to the club. He look like he about to cut a rug. He got the chest hairs. Well, I don't think he got no chest hairs, but he got the Miami Vice button game going on, Aiden Hutchinson, like, he about to go get it in after this joint. Let's see what we got. Will Elias. Hold on. Let's see. I think Roger's about to come out and address. He getting booed. I know he love it. Remember, he embraced being booed. Even when they weren't there to boo him, he pumped in the crowd noise of being booed. So he know what it is. They got Raiders with them. Oh, because it's Vegas. Duh. I was like, why is Derek Carr, Darren Waller, and Marcus Allen on the stage? Anyway.
Okay. Welcome to the 22 NFL Draft.
Why do players, when they get on the stage, why do they point at people in the crowd? They don't know these people. They point at somebody. Yeah. Why do they, like, I think that's a nervous thing because you see guys do it all the time. They get up there, they start pointing at people in the crowd. Like, you don't know that person. Why are you pointing at them? They might be like, Derek Carr rules. Yeah, I see you. Like, you don't have to do that. Anyway, Will Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Says, happy draft day, Lou. Likewise, it's finally here. We've been talking about this thing ad nauseum for the last 3 months. It's finally here. Says, first and foremost, love and blessings to you and your family. Likewise, again. Second, is a proper free deep safety as big a need as I think it is. Everyone seems to talk about Buffalo nickel. I don't think they feel like it is. Safety is a need, but I think they really feel like Bobby McCain can be that deep center field safety. So I don't think they're really truly, lusting after a, deep center field safety that can range red line to red line. I think they're more concerned with the Buffalo nickel than anything else. Not to say that they can't use a safety in general, but I think that's ultimately what's going to happen. So, excuse me. And the reason why everyone's talking Buffalo nickel is because of how important that position is. Ron continues to talk about it. You don't talk about that, the importance of that position if Ron doesn't, continue to talk about it. He's the one that's really feeding this Buffalo nickel craze with all of the, talk about it. And he's not shutting down the importance of the position. So Ice Cube is on the stage now.
We're about to do this. Raider Nation, I love you. NFL, I love you.
All right. McAllister Nicholas, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, let me get this going. Here we go. Let's go. I changed my mind. Give me Jameson Williams or Drake London. He's got a gun to his head. He had to make a decision. Again, Jameson Williams to me is the number one receiver in this draft class, but I don't think Ron and company are really entertaining him due to the injury that he sustained. I think that they've done their homework on him. I think they like him as a player. I just don't think they're interested in damaged goods. And again, we talk about guys getting injured and just, looking at the rehab process, but you also have to look at the knee or the injured, part of their body. Is it intact? Is it, better than it was before? Is it as good as it was before? These are all things that we can't be assured of. We don't see the x-rays, so we don't really know. We can't say with 100% certainty what the situation is. So the Jacksonville Jaguars are officially on the clock now. And so they're going to make a pick here. They know what they're going to do already. They've had an ample amount of time to figure out what they're going to do. They're not trading the pick. They said they hadn't even received calls for the pick. So they know what they're doing. They're probably going to take the full 10-minute allotment and to make their decision. But I think the decision's already been made. I wouldn't be shocked if they took an offensive lineman. They just re-signed Cam Robinson, their left tackle, to a big deal. They had franchise tagged him, I think, for the second straight year. So if I'm the Jacksonville Jaguars, you know, you want to protect your franchise quarterback in Trevor Lawrence, but you also want to, you know, bolster that defense as well. I think they end up taking the edge rusher, and we'll see what happens though. If you can play defense, you know, shorten the field for your offense. Again, I can't tell you what a dominant defense can do for you. And they've got a guy in Josh Allen who is a dominant defender. If they can add another guy opposite of him who can wreak havoc, they may have something there in Jacksonville. So McAllister Nicholas says, it's Jameson Williams or Drake London. I hope it's if it's Jameson Williams, I would be ecstatic. I don't want it to be Drake London, but if it is, fine. So be it. You know, I'm not gonna kill him for that. Big Al, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Al, writes, let's move Gibson to wide receiver running back like he was at Memphis. Hashtag Debo is a fumbler. Split him out, get him in space, use the second pick on the best running back available, a true running back. Trade back number 11. They're not moving Gibby. You know, that's an experiment that they've liked the results to this point. Gibby's going to be a running back moving forward. I told you I actually haven't been that impressed with Gibson's hands since coming in the NFL. I told you that he was a stiff route runner. So he wasn't all that fluid in the ankles and in the hips. So I knew he wasn't going to be all that shifty. But I haven't been, super impressed with his hands. They're probably not that bad, but they're not great either. So I think he's actually playing the right position. I think he is a running back. He's continuing to grow and learn at that position each and every single year. I like the trajectory of his career to this point, and I'd love to see what year 3 Gibby looks like at the running back position. So I think that he's fine where he is, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, wearing your Sunday best, pinky up when you sip. This is not tea, Holmes. Okay, this is wine. I'm not drinking tea. Don't need the pinky to be up, but I am wearing my Sunday's best. JC Penney's top of the line, buddy. I try to get a little spiffy for the draft. Never know who's watching. So had to clean up a little bit. Get a nice little edge up. You get the hair done. Clean up just a tad bit. Put on a nice little button up. Nothing special, nothing too out there, but just good enough. All right. Michael Lake, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, what up, Lou? My money is on Williams. What up, Michael? Look, a lot of you are starting to shift. Like, you're getting excited and you're losing sight of the fact that Jameson Williams hasn't been a guy that has been talked about and linked to this team. I don't think out of nowhere now, I'm telling you, Trevor, Patch, and a couple of you guys last night made a compelling argument for Jordan Davis. And if they are entertaining, which we've heard that they told teams a week ago that they were open to trading Daron Payne, and that if someone made an offer, they would be listening. Jordan Davis makes a ton of sense at 11 if they don't trade out of that thing. I still don't think that's what's going to happen, but stranger things have happened, and I won't rule out Jameson Williams. We'll see what happens, but if he's healthy, man, to me, he's the best pick at receiver if you're going to go that route. That's just my opinion, but I could be wrong. Let's get to another super chat. This one is from T-Mel KC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. T-Mel KC writes, looking like Sweet Lou from the Bay tonight, my dude. Yeah, got it all the way to the tippy top. We in Vegas tonight for the draft, so why not look the part, right? Jacksonville's pick is in. I told you they already knew what they were doing. They showed them in their war room, and they were kind of all just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. They should have turned this pick in 7 minutes ago. They knew what they were going to do already. We heard yesterday that there was a debate internally between the owner, Sheed Khan, and the GM, Trent Baalke, about who to take. They know who they're taking already. They've done their homework. They know what this is. the pick is in. We're just waiting for Raj to come out and announce who the pick is. I'm sticking with what I've said all along, Trayvon Walker. We'll see if the owner wins out and it's the offensive tackle. It could still be Aiden Hutchinson. He was the odds-on favorite for the longest time, and Trayvon Walker overtook him like 2 days ago. So who knows what the hell is going to happen? That's what makes this thing so intriguing. And again, what happens at one starts a domino effect. You know, it trickles down. If it's, you know, Trayvon Walker, then Aiden Hutchinson is still available. And the Lions probably are thinking to themselves, Aiden's not going to be there. And if he is, now they're like, well, we were going to take this guy, but now we're going to take Aiden Hutchinson. Now somebody else is moving down the draft board and so forth and so forth. So it really makes things interesting. If they take Aiden Hutchinson to do the Jaguars, then where does Trayvon Walker go? Do the Lions say, we're going to take Trayvon Walker? Or does he slip down the board a little bit? Interesting stuff. That's why each pick is important, because it then has a domino effect. We'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat, T-Mail KC. Let's get to a couple of what you guys are munching on, drinking. Daily Grind says he's drinking coffee. Daddy DeQuavis says pure leaf sweet tea, baby. Here comes Raj with the first pick of the night.
The 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker.
There it is. Trayvon Walker. I look, the MO of the GM can't be ignored. This is the type of pick that he's made in the past. He went with Aldon Smith when everybody was telling him to go in a different direction. The raw measurables and the way he blew up the combine all spoke to him being the number 1 overall pick. And when there's smoke, there's fire. Everyone talked about bulky, really loving the upside of a Trayvon Walker. Here it is. Number 1 overall pick in the draft in 2022 is Trayvon Walker. We'll see if he lives up to the hype or not. But one thing's for sure, the kid is super talented, played on the best defense we've seen probably in college football in some time. And now we're going to see if the numbers that he did not produce was a product of his environment. And now you want to see the full Trayvon Walker display or spectrum on display. You want to see everything that this guy has to offer come out and show itself on a consistent basis. So number 1 overall pick is Trayvon Walker. I think Aiden Hutchinson is number 2 now. So I'm 1 for 1 in the mock draft department. As we continue on, Rich says, I'm chilling right now, but I had 5 guys earlier. Nothing wrong with that. Big money. Jay Lee says, I got broke college food, ramen and water. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. Big Money Sonny says, I ate a burrito followed by a hazy IPA. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Matthew Stansberry says, I had some BW3s tonight after working out with my pops. Got a workout in. I love it. He says, a coffee and rocking a diet soda. I don't know if that goes together or not, but hey, look, the more caffeine, the better. I'm not mad at it. Easy says, making those buffalo wings. Yes, sir. John Dill says, pizza and Baja Blast. LOL. Crandon Hector says, trade back and I'm smoking ice cream cake. John Craig says he is Chelada Modelo and Quavo Gold. Yikes. You trying to get lit. DMV 123 says New York style chicken over rice earlier. I'm cooling now. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I'm look, don't be like me and get to it at all late. Mega 412 says he's Henny and 1800 watermelon. Oh yeah, you trying to get lit. Will Morales says, I'm an alcoholic. I can't drink anymore. Look, know who you are. Okay, know who you are. Hey, juice. Okay, soda. There's other options. Okay. Anyway, I digress. Tanner Austin says water and chopped up nuts. Okay, he's keeping it nice and healthy. I'm not mad at that. Billy Savage says pizza and wine for me. Okay, I love that. That's a great combination. It really, truly is. Vanilla almond milk. Get out of here. Edward Washington says home brewed Irish red IPA. Yikes. Home brewed? You made it yourself? Okay. Let's see. Crandon Hector says Captain Morgan. Lion selection is in. That was quick. Aiden Hutchinson.
The Detroit Lions select Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Defensive end.
That was quick. When you make a selection that fast, that means you already know what it is. I told you they were going to rush to turn that card in when he was available. That's the kind of guy they're looking for. They're trying to change the culture in Detroit. He's a culture changer, a tone setter. He's obviously played in Michigan already with the Michigan Wolverines, so he's not having to go too far. He's going to bring a ton of fans with him and fanfare, people that want to see him do well in the state of Michigan because of his affiliation with the Wolverines. So there's a lot to digest with this pick and a lot of reasons if you're the Detroit Lions to make this selection. And I didn't even mention the fact that he's a stud football player. So, I mean, that is the main reason you take him, but there's so many other reasons why it makes a ton of sense for the Detroit Lions and why that pick was turned in so quickly. And so now Aiden Hutchinson, a member of the Detroit Lions, and they just got better defensively. And I don't think they're done in the defensive department tonight. They have the 32nd pick. That could easily turn into a quarterback depending on what happens the remainder of the first round. But I wouldn't be shocked if they double down on defense and continue to build on that side of the football with their second first-round pick of the night. So Aiden Hutchinson, second overall selection. That was preceded by Trayvon Walker being the number one overall pick in the 2022 NFL Draft to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So 2 edge rushers to start. That's kind of what we expected. We didn't know what order they would be in. We didn't know if Hutchinson would go first, then Walker, or vice versa. So we got what I expected, which was Trayvon Walker, then Hutchinson. And now the Houston Texans are on the clock. A lot of people think this is going to be an offensive lineman. I believe it's going to be a cornerback. I think this is where we see Sauce Gardner come off the board. But it easily could be a tackle. You want to protect your young quarterback that you're trying to give a chance to prove that he belongs in Davis Mills. So we'll see what the Texans. I really believe this is where things get really, truly interesting because we don't know what the Texans are going to do. They could take an edge rusher here and Kayvon Thibodeaux. They could take a corner and Sauce Gardner. They could take an offensive tackle. I think that's the first team we viewed all night long that could go in any of 3 different directions. So we'll see what happens there. Anyway, 1/6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, he says, my man, Lou, tell your wife I said hello. He says, hope you and the fam are well. Likewise. He says, have to say it, Lou. You went with plaid? Yeah. He said, in my voice, that's nasty. Why? I mean, I tried to clean up for y'all, man. I tried to clean up, and I thought the plaid was a good look, man. I mean, why are you trying to kill the kid, man? You're making me feel bad now. I like plaid. I think plaid looks good on me. So decided to go with the plaid tonight, man. Condo P says, I'm drinking wild cherry flavored water. Really? Wild cherry? First of all, cherry anything usually isn't good. Unless it's like cherry soda, like a cherry 7-Up or a cherry Dr. Pepper or something like that, or cherry Pepsi. Yeah, that's good. Cherry flavored water. You remember the black cherry flavor or just cherry flavored Kool-Aid? Both were disgusting to me. So I can't imagine wild cherry flavored water tasting good. I could be wrong, but that's just the way that I process that. Jay Moo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Jay Moo writes, sup, Lou? Thanks for the vid, brother. You helped make my day special. He says, you helped make my day that much more special. You are making my day special by tuning in, and hey, no doubt about it, man. Me and you go way back, as I said in that video, like 4 flats on a Cadillac, man. I really, truly do appreciate you and all that you've done for the Louie Tee Network. And look, it was no problem whatsoever. I'm just so happy you enjoyed the video, but more importantly, you enjoyed your day. You guys look like you had a fantastic time and a blast, and I hope life is going so well for you and your bride. Congratulations once again, Jay Moo. Jay Moo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Jay Moo writes, double up one time for Tia. Shout out to my girl Tia. And again, what a wonderful bride she is, reaching out and doing what she did for you. She loves you madly, man. You got a good one, man. You got to keep her, treat her right. And so definitely double up for your wife, Tia. Absolutely. Double up. Shout out to my girl, Tia. Thank you for the super chat, Jay Moo. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, Lou, they are pointing at the crowd because they just hit the lotto and broke saps are in the crowd. That could be the case. Hold on. Texans pick is in.
NFL Draft. The Houston Texans select Derek Stingley Jr.
Woo! Derek Stingley Jr. is the third pick in the draft before Sauce Gardner. Most people did not have that, including myself. But what did I tell you? If we're just going off of raw ability, if we're just talking about talent, there's no one more talented in this draft class than Derek Stingley. They're going to show a lot of clips of him. He's going to be wearing the number 24. You watch any of those games with him rocking the 24 jersey, and he's dominant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen at the cornerback position with a guy that young in his collegiate career. Now, when he puts on the 7 jersey, that's when things get a bit murky. But when he's got the 24 on, this kid was absolutely dominant in college football. And I'm telling you right now, the Texans didn't make a mistake. The only mistake that could be had here is if this kid can't stay healthy or mentally he's not locked in. But if you're getting the best version of Derek Stingley Jr., he's the best player in this draft class. I said it before. I'll say it again. The most talented player and my number one overall player in this draft class. So while I'm shocked that they took Sauce Gardner because the Sauce Gardner hype was real, I wasn't the biggest Sauce Gardner fan. I told you I like Sauce Gardner, but I think he's going to be challenged a lot more at the NFL level. Teams just stayed away from him and challenged his teammate Kobe Bryant. I think teams are going to go after him, and I want to see what he does when he's challenged at the NFL level with much better talent. You're not playing in the AAC anymore. You're not playing against Houston and Memphis and Tulsa anymore. Now you're playing against the big dogs. Okay, Derek Stingley was playing in the SEC against elite level talent week in and week out. I know the talent is there. Hell of a pick by the Texans. And I love the fact that they went against the grain because everybody was talking sauce. Stingley is the man. And that's what I've been saying. And apparently the Texans agree with me. I knew they were taking a corner. I just had the wrong one. Good for the Houston Texans. I love that pick of Derek Stingley Jr. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, wait, first of all, double up, Big Money Sonny says, Lou, you're going to nurse that glass all night. Look, first of all, this glass is almost empty. All right, that's number one. Number two, if you've watched me on these streams before, you already know these glasses aren't going to last. Okay, as I talk, I'm sipping, and before I know it, I'm out, and I got to get some more. So trust and believe. We're going to keep refilling this glass throughout the night. You're going to see this color change from white to red. And so, again, trust me, I'm not nursing anything. First of all, don't be checking for my glass. You worry about what's in your cup, okay, buddy? Anyway, I digress. Got a brand new member here, Jason Files. Thank you for becoming a member of the MOBB. Jason, stand up. You know what it is. Mob, you know what to do. Show Jason Files some love. Welcome him with open arms to the MOBB. Jason, welcome to the squad. Glad to have you. The Great Watubi, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Great Watubi, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, looking good, bud. I hope we get an impact player. I expect us to get an impact player. Just put it right here for me. Thanks. I expect us to. The question is, at what position? That's the real question. Is it wide receiver? Is it safety? The draft is going to determine that. How the board falls and whether they can get out of 11 or not is going to determine how Washington selects and what position they attack. Thank you. So we're going to get an impact player. I truly firmly believe that tonight. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hey, Lou, are you going to drop some F-bombs at pick 11? No. I'm going to behave myself tonight. Me and my wife were talking about that earlier. She's an F-bomb queen, right? So she's like, look, you said that really hard. And I'm like, yeah. And then she brought up an F-bomb that I forgot I had even dropped. I was watching a Washington. I remember it like it was yesterday when she brought it up. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot all about that. I was at my mom and dad's house. I'm watching Washington play the New York Giants on Thanksgiving night. I don't know if you guys remember. We had a night game against the Giants. We were awful that year. So were the Giants. We ended up winning that game something like 13-10 or some garbage like that. We did something stupid in the game, and I dropped the biggest, nastiest F-bomb to the point where my dad looked at me and said, oh, my God. He looked at me like I was the dirtiest human being in the world. And my dad is not an F-bomb guy. Now, my dad will say every other cuss word. F-bomb is not. Now, my mom will say the F word 87,000 times if you let her. So I'm more like my dad. I generally stay away from that word. You won't hear it from me tonight. Trust me. The Jets pick is in. I think it's Kayvon Thibodeaux. I think we see our third edge rusher in 4 picks. And then I think we start to see some of these offensive linemen start to come off the board with the Giants pick if they don't trade it. So we'll see what happens. Chilled Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what's up, Lou? Happy draft day. Likewise. He says, let's have some fun tonight. Hashtag mob. Cheers. Cheers. Here's to Washington maximizing the draft tonight. Cheers. Salud, as my guy Abner would say. Salud. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, if all the quarterbacks are there when we pick at 11, be on the lookout for the Steelers trying to come up and get ahead of the Saints. Yeah, but even if you're trying to get ahead of the Saints, you don't have to come up to 11 to do that. You can go to 13. Now, again, you don't want to wait too long because the Saints, like you said, the Saints could be aggressive themselves and they could try to come up. So maybe 11. And we've heard reports today that 11 through 14 are potential hot spots for teams looking to come up depending on how the board falls and if some players fall that teams behind them are interested in coming up to take. So we'll see. The pick is in for the Jets. I think it's going to be Kayvon Thibodeaux. We're 2 for 3 right now. I'm 3 for 3 on positions, but 2 for 3 in terms of the actual player. Raj is walking to the podium. Let's hear what he has to say.
For them to select. Let's see what the Jets do with their first of 2 top 10 picks.
With the 4th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Sauce Gardner.
Gardner.
Defensive back.
Back-to-back picks, cornerbacks. I'm not surprised by Gardner being the pick because Robert Saleh is a defensive-minded guy. And I think a lot of these defensive coordinators view cornerback as a much more important position than that of edge rusher. Bill Belichick views it that way. Everyone from the Belichick tree views it that way. And here's the logic behind that. And I don't always agree, but, it makes a ton of sense. I get it. I understand. I'm still an old school guy. I think getting to the quarterback and harassing the quarterback makes much more sense. But you can take an edge rusher out of the game. You can double him. You can triple him. You can make it harder. You can't necessarily take him out of the game. TJ Watt gets double and triple team, and he still gets to the quarterback. But you can make it tougher on that guy. You can go quick game and 3-step drops and get it out of your hands and really limit the effectiveness of that edge rusher. A cornerback can take the other team's best wide receiver out of the game. Like, you can't run away from that corner. Wherever your receiver goes, that corner can go. And if he's got the ability to cover that receiver like a blanket, that guy is taken out of the game. And now you've got to change your entire game plan. And that's why a lot of these defensive coordinators and defensive-minded coaches feel like cornerback is more important than edge rusher. They aren't necessarily wrong. And I think for what Robert Saleh wants to do in New York, this makes a ton of sense because they really like what they got out of Bryce Hall last year at the cornerback position. Now you add Sauce Gardner on the other side. They feel like they can lock some teams up. And think about what the Miami Dolphins did this offseason. Think about what the Bills already have at wide receiver. You're going up against some of the best receiving cores in all of football in your division. You got to be able to cover those teams. Now you have two corners that you feel good about, and you got a guy in Gardner that you feel like can plaster these receivers, and he's got length. He can run. And so I think what they're viewing this as is an opportunity to keep pace with Miami after adding Tyreek Hill, keep pace with the Bills after having, added Jamison Crowder and having all those receivers like Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs already on the roster. Being able to shut down New England, they added Devontae Parker. They've got Jacoby Myers. They've got a ton of guys out there, that can make plays at the receiver position. They look at this as an opportunity to be able to shut those teams down from throwing the football at will on their defense. I can't disagree with the selection. Let's get to the next pick. Let's see. A193. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, doing this carry out dirty. What kind of carry out? Is it Chinese food? Is it pizza? Is it chicken? What kind of carry out is it? He says, LOL, especially these fries with mumbo sauce. I'm going to sip slow on the goose now. Okay. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. He said, I'm doing this carry out dirty. Twin D, my guy, Twin D. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, sipping on that Tito's. Sip nice and slow. All right, because that Tito's will get you wrecked. And I don't know about y'all. Today feels like a Friday. It's not Friday. A lot of you have to take your ass to work tomorrow. So drink responsibly tonight, okay? It's not a holiday and it's not Friday. You do have work tomorrow. All right. Let's see. DMV fan 123. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, draft day. Yes. He says, time to start drafting pro bowlers. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm interested in all pros. Yeah, pro bowlers are nice. Give me an all pro. The Giants pick is in the first of two for the Giants. I think they're taking an offensive tackle. Guess what? They get to take what they perceive to be the best offensive tackle in the draft here. I don't think they pass up on the opportunity. I had them trading out of this pick initially. Clearly, they're not doing that. So I think they're going to take an offensive tackle here. Which one? I think they're going to. The upside of ekwonwu is really interesting. I don't know if the sustained production of Evan Neal wins out here. I'm going to go with ekwonwu here for the Giants. Evan Neal, to me, is the safer of the two picks, but they already did the safe thing at offensive tackle a few years ago when they took Andrew Thomas instead of taking, one of the other tackles in the draft. I think they're going to go with the high upside of the athletically gifted physical specimen, ekwonwu, and I think he ultimately ends up being the pick for the Giants at number 5. The pick is in. I think Raj is going to walk to this podium here in a second. We're seeing a lot of fist pumps and a lot of pounds being given out in that Giants war room. So they're just looking at the screen now to hear the pick being announced. So I think it's going to be an offensive tackle. We'll see what happens there. I can't believe y'all think Cherry Kool-Aid was awesome. I don't know how you guys feel that way. All right. So somebody's going to announce the pick for the Giants. He's doing the pointing thing. I think that's the thing that they think is cool. He's excited. You can tell he's trying to calm himself down. Let's see if he gets the pick right in terms of saying it. The 2022 doesn't call it 2020 or something crazy like that. He's really excited. Let's see what this kid has to offer.
Sam is post-heart transplant.
Okay, Sam.
And feeling stronger than ever, as you can see. Tonight, His wish to announce the Giants' first pick comes true. We hope this wish will be a turning point.
I disagree with you adamantly, Condo P. Cherry anything is delish. That is so false. That is so false. And I'm so disappointed in you, Condo P. Whew. Slow down.
Fifth pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Kayvon Thibodeaux.
Kayvon Thibodeaux. They take the edge rusher. They needed an edge rusher. They take the edge rusher. I'm not shocked. I thought they would do that if he were available. I didn't expect him to be available. I had totally blanked on the fact that he was still there. You know, a lot of people had him falling in this draft. I didn't have him falling. I didn't think he would fall in this draft. And he didn't fall very far. The 5th pick overall, New York Giants take the athlete at the position, a guy that is super confident, and he's not afraid to tell you that he's a confident football player. People took that the wrong way. That's fine. He doesn't apologize for being himself and feeling confident in his ability. And now he's going to one of the biggest stages in all of the National Football League in New York, the Big Apple. We'll see if he thrives in that environment or if that environment eats him alive if he does not produce at a very high level. The kid is a great athlete. I don't know if he's a great pass rusher at this point, but we'll see. He's definitely got the explosiveness to be a dominant rusher at the next level. He's just got to put it together. Kayvon Thibodeaux, the pick for the Giants at number 5. They've got another pick. And I think the way the Giants thought about this is, look, if we pass on Thibodeaux, we may not get another chance to take him. At 6, someone could trade up, take him. Panthers themselves could take him. But if we pass on one of the tackles, we love both of those guys, Evan Neal and ekwonwu. If we pass on one of those guys right now, guess what? 2 picks later, we get one of them. Okay? They both can't be gone when we have a pick in the next 2 selections. So one of them will be there. We feel confident that we'll take one of those guys and feel good about either one. So it makes a ton of sense to take the edge rusher, because if he's gone, you don't get another opportunity. With the tackles, if one is gone, there's still another one there that you really like. I think that was the thought process, and that's where the Giants are, and Kayvon Thibodeaux is the selection. Lord Havoc says, Cherry anything is dope. Pac-Man D3, I agree with you. Cherry Jolly Ranchers are awesome. They're not the best. Now we have to disagree. There are a lot of different flavors that are really good in the Jolly Rancher department. Cherry is not the best. Strawberry is better. Blue raspberry is better. Apple is better. Cherry is good, though. That's one of the few things I like that is cherry. Cherry Laffy Taffies are also really good. Wait, I lied. That's strawberry. Cherry is terrible in just about every department. Cherry tastes like medicine most of the time. You guys are absolutely out of your minds. Condo P, I'm disappointed. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB rights. Did you see the big red ribbon Jordan Davis was wearing? Looks like a gift wrap present for Ron and Marty to take with our pick. Like the video. I did not see his ensemble. Did not see the ribbon that he was wearing. But you're still on that train. You have not moved. I respect your ability to stand firm, 10 toes down on what you believe, even though I think you're wrong. We will see. We're getting close to that pick. No one has traded out of their pick. There's been a lot made of potentially teams trading up in this draft. No one was going to trade the first 4 picks. I thought there was a chance, an outside chance the Giants could trade. I think this is a quarterback. I think this is Malik Willis. I'm adamant about that. I'm adamant that this is a quarterback. If this is an offensive tackle, which it could be. If it's not a quarterback, it's an offensive tackle. If it's not a quarterback, then they actually are thinking about trading for Baker Mayfield. Remember, that was a rumor that was out there. If this is not a quarterback, they're really thinking about, and it's a tackle, they're thinking about trading for Baker Mayfield for real. I think this is a quarterback. I really do. Edward Washington, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, yes, sir. Brew it myself. Wow. You're at the crib brewing IPA. Salute to you. All right. Salute to you. And I bet you it is delicious. He says, fun hobby, saves money, and I get to specialize beers to my liking, hoping for wide receiver. You're absolutely right. You get to infuse it with whatever flavors you so choose. That is so effing awesome, man. That is outstanding. Wow, that is great. And you're right, it does save you some money. You just go decide whatever beer you feel like drinking today, what kind of IPA you feel like drinking today. That's dope. Matthew Stansberry, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Panthers pick is in. We'll see what they decide to do. I'm sticking steadfast to my belief that this is a quarterback. He says, you missed my earlier super chats, but here's another. Thanks for hosting this great party. Shout out to the great peeps in the chat. I am so sorry if I missed your super chat. How did I manage to do that earlier? Maybe in my haste and excitement, I glossed over it. I'm going to go back and see if I can find it. I'm sorry about that. Did I miss? Let's say. Yeah, no, I read that one. I read that one. I read that one. I read that one. I did that. I did that. I did that. I did that. 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 Hey, I do not see a super chat from you, my man. I don't know what happened there, how I missed it, but I read every super chat that I just glossed over. I've read to this point. So I don't know where your super chat went, but I apologize for me not reading it. I don't know where it went. I don't see it, Matthew. But thank you for joining me. I know you're an avid Colts fan. So I'm stoked that you're here, chopping it up with the kid here on draft night 2022. Twin D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Twin D, who writes, LT, Condo P gave you a glimpse into what she might be drinking tonight when she mentioned almond milk last night. You're not wrong. He says, LOL. You're not wrong. She told me last night, and I ignored the warning signs, that she was going off the grid with what she was bringing. Okay. I should have known she was going somewhere out of bounds. I should have known, because she talked about almond milk. And I love almond milk just as much as the next man. But again, I'm not bringing almond milk to the party. And she was avid, like, hey, almond milk's not milk. I should have known. You're right. The warning signs were there, and I ran through the stop sign and the red light. Shame on me. Shame on me. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Ron B writes, cheers, Louie, and everyone. Cheers. He says, I have my rum and ginger beer with pineapple orange juice. It's Hamilton or trade down. Rum and ginger beer with pineapple orange juice. Interesting mixture there. Hamilton or trade down. He's still available. And the further down we get, if he wasn't taken already, if he gets past Carolina, the next obstacle that I see, because I don't see the Giants passing up on tackle twice in the top 10. The next obstacle I see is at 9 with the Seattle Seahawks. And I think the Seahawks want out. You know how the Seahawks do. They don't love to take first-round picks. They like to multiply their picks by trading back in the first round. If they could trade out of the first round altogether, they would. If he gets past 9 at Seattle, he's going to be there at 11. So here's the pick for the Carolina Panthers. I'm going with Malik Willis.
With the 6th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select ekwonwu.
Okay.
Tackle,
Wrong again. Ikem. So ekwonwu is the pick. They're going to trade for Baker Mayfield, folks. They are not taking a quarterback in this draft. I was wrong. I thought they were going to go the quarterback route here. Sam Darnold, and remember, their offensive coordinator, Ben McAdoo, who is a wackadoo, pretty much told us, hey, our starting quarterback is Sam Darnold. Now, he had to go back and retract that because he's not the head coach and he doesn't get to make that call. So he went back and said, oh, I apologize. That wasn't my place to say that. He's not our starting quarterback. But he essentially said, that's our starting quarterback. So it makes a ton of sense. But I thought they were going to go in a different direction. I'm actually quite surprised that they went tackle And they get what a lot of people perceive to be the best tackle in this draft, definitely the highest upside of any tackle in this draft. The guy can play guard or tackle, and we'll see. We'll see what this means for the Carolina Panthers. I think they're going to trade for Baker Mayfield, man. That's what I think this means. We'll see. Naughty Rascalis. I'm sorry, I'd probably jack that up. Blame it on the wine. All right, blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the Anyway, Naughty writes, Louie, I'm being a Golden Domer fan. I would love Kyle Hamilton, but offense wins games. Defense keeps you in them nowadays, at least. I'm an old head. He said, let's bring back the fun bunch. I'm not mad at you for that. You know, again, you're right about offense winning you football games. As much as I want this defense to be great, you got to be able to score points in today's NFL. You really, truly do. So for me, I've talked about getting elite talent. You got a chance to do that here. They got to take advantage of this opportunity. So we'll see what they decide to do. This thing is wild already, though. I mean, we've already had a couple of surprises. We haven't had not a single receiver taken, which is not a surprise to this point. I think the biggest surprise is that we've already had 2 corners go. All right. And we've had all 3 of the edge rushers that we expected to go in the top 10. Will there be a 4th? The 8th pick will tell us that story, because the next time we could see an edge rusher go is 8 to Atlanta. Also, Seattle is a very big edge rusher destination at 9 if they decide to stay at the pick and don't trade out of it. So edge rusher is interesting, because if you're Washington, if you're a Washington fan, you wanted quarterback here at Seattle, at Carolina. This means there won't be a top 10 quarterback more likely than not. Now, you could also look at it a different way. If you want out of 11, maybe someone's thirsty enough to come up and get one of these quarterbacks. I don't think someone's trading all the way up to 11 to get one. They may let that quarterback travel a little bit further down, maybe to 13. The Texans have made it abundantly clear they want out of 13. Maybe you let the quarterback travel, because the Minnesota Vikings clearly aren't taking a quarterback at 12. So you don't have to worry about Washington taking one at 11. You don't have to worry about the Vikings taking one at 12. Maybe 13 is where a team says, okay, enough is enough. Let's go up and get one of these guys. The Giants' second pick is in. I think that this is Evan Neal. And this is why they took Kayvon Thibodeaux, because they said, even if Carolina goes tackle, which they did, the other one will be there. So whichever one isn't taken, we'll take that guy. It's smart strategy by the Giants, because if they don't take Kayvon Thibodeaux, maybe the Panthers take him. Maybe the Panthers trade out of 6 and allow somebody else to come up and take him. Instead, they take him off the board. Now they can get their tackle at 7. Makes a ton of sense. We'll see what they decide to do. Ian Rappaport's talking.
Shopfitter has had some interest in Baker Mayfield for some time. We wanted to see if they came away with a quarterback tonight. In the end, of course, they do not. So don't be surprised if they circle back on Baker with the Browns in the coming days.
See, he just said what I just said, which is they're going to come back and trade for Baker Mayfield. If they take a tackle, that means they're setting themselves up to go get Baker Mayfield. That's what they just did. So, thank you for the super chat, Naughty Ross Callis. I tried. BHHD Ty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Lou, Stingley at 3 equals spillage. Hamilton to Washington. Not necessarily. You needed quarterback in this top 10. There's still a chance Hamilton gets snatched up, because I don't think there's going to be a top 10 quarterback now. We needed one here. Here's the pick for the Giants. I think it's going to be Evan Neal, tackle out of Alabama. Let's listen in.
To be done. Choosing
With
both
the
on the night.
7th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Evan Neal.
There it is.
Tackle.
So the Giants' philosophy, I told you what it was 2 picks ago. Take the edge rusher and know that one of the 2 tackles is going to be there. They couldn't lose in this scenario. It was brilliant. I got to give the Giants credit. That was a brilliant move. Okay. They could have panicked, took a tackle, and lost out on Kayvon Thibodeaux. They did the right thing. You take Thibodeaux, you know one of the tackles is going to be there. And I think they got the safer of the 2 in Evan Neal. This kid is not going to fail at the NFL level. He's too good. So I think the Giants got it right. We'll see what happens, but that's a really good selection there. Twin D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Twin D writes, Desmond Howard said on the pregame show that he expected Stingley to be the first DB selected tonight. He was right. Absolutely spot on was Desmond Howard. My wife was over here sussing up the wine. I was pouring me another glass. She was looking like, you better not empty that damn bottle. I want some. Babe, put another one in the freezer, please. So Desmond Howard was right. He knew something. I told you all along who was the most talented corner, but really the most talented player in this draft. So I wasn't shocked that he went first because of his talent. I was shocked because all of the pundits, everyone was pushing Sauce Gardner as the first corner. But football people know. Lovie Smith knows who the most talented corner in this draft class was, and he took him. Good for him. Good for him. Jay Willard, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. Lou, I don't know if it gets better than draft night, and hopefully the Grizzlies close it out tomorrow night versus the Wolves. Amen to that. Amen to that. Draft night in the offseason is awesome. I prefer football games myself, but in the offseason, it doesn't get any better than the draft. It's the most hyped event, and it lives up to the hype because you're excited about what you do, and you get to talk about it. As far as the Grizzlies are concerned, it's going to be an uphill battle. You know, they're so tough at home, and you know, we got to play better. If we play the way we played the other night, and we played the way we played in Game 3, don't expect us to keep coming back every single time. I can tell you this much: at the end of the day, we're going to win this series, whether it's in 6 or 7. I would prefer it to be done in 6. 7, it's dangerous, and anything could happen. So let's get it anyway. Get to the next comment. Nick Caps says, Lou, go get your white tank top. Chill. White. First of all, I don't own any wife beaters. I haven't worn a wife beater in I've got to say every bit of 12 to 15 years. Okay. I haven't worn one of those since high school, but I am chilling, even though I've got the button up. Look, understand that it's the same old tee. Ain't nothing changed. It's the same tee. Just got on a button up. That's it. And remember, the last time I had an epic rant, I had on a shirt just like this one. So this doesn't change who I am, okay? The shirt doesn't define who I am. I'm still your man, Louie Tee, at the end of the day, okay? I'm chilling, cold chilling with a nice ice cold beverage in my hand. So thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Nick. Caps. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, writes, now a Jet, Sauce changing his name to Salsa Verde. Like it. Salsa Verde. All right. The pick for the Atlanta Falcons is in. I think this is, they could go in a number of different directions. This could be an offensive tackle. I don't think it is. I think more likely than not, this is either a wide receiver or an edge rusher. I think that this is an edge rusher. I'm going with Jermaine Johnson. That's what I mocked them. But this could easily be Drake London. This could be Jameson Williams. This could be Garrett Wilson. They need receiver more so than anything else offensively. They need edge rusher more so than anything defensively. To me, it's one of those two positions. I'm going with edge rusher because that's what I mocked them. And they had the least amount of sacks in the NFL. They didn't even make it to 20 sacks last season. They've got to fix that. No matter how good their offense is, if they can't get to the quarterback consistently, they're going to give up points and they're going to hurt their offense. So I think they've got to, with Marcus Mariota at quarterback, you better be able to play some defense. He's not out dueling anybody in the passing game. So you can double back, get a receiver. You don't want to pass up an opportunity to take an edge rusher here if you're Atlanta. I think Jermaine Johnson, the prospect out of Florida State, is the selection. The pick is in. We're just waiting for Raj to come and bless us with the selection. Here it is. Let's listen in.
With the 8th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Drake London.
Woo! 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 Drake London's ass is gone. Yes. Yes, I need 2 hands for this. Let's go. So Drake London off the board, just like in 2019 when the Giants took Daniel Jones off the board. Drake London is an Atlanta Falcon. Thank you, Jesus. There is a football God, and he is smiling on us today. Yes. Okay, so Falcons, I owe you one. Thank you. I owe you one. Next time we're in the Georgia Dome or the Mercedes-Benz Dome or whatever the hell you call it these days, I owe you one. Depending on how good we are. If we suck, you got to win. On me. If we're good, I can't make you any guarantees. Anyway, anytime you come to FedEx, again, if we stink, it's on me. If we're good, we'll talk about it. Thank you. Drake London, wide receiver for the USC Trojans, now a member of the Atlanta Falcons, and I couldn't be more elated by the selection. You would have thought we made the selection. I was so happy. Woo! Anyway, I digress. Hopefully I didn't blow out any of your speakers there. Hopefully I didn't kill you with me being excited there. I'm just excited. Sorry. McAllister Nicholas, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, or excuse me, double up. Thank you for doubling up. That's what I meant to say. He says, I'm back. I'm off the Avion Anjo. Screw it. Give me Garrett Wilson or Kyle Hamilton. Look, you can't keep changing your mind, man. And then at the end, you're going to be like, I told you. You can't name 16 dudes and then have it be one of those dudes and say, I told you. All right. What is it going to be? Is it Garrett Wilson, Kyle Hamilton? I thought you named Drake London earlier. What's it going to be? All right. We'll see. Anyway, right now it's shaping up. So if Kyle Hamilton doesn't go here, I don't think the Jets are taking him. So right now, feels like he's going to be available. I told you, I thought he was going to be available at 11. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, Lou, you crazy. Go get your cherry game up. Look, man, I don't know what the hell y'all are sipping on. Cherry, man, you got to be very selective when you decide to indulge in anything cherry. You got to be careful. Cherry tastes like medicine 95% of the time. There's only a few times where cherry comes through in the clutch and actually tastes good. I need you guys to understand that. We don't share the same palate, so clearly you guys are entitled to your opinion, but we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I've been telling everybody that this is going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts of all time. And it's lived up to that so far, even though it hasn't been crazy. Like, we haven't seen a tight end taken or some craziness, but it's still one of those drafts where we just didn't know. Like, somebody predicted Drake London going to the Falcons at 8. Like, that's not a hard pick to make. It's just, did you predict it? I didn't. But I'm glad it happened. I'm so glad it happened. They needed a receiver. They needed one badly. So, Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, please don't be London. It's not. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. The Black Al B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Black Al B writes, Cherry Sour Patches, 100. Sipping Johnny Walker Blacks. Ooh, I had a professor in college, sweetest old lady you've ever met in your life. And all she would talk about was, she would say it just like this: Johnny Walker Red and Johnny Walker Black. I said, okay, you were a drunk in your former years. Because she was like 70 years old. Bless her soul, Miss Parker was 70 years old or so when she was my professor some decade ago. You know, so she was probably knocking back some Johnny Walker Red and Johnny Walker Black back when she was, you know, back in the 1940s when the shit was in speakeasies and they had to smuggle it in. Anyway, I digress. It's just funny hearing Johnny Walker Red or Johnny Walker Black. And cherry sour patches, I'll pass. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for the super chat, though, Blackout B. Michael Lake, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Seattle's taking the full 10 minutes on this. So they're trying to trade out of this pick. That's what that tells me. They're trying to get out of this thing. They're probably not going to be able. The pick is in. They're not going to be able to get out of this thing. They're going to have to make a selection. Kyle Hamilton makes a ton of sense here. They need edge rusher more than anything else. I think that I'm going to go with Jermaine Johnson here, but I wouldn't be shocked if this is Kyle Hamilton. One of those two players makes a ton of sense for them right here. Also, they could go linebacker. Bobby Wagner's no longer there. I think it's a little early for those linebackers in the draft. I think they're going to go with either Kyle Hamilton or they're going to go with, Jermaine Johnson. They need edge rushing presence. I wouldn't be shocked if it's one of those two. If it's not one of those two players, then I'm surprised. Michael Lake says, every Thursday we get together and play dominoes. We call it the Catalina Wine Mixer. Cowboys, Texans, Saints, Broncos, Dolphins, and Commanders fans. You know what? Dominoes. So let me ask you, do you play the island way or do you play the American way? Do you count points? Either way is fun. But my family's from the Virgin Islands. We play the island way. We don't play for points. We don't play spinners. You play on both ends, and you just basically try to run out of dominoes first. You try to pass guys. That's the island way. But either way is fun. Like I said, I enjoy dominoes. It's a great time. So I'd like to hear from you. Which way do you play? I assume you play the American way, where you count points and you play the spinners on that first domino that's turned sideways, the first double of the game. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. Big O Titan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big O Titan writes, Lou, just sitting here hoping the Titans do better. I'm telling you, I got the Titans trading up to get a quarterback, or maybe he falls right into their lap. But I think they're going to take Ryan Tannehill Part 2 in Desmond Ridder. You heard it here first. We'll see what happens tonight. I've already laid out the reasons in my mock draft why they would do it. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Seattle's pick is in. We're just waiting for Raj to come and announce it. I've told you who I think is going to be, Jermaine Johnson or Kyle Hamilton. If it's not one of those two, I will be surprised. Here comes the pick. Let's listen to what Raj is going to say.
With the 9th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Charles Cross.
They took a tackle, Charles Cross. That was available. That was an option. I didn't think they would take it. But you know what? It makes sense from this standpoint. You stink. Taking an edge rusher, taking a safety isn't going to change things. Whomever you get at quarterback, and that guy clearly isn't going to be Drew Lock long term, you need to be able to protect him, whomever that guy is going to be in the future. So you take the tackle here and you move forward. It makes sense. I didn't see it coming. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, yeah, I thought they were going to take tackle. I didn't. So now I'm telling you, Kyle Hamilton is going to be available at 11, and Washington's going to take him. That's what I think is going to take place. And unless they can trade out, that's their first option. They want out of 11. And if they can trade out of 11, they will. If they can't, they're taking Kyle Hamilton, because the Jets aren't taking Kyle Hamilton here at 11, at 10. They're going to take a receiver. Okay. They've been trying to trade for one all offseason. They haven't been able to do it. They're taking, and no receiver has been taken. So they can, Drake London's been taken. They can take what they perceive to be the best receiver or the second best receiver. If Drake London was number 1 on their board, they can take that guy here. So I think the Jets are taking a receiver. I could be wrong, and they could take Kyle Hamilton. They lost Marcus May last year. They don't have a big time safety. They did go out and sign the safety from Tampa Bay. So they do have a safety. I don't think safety's the pick here. I don't think edge rusher is the pick here. Okay. I think that they're going to take, it could be edge rusher because they took a corner. They could take Jermaine Johnson here. That's a possibility too. And bypass wide receiver. I think they're going to take a wide receiver. They've been trying to get one desperately. They've been trying to trade for DK Metcalf. They tried to trade for Tyreek Hill. They tried to trade for Deebo Samuel. I think this is going to be a wide receiver. So I'm surprised that the Seahawks went tackle, but it makes sense. I'm just surprised they did it. All right. Let's see where we are now. Nick Caps. This is my third super chat, and you've missed the first two. I read a super chat from you already. And I haven't seen another one from you. So I don't know where these super chats are going, if they're disappearing. But I've read a super chat from you already. I read one from you. If you've had two previous, I don't know where the other one went. And I'm not skipping super chats. You guys are not going to make me feel like I'm crazy tonight. Hey, I had a couple of cups. What of it? But I'm not missing super chats. I am I'm seeing every super chat that comes in, and I'm reading it. So I don't know where these super chats are going. I'm scanning through right now. Maybe you thought you super chatted. I don't want to say that you didn't. If you said you super chatted, I believe you. I don't know where it went. Let's see what Ian Rappaport has to say.
Swap later. That trade obviously did not materialize. By tonight, the Jets now set to pick.
So they were talking about Deebo Samuel. Clearly, that trade didn't take place. They're going to draft a receiver. They've been trying to trade for a wide receiver all off season, and it hasn't. You told me to get my white tank top and chill. I read that one. Yeah, I don't know if that's what you were referring to. I read that one already. I don't know if you went to go get something to drink or you went to use the bathroom and you missed that, but I talked about that one already. And I don't think there was another one from you. I haven't seen another super chat from you. Feel like y'all trying to make me feel like I'm crazy tonight. And I'm not crazy. Anyway, yeah, I don't see it. I went all the way back in the archives. I didn't miss anything. The only one I saw from you earlier, I read it. The one about the white tank top chilling. I said, I haven't worn a tank top since high school. So I definitely remember reading that one. So anyway, I digress. And I apologize for the other super chats that you've had that you feel like weren't read. I definitely apologize for that. I don't know where the other one went. I've read the first one. I don't know where the other one went. Chilled Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chilled Dude, writes, double up. Thank you for doubling up. Chilled Dude writes, cranberry apple honey wine for me. Ooh, that's a hell of a combination. That actually sounds like it tastes delicious. Sipping slow. Ha, ha, ha. Good idea. He says, me and my wife love you. Thank you for bringing so many laughs and information on all things Commanders. I really do appreciate that. And again, I'm so amazed at how many of you, first of all, you guys are picking some excellent women that love football. That is awesome. I'm shocked at how many of you have spouses that sit here and watch, football or watch me or whatever you're watching on YouTube together. That is awesome. I didn't think that was the case. Jets pick is in. I think it's wide receiver. The question is which one? I think it's Jameson Williams. That's what I think. Raj is heading to the stage. Let's hear what the pick is.
With the 10th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Garrett Wilson.
All right. Garrett Wilson, the first of the two Ohio State receivers, is off the board. Garrett Wilson out here looking like he stepped right out of the 1980s out of a Milli Vanilli video. Good for that young fella. He is the selection, and the Jets have their guy, their number one wide receiver. I think I mocked the Jets, Garrett Wilson, if I'm not mistaken. I think I did that. I'm not sure. Let's look. I can look and check and see. And I had the Jets taking Garrett Wilson. So I got another one right. After everything that had transpired tonight, I didn't think I would get this one right. And with all the craziness that had gone on so far to this point, I didn't think I would get this one right, but I did. CGM87, thank you for the super chat. So that means the Commanders are officially on the board. Let's see if they trade out of this pick. If not, I think the pick's Kyle Hamilton. Look, Garrett Wilson is gone. Drake London is gone. Hamilton is the only one there. Olave, I don't think they're taking Olave here at 11. They could, right? I just didn't want it to be Drake London. At this point, it could be Williams. It could be Olave. It could be Hamilton. It could be trade back. I'd be fine with any of those moves. It could be Jordan Davis for all I know. But Washington is officially on the clock. Let's see what they do. The fact that they haven't put Washington on the clock and are counting down, maybe Washington's trying to trade out of this pick. We'll see. CGM 87 writes, fire the god-awful Martys. Trade up for Malik. We are going backwards with this regime, trading for a bum quarterback and put us in cap hell. Well, we'll see what they decide to do. I don't agree with Carson Wentz being a bum quarterback. A lot of people do. I was at the barbershop today, and a guy was just destroying Carson Wentz. And I couldn't say anything. I just sat there because he didn't say anything wrong. I believe that there's still good football in Carson Wentz, but he was destroying him. And all I could do was sit there and just shake my head like, what do you want me to say? I mean, he didn't say anything wrong. I mean, right? So we'll see. And clearly you are in that camp believing that Washington, gave up too much for a guy that isn't any good. We'll see. Trade! The Saints have traded to 11. We are getting some draft capital. Boom! Trade! And I think in my mock draft, I had the Saints trading to 11. Boom! Now we got to see what the compensation is. Let's listen in. Let's see what they say.
Hey, folks, we've got our first trade. The Saints just moved up from 16. The Commanders moving down. Who will the Saints take?
Hey! Trade! Boom! Boom! Now, I need a third and I need a fifth. We don't have a third. We don't have a fifth. I need both. That was my trade in my mock draft. Can I hit this thing or what? Can I hit it? Yes, you can. Can I hit it? Let's see if I can. All right. Saints are on the clock. We're assuming this is for a quarterback, right? That's the assumption. Could be for a wide receiver. It could be for Kyle Hamilton. Doubt it's for Kyle Hamilton. I think this is for a quarterback. I think this is for Malik Willis. Let's see. I'm excited. Aren't you excited? Aren't you entertained? Are you not entertained? This is awesome. Woo! Let's go. They said they wanted to get out of that pick, and they did. That is outstanding work. I told you I'm really gonna. Now, look, trading is one thing. They have to get good value with these picks that they make. So trading back is great, but it only benefits us if we hit on the picks that we acquire. Because you're passing up on elite talent. The guys that we could have taken are probably going to be gone by the time we get to 16. More likely than not. I think Olave is the pick now. He should be there at 16. Chris Olave should be there at 16. I think the pick is Chris Olave now. So, and that's what I mocked in my mock draft, if you recall. So, wow, what a draft. No Drake London. We trade back, we get draft capital. Now we got to get Chris Olave because I know Kyle Hamilton is going to be gone. I know he's going to be gone. CGM 87. So I don't agree. I think Carson Wentz deserves a chance. We'll see if he gets it. Remington 3221. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, how are we feeling, LT? Best man available at 11? Well, we know the answer to that. We have a trade. Love it. All right. Black LB says, I think his name is Rascals, Lou. LOL. Look, man, you know I'm a literal dude. You know, I try to phonetically say everything the way I see it. And it, you know what? It probably was something as simple as Rascals. You're absolutely right. And, you know, I'm just too damn literal to see that that's another way of spelling Rascals. And now I'm playing it back in my head, and you're right. It is Rascals. God damn it. Something as simple as a couple of extra random letters that don't belong, and it throws me for a loop. That's what happens when you're too damn smart for your own good. Thank you for that. Sometimes I just need to take a step back and just stop overanalyzing shit and just look at it. Just look for a second. Thank you, Black Albie. It was Rascals. You're absolutely right. Brendan McCloskey, I need to know what this draft compensation is. I need them to tell me something.
In Las Vegas, next big to-do on our...
Come on, give me something. Come on.
2022 schedule.
Come on. Tell me something.
In May, right here on NFL Network. So moments ago, the
A third and a fourth. Whoa. Woo. Okay. We get a third and a fourth. So we got 2 4s now. A third, 2 4s, and a 6 and 2 7s. So we're back in the game, gang. We got a second, a third, 2 4s, and that's better than a third and a fifth. Washington, job well done. Ding! Good job, Martin Mayhew. Y'all give Marty some credit, man. Give him some love. Stop. Give him some love. That's a great trade. Now, what are you going to do with that? I think the Saints are coming up for a quarterback here. Got to be one of the quarterbacks.
Sit where you are for the New Orleans Saints, and you make the move, and Terry McLaurin probably calling into the draft room a number of times. You've got to get me a running mate. You said
I think Olave is going to be the pick at 16. I think all along, I told you if they moved back, you move back and you take Olave. That was the mock draft. If I get this right on my mock draft, you're going to hear this from me at least 75 times. I'm sorry. You're going to hear it from me. Anyway, I digress. CGM87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, cutting number 98, but having a boner for Apke and Scott says all you need to know about the Martys. All right, here comes the pick. They're bringing a gang of people with them, including Tony Gonzalez, and it looks like Austin Eckler and a couple of fans. Let's see what they have to say. He says, we need a franchise quarterback, not an injury-prone half step up. I get it. I understand. He needs to stay healthy. That is factual. Okay? We'll see if he's able to do that. They cut 98 because of the deal. You're right. Look, it is what it is. We need a quarterback more than we need a defensive tackle or a linebacker or a safety or a guard. We need a quarterback. And you're right. He could turn out to be trash. Let's give him a chance. That's all I ask. Give him a chance.
also here is Pro Football Hall of Famer Tony Gonzalez, who will be part of the Prime Video.
CGM87, thank you for the super chat. Once again, really, truly do appreciate you.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, we got a big one here from Mark David with the hundo, with the C-note, with the Benji. Mark David, salute, my friend. Cheers. Thank you so much for the support. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Mark David, thank you for the super chat. We'll read this one after this pick is made.
And I guess you can tell probably it's no surprise. The first game that we're going to kick it off is going to be out in Arrowhead on Thursday night against the Chargers. And I'll tell you what.
Oh, so we got our first game of the season. Thursday, September 15th. Chargers at the Chiefs at the Chargers.
Look, it doesn't get much better than this. It doesn't get much better than this. Thursday night football. You got two high-powered teams battling it out. It's going to be epic. It's going to be an amazing thing. Even if you don't rock with the Chargers or Chiefs, I know you got me on your fantasy team, so there's no point in not watching. It's going to be awesome. I'll tell you what, we're looking forward to it. This rivalry goes back 62 years. You're not going to see every time these two teams get together, it's explosion, it's fireworks, it's touchdowns, great defense. So we will see you there September 15th.
All right, so while those guys announced something for Amazon, we had same-day delivery on a Lions trade. They just moved up from 32. Here we go. Minnesota. And
Oh, wow. Wow. Did you guys hear that? We got a trade. The Detroit Lions move up from 32 to 12 with the Minnesota Vikings. So here's the pick for the Saints at 11.
2022 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Chris Olave.
Wow. Chris Olave is gone. Wow. They came up to get Chris Olave, wide receiver, Ohio State. Washington knew what they were coming up to get, so clearly Washington was okay with Olave being selected. They knew he wasn't going to be there at 16. I'm shocked that the Saints actually came up to get him, but they need receiver help that bad, and he's a great compliment. If Michael Thomas is healthy, which look, I haven't seen Michael Thomas in almost 2 years, so I don't even know what he is anymore, but if Michael Thomas is healthy, this is the perfect compliment to him. He's the best route runner in the draft class. I love Chris Olave, love his speed, love his ability to separate. This is a great pick for the Saints. Jameis Winston is going to make beautiful music with him. And so now the Saints have another pick. I assume the other pick is going to be for a tackle, whomever's available, whether it's the tackle from Northern Iowa or somebody else. I mean, 3 tackles have already been taken. So we'll see if any more go before they hit the clock at 19. But one thing's for sure, they just got themselves one of the better receivers in this draft class. And Washington knew they were trading away Chris Olave when they moved back. And I told you this was the danger in trading back. Now, the question is, what is Washington going to do at 16? Because Kyle Hamilton is still there, but for how long? Clearly, the Lions traded up for a reason. Are they trading up for a quarterback here? They could be, but they could be also trading up for Kyle Hamilton. They also could be trading up for a tackle. They also could be trading up for a number of things. What is Washington going to do now is the interesting part. They clearly have about 5 or 6 guys that they're interested in at 16. They wouldn't have traded back if they didn't. So they're going to get a guy that they really like. The question is, who is he? It's not Olave, because they knew when they traded this pick, Olave was going to be the selection for New Orleans. So that's interesting stuff. So the Lions are now on the clock. They traded all the way up from 32 to 12. So they desperately, whoever they're trading up for, they desperately wanted. I got to think it's a quarterback. The only way you move up 20 spots, they're giving up a first-round pick more likely than not next year for this. If you're going to move up 20 spots, which means you're giving up next year's draft capital, it's got to be a QB. It has to be, right? Mark David, thank you for the super chat once again, and thank you for your generosity. Excuse me, writes, what up, Lou? Been a fan since the phone lines were open. Love this show, but always had one issue with your content. With all the great content and intellectual takes you give us, the Commodores hate, gotta stop. Big up, Commodores hate. Gotta stop. Big up 757. Good, keep up the good work. Kyle Hamilton or nothing. He's still on the board. He's still on the board. I don't. And now they got 2 Ohio State wide receivers in New Orleans. Kyle Hamilton's still on the board. I don't think the Lions are taking him here at 12. The Texans are on the board at 13. They could use the safety, but I don't think they're going to draft the safety at I think worst case scenario, they take a tackle or a wide receiver. I don't think they take a safety. Then you get to 15. Who is at 15? I'm going to look at my mock draft to see who's at 15. And at 15, the Texans are at 13. The Ravens are 14. And then the Eagles are at 15. I don't think he gets past both. The Ravens just signed a safety and paid him a ton of money. I don't think they're taking a safety, but I don't think he gets past Philadelphia, man, at 15. But we'll see. We'll see. Thank you for the super chat and the generosity once again, Mark David. And I don't hate the Commodores. I just don't love them. They were a rival, but I didn't hate Maury. I strongly dislike them. Oh, man. CGM87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CGM87 writes, okay, so let's see what this trade is all about.
With the Vikings now move 20 spots down in the first round, but move 12 spots up in the second and pick up a third.
All right, so the Vikings get the 32nd pick. They get the 34th pick. So they get essentially 2 picks in the span of 3 selections. So the last pick of the first round, the second pick of the second round, and they get a 3rd round selection. So nothing for next year for the Vikings. I thought they would get some compensation in next year's draft, having moving back so far. But I guess the 2nd round pick at 34 overall, plus the 3rd rounder that they're getting this year was enough for them to satisfy what they're trying to do. So, I mean, interesting stuff. The Lions pick is in. Raj is walking to the stage now to announce the pick. If this isn't a quarterback, I am floored.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 12th pick to the Detroit Lions with the 12th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Jameson Williams.
Wow.
Wide receiver.
Wow. They came up for Jameson Williams. Wow. That reminds me of the Julio Jones trade. some years ago when the Falcons were down at 27 and they traded all the way up to 6 with Cleveland to get Julio Jones. Jameson Williams, who I thought was the best receiver in this draft class if healthy, now a Detroit Lion. They added DJ Chark in the offseason. Amon-Ra St. Brown just turned in the greatest rookie season in Detroit Lions history. Jameson Williams just pump faked somebody that was sitting at his table. Okay, he went back and dapped him up. Wow. I mean, I don't know if Jared Goff is the guy you want distributing the football to these players, but they got a hell of a wide receiving core now. Between Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, and DJ Chark, the Lions can really hurt you on the offensive side of the football, not to mention they got a tight end that is capable of doing work. TJ Hawkinson, DeAndre Swift is no slouch at the running back position to go along with Williams, who they got from Green Bay in free agency last year. This Detroit Lions offense all of a sudden is scary stuff, man. Scary shit. Again, I don't know if Jared Goff is the guy you want getting them the football, but they're going to find out if Jared Goff can get it done or not. I guess that's what they're really trying to find out. Can Jared Goff get it done? I'm shocked. I'm shocked by this pick. It's an excellent pick. I'm just shocked that they came this far up to get him. But that tells me that they're going to give Jared Goff. And I told you their GM was a part of the brain trust that drafted Jared Goff in LA. So they're going to give him a chance to prove he can't do it. They're giving him weapons. They're going to protect him. They drafted Penei Sewell last year. They're going to give him a fair shot at this thing in Detroit, that they're not running him out of town. By them trading up for Jameson Williams, it means they're going to give him a fair shot. What he does with it remains to be seen. That's a hell of a pick, man. Wow. Didn't see that one coming at all. And honestly, if the pick here isn't Kyle Hamilton, I think Washington, again, you got to be worried about Philadelphia at 15. They need a safety. They need a corner. How do they not take Kyle Hamilton? I just think Washington, I really think you missed the boat trading back to 16. You're going to end up not getting any of these receivers. Jameson Williams is gone. Garrett Wilson is gone. I don't want Drake London. He's gone. Chris Olave is gone. Kyle Hamilton could be gone. At that point, you may have to take Jordan Davis, but that would be, having all of this in front of you and trading back, this was the worry. This was the concern, that you trade back and you miss out. Like, you wanted one of these dudes to fall to you, and Kyle Hamilton could still fall to you. But there's a chance that he doesn't now. And if he doesn't, what do you do? Clearly, they have a plan. They wouldn't have traded back if they didn't. I don't know if I love the plan. The Eagles are up to 13. Trade! We have a trade! Trade! Eagles up to 13. The Texans wanted to trade back. They talked about moving out of that pick. They moved back to 15, so they're still in front of Washington. The Eagles trade up. I had the Eagles trading up in one of my predictions. I think in my original mock draft, I had the Eagles trading with Washington. In my Washington mock draft, I had us trading with New Orleans. The Eagles traded up. They're coming to get somebody, obviously. For me, it's got to either be safety Kyle Hamilton, or it's got to be Jordan Davis, the defensive tackle out of Georgia. If it's anything else, I'm shocked. And personally, the fact that they got in front of the Ravens tells me that this is probably a defensive tackle or an edge rusher. I stand corrected. It could be an edge rusher. The Ravens needed an edge rusher pretty bad. And, Jermaine Johnson is still out there. The Ravens might have taken him. I think George Karloftis is still a Raven, if you ask me. But, Jermaine Johnson wasn't supposed to be here. He's here. I think the Eagles see that, and I think they want to pounce on that. So I'm going to go with Jermaine Johnson. It's why they traded up. And if Jermaine Johnson is the pick, then the Texans scare me as a potential landing destination for Kyle Hamilton. The Ravens aren't taking Kyle Hamilton, I don't think. I could be wrong. I don't think they're taking Kyle Hamilton. So maybe he falls into Washington's lap. If they get Kyle Hamilton at 16 after trading back, that's robbery on the part of Washington. And you feel like we just stole a huge chunk of the first round. You feel like you just stole something. I don't want to get too excited because there's too many picks between now and Washington to get excited. But I'm setting the stage for excitement. CGM87 writes, my Nats will be 35-127 and Caps swept in 4. SAD, a sad DC fan. The Nats deserve to stink. They traded away all their players last year during the trade deadline. So they were looking to stink for the next 3 to 4 years. They don't have a great farm system. So they're going to be stuck in purgatory for quite some time. As far as the Caps are concerned, they won their one Stanley Cup. When they got rid of their head coach, they deserve to, have the fate that they have coming their way, because you don't win the Stanley Cup and then get rid of your coach. That doesn't make any sense. So it is what it is. Let's see. 16 Devil Doc, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I'm so anxious to see what the Eagles came up for. I'm going with Jermaine Johnson, but could be Kyle Hamilton. He said they took London, Lou. Hallelujah. 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 Yes. And the Lord says, you got to rise up. Yeah, they took him at 8. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Daily Grind, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, do you still think we trade back if Hamilton is there, or take him? Obviously, we trade back. I told you, the trade back it superseded everything. They wanted to get more draft capital. That was the prevailing thought. Trade back was number one. I've been talking about that for the last week. Trade back was number one. Okay, if you couldn't get out of the pick, Hamilton is the de facto pick. If he wasn't there, then it was receiver. They had a chance to get out. They got out. Makes sense. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Just Andre, who writes, Falcons weren't clutch in the Super Bowl, but that was as clutch as it gets. Atlanta. Oh, you were solid. Ooh. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. We're waiting patiently to see what they did. I got to believe it's an edge rusher. Hold on. Ian Rappaport. Edge rusher.
Davis from Georgia was a Ravens pick. Now the Eagles leap over and get a potential replacement for Fletcher Cox.
So he says Jordan Davis. Remember, that's what I mocked the Eagles in my mock draft, and I had them trading up with Washington to get him. Ravens were rumored to be in the edge rusher defensive tackle department. Maybe that's why the Eagles come up. Eagles give up the 13th. Eagles get the 13th pick overall. Texans get the 15th pick, a 4th round pick this year, and 2 5th rounders, it said, I think. We'll see what happens. Randy the freaking Ram. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, as a Giants fan, T, I'm loving this draft. You got to. You got a tackle and you got an edge rusher. I mean, that's exactly what you needed. Bang, bang, boom. So Raj is going to have some fans come out. I don't have to unmute yet because he's going to talk about why these fans are here. And he's going to do some extra stuff here. And so we can wait a little bit longer. Look, you should be happy if you're a Giants fan. You played it well. I got to give you credit. You played your 2 picks very well. For how the board fell, I thought you did a great job. Let's see what the Eagles do here. Okay, yeah, they're talking about the high school. So we'll leave Raj to his devices right now. We'll come back and get at that here in a second. They're clapping, so that means he's already said what they needed to say. Las Vegas student athletes, great. Now let's hear what the Eagles did.
Exemplify the NFL's values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility.
Look, you can't boo the kids. Y'all stop your nonsense. You can't boo the kids. You can't boo the kids.
The Houston Texans have traded the 13th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 13th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jordan Davis.
There it is, Jordan Davis. I had them trading up in my mock draft to take Jordan Davis. It made a ton of sense. I thought they might come up to get the edge rusher, but Jordan Davis is the pick. That's the bow you were talking about on his suit. I actually like it. I think it's pretty dope. It's different. He was trying to be different. It was different. I don't like the big boss man stripe down the pants, though. He could have kept that. that looks like he's one of the Mounties. If you remember, if you're a WWE fan, or it was WWF then, that looks like some Mounties type stuff. But I do like the jacket. I think that's pretty dope. It's different. I do like that for the big man. It's clean. That said, that's a hell of a pick for the Eagles. I didn't want this shit because for years we were tormented by Fletcher Cox, and this kid's going to torment us for the next decade. He's that good. Jordan Davis is a hell of a football player. I would have preferred them take a receiver or some garbage at a different position. Even Jermaine Johnson, who I think is going to be a stud, I would have preferred them to take him. This guy's a menace inside. There's nothing worse than interior pressure. He's going to provide that for the Eagles for the next decade plus. I love this pick for the Eagles. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. I'm keeping it a buck. I had them trading up for a reason in my mock draft and taking Jordan Davis. Your kid Louie Tee knows something. He knows something. I know a little bit, maybe a lot. I don't know. You tell me, but there it is. Jordan Davis. Kyle Hamilton is going to fall to us, guys. I don't think the Texans are going to take him at 15. I don't think the Ravens are taking him at 14. He's going to fall to 16. I feel like we stole. Don't get excited. Don't put the horse in front of the cart, or is it the apple in front of the horse, or the apple in front of the cart? I don't know what it is. I'm getting excited. I'm going to slow down. Slow down. I just want to get to know you. I'm going to also pump my brakes and drive slow, homie. Drive slow, homie. I'm going to drive slow because I'm getting excited, and I don't need to get excited because we need to see these selections first. But if Kyle Hamilton falls to 16, y'all gotta give Martin Mayhew some credit. Y'all gotta give Martin, Ron, and Marty some credit if they get Kyle Hamilton and pick up a 3rd and a 4th round pick. Put some respect on them man's name. We got to get there first. If he's gone, then I'm like, what the hell are we going to do? Then I am dumbfounded and baffled. But if he falls to us, Mark David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. He says, I don't drink, but I got my card. So I got a nice pack of Top Shelf. By the way, cherry makes any soda better. I don't disagree with that. I've talked about that already. I said that was my one. That was my one. Cherry can have it. I said cherry anything soda-wise. Cherry 7-Up, cherry Pepsi, cherry Dr. Pepper, all delicious. You got no complaints out of me there. Cherry anything else? Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, all right, Lou, I got it. How about some cherry tussin? I mean, cherry NyQuil tussin. You can't get any worse than that. It's like drinking death. And that's what candy, literally, that is cherry tastes like. Medicine. All right. Washington football fan, WGIL, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Ravens pick is in. I think this has got to be George. Wait, I think it's Jermaine Johnson. It could be George Karloftis. I think it's an edge rusher now. Could be Wyatt. It could be Devontae Wyatt, for all I know. They're going defensive line. That's all I know. It's either an edge rusher or a defensive tackle. They're going in the front 7, though. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, if we get Hamilton, Dublin for everybody on me. Shit. I'm in on that too. I will add to that and make sure that everybody gets some Dublin. I don't want to promote Dublin because I need them to sponsor me. But wine on me. God damn it. Wine on me. I second that. Hoodie Quays, thank you for the super chat. You know what? Wine on Metaphor. Wine on Metaphor. All right. Wine on Washington football fan WGIL. Wine on him. Sorry, Metaphor. I was trying to put that on your account. My bad. Hoodie Quays, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, we trade back and get J-Mo. He is gone. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I think it's Kyle Hamilton right now. It's got to be, right? It's got to be. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My guy Trev writes, check out hashtag Louie Tee Live, hashtag on Twitter. Is that a thing? Is that trending? I doubt it. I doubt it. Nobody's using that hashtag. My guy Trev. I told you the Eagles. Look, you tried to get me for mocking Jordan Davis to the Eagles. He landed at the Eagles, not at 11 though. Here's the Ravens. Corner. It could be corner or edge rusher. Could be Trent Duffy, McDuffie. Oh, they took Kyle Hamilton. You dirty bastards up I-95. I hate the Ravens. Now what do we do? What are we going to do? I don't know. What do we do at 16? I think we outsmarted ourselves now. The only way I was going to be excited about this is if we got Kyle Hamilton. He doesn't look excited. He looks disappointed. He thought he should have gone higher in this draft. He's pissed off. I would have loved that pissed off energy being used in Washington. He's going to use it for the Baltimore Ravens now. He's definitely disappointed that it took so long to hear his name called. He knows his lack of speed cost him. He shouldn't have run. I've said it already. If he knew he was going to run a 4.5, he shouldn't have run, and he would have been a top 10 pick. That said, what the hell does Washington do now? I am baffled and dumbfounded. They clearly have a plan. They wouldn't have traded back. They knew that this was a possibility, that Hamilton could be gone. They knew Olave was going to be gone. That's the Saints told them what they were coming up for, and they said, okay. So they knew that Jameson Williams was a possibility to be gone. They knew Olave was going to be gone. They knew Kyle Hamilton could be gone. They knew Jordan Davis could be gone. What the hell are they thinking right now? What receiver makes sense? What defender makes sense? What are they going to do? Somebody, anybody in the comment section, tell me. Kevin, the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I'm disappointed, man. I really wanted Hamilton to be there. They could take a linebacker. I mean, they traded back. It could be the Devin Lloyd. It could be Nakobe Dean. Like, Devin Lloyd probably fits that Buffalo nickel role for them. I like Devin Lloyd. I don't know if he's a great Buffalo nickel or not, though. We'll see. It could be linebacker, guys. I mean, it could be Daxton Hill for all we know. I don't know what it is now. I'm just as confused as the next man. He says, my man LT with the Freudian slip of the night saying the Jets get what wide receiver they want because none of them have been taken. No. They look. It wasn't a Freudian slip. I forgot for a second. The pick is in for the Texans. I forgot for a second that that Drake London had gone to the Falcons at 8. I corrected myself very quickly. He's not a tight end. He is a wide receiver. Cut it out, Kev. Oh man. Yikes. What are we gonna do, guys? Guys, what are we gonna do? Ladies and gents, what are we gonna do at this pick? What are we gonna do? Somebody talk to me. Anybody talk to me. What are we gonna do? Tmail_KC. Stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. You know what to do, mob. Show my guy T-Mail some love. Make sure that T-Mail feels wanted and loved by the MOBB. T-Mail KC, welcome to the squad. David Heath, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My trade. We got a trade. The Ravens trade back into the first round. The Cardinals trade out of the first round. Cardinals get Hollywood Brown. And the third round pick at 100 from the Ravens in exchange for 23. So Hollywood Brown is no longer a member of the Baltimore Ravens, which means the Ravens are going to take that pick and turn it into a receiver more likely than not. Here's the Texans pick.
The Houston Texans select Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green, guard out of Texas A&M, is the pick for the Houston Texans. That means your Washington Commanders are officially on the clock. and I assume that they're going to make a pick here. They are not trading back again. I'm going to go linebacker, guys. That's the guess. They're in the target zone for a Nakobe Dean or a Devin Lloyd. That's my choice. That's my selection. I can't think of another position that makes a ton of sense for Washington right here. Unless they want to go nickel corner. I think that this is the linebacker. They struck out. I feel molested. I feel like we missed an opportunity to get a receiver that was a game changer. We missed an opportunity to get Kyle Hamilton. And look, this is one of those moves that 3 years from now, we're going to look back and analyze. If the guy they get at 16 turns out to be just a guy, and the picks that they make it in the 3rd and 4th round turn out to be just guys, Jags, then this was, and one of these guys, it doesn't have to be all of them. If just one of them, Olave, Hamilton, Jameson Williams, if one of these guys turns out to be a stud, and we get 3 dudes, just guys, Jags, we're going to look back and say, we effed up. And this was the concern, that you trade back and the pick is in for Washington. So clearly they've identified a guy. And I told you they had a plan. When they traded back, they knew that they had 6 guys in their mind, 6 guys. They were trading back from 11 to 16. They knew that there were 5 guys that they had pegged. Okay, one of these 5 guys is going to be here. So we're good with moving back. Let's see who it is. I'm going to go with a linebacker. I'm going to say it's Devin Lloyd. I'm going to say that's the guy that fits their Buffalo nickel the most. And I'm going to say it's Devin Lloyd. That's who I'm going with. David Heath says, when we traded, I said, Lou, look at the TV. We got to trade. I said, we got to trade. All right. All right, let's see. Nick Caps, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Nick Caps, double up, even though you said this is like your 4th super chat. This is the 3rd I remember, but I don't think I doubled up the last time. So doubling up here. He says cranberry nasty. I disagree. I'm a cranberry guy during Thanksgiving. Cranberry can be sour. If your palate isn't used to sour tastes, then cranberry isn't for you. I love cranberry. I think cranberry is an awesome flavor that you need to mix with something else. I make my own homemade cranberry sauce during Thanksgiving. So I love cranberry. Mark David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Mark David, writes, yeah, man, chat's not showing up. This is my 3rd unless I'm behind or something. I've read all 3 of your super chats, though. That's the thing. You had a $100 super chat, which was huge with the one with Maury. You had another super chat. I read that one as well. And then this is your 3rd super chat. So I don't know if you guys are missing them, but I acknowledge your previous 2 super chats. This is your 3rd right here. So we're on board. We're here with your super chats. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, 3rd gets us Trey McBride or a linebacker, or is the linebacker right here at 16? I think the linebacker is right here. And tight end, I think you can get now. Maybe defensive tackle you can get in the 3rd round now. Chill Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, great trade. Chris Olave time. BB. Yeah. Great job. Cherry Luden cough drops are great. They're okay. I'll grant you that. They're okay. They're not terrible. They're not. They don't taste like Halls, which is like straight garbage. But I thought Chris Olave was going to be there at 16, but that goes to show us what we know. He was valued a lot higher than people thought in this draft. That's what that means. Washington's pick is in. I would assume Roger Goodell is going to be walking to that podium any second now to announce the pick. I'm going with Devin Lloyd, linebacker out of Utah. I think they're going linebacker back-to-back years. They're going after their perceived Buffalo nickel, but also a guy. They need help at linebacker. That's still a position of need for them. And maybe Cole Holcomb doesn't have to play middle linebacker. They can kind of, I guess, knock down 2 needs in one swoop here with a linebacker in Devin Lloyd. I'm assuming that's the pick. You do pick up an additional 4th and a 3rd, which we did not have coming into the draft. But my understanding is that, hold on, let's see.
Down and netting a third and a fourth of that, right? For who do you think?
Talking about the Chargers here?
No, the Washington Commanders.
The Washington Commanders. When you look at the Commanders,
they are not.
they love turning McLaurin on the line. I know he would like somebody. Well, if you look at the wideouts, the wideouts that are left, you've got two. You've got Traylon Burks and you've got Jahan Dotson. Those are the two highest rated wideouts if you want to go in that direction.
I don't think they're doing that. I don't think they're going with the receiver here. I don't think they're going receiver here. I really don't think. Ron told us, hey, our receiver position is not as bad as you think. I don't think they're going receiver here. I don't think that they traded back to take. I mean, Traylon Burks is a big physical receiver, but to me, it's like a doppelganger of what Curtis Samuel is, except he's just bigger. So I don't know about it. Now, he can go up and get the football. I think he's the best 50-50 guy in the draft. But let's see what they do, man. Enough talking. Here it is. Let's see.
With the 16th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jahan Dotson, wide receiver, Penn State.
Jahan Dotson is the pick. I love his game. I don't love the lack of physicality. I told you I think he's got the best hands in the draft. So from that standpoint, I'm not bothered by that. He's a monster. He's just small. He's just small. That's it. But when you talk about explosiveness, when you talk about the ability to go get the football, run after catch, he's got all of that. He definitely helps this offense, but it's a good pick. It's a good pick. He's a good football player. And someone had asked me about Jahan Dotson last night, and I said, I thought he would be later on in the first round. I didn't think he'd be 16th overall. That said, watch this catch right here that he's about to make. Like, his hands are the best in this draft class. I firmly believe that. If Chris Olave is the best route runner, he's got the best hands in this draft. I love about him. I just thought Michigan bodied him up, put hands on him. If you can keep this kid clean, if you can move him around, and you can keep him from getting hemmed up at the line of scrimmage, he's going to do work. He's going to do work. But you got to keep him clean. Terry's got a running mate, guys. His name is Jahan Dotson. He's a really good football player. I'm going to give you the Chargers pick is in. Let's hear what the Chargers did. They got to be taking a tackle here, I think.
With the 17th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Zion Johnson.
Yep. Offensive lineman.
Boston College.
Zion Johnson is the pick. Let's see. Where's my list of wide receivers? I got my other notebook back here. I think it's in there. Yeah, it's in my big notebook. This is my big draft notebook here. Got to pull that out to go and tell you what I've got for Jahan Dotson. So Jahan Dotson was my number 4 rated wide receiver in this draft class. So just so you know, you shouldn't feel like we got terrible value here. So Jameson Williams was my number 1. Olave was my number 2. Garrett Wilson was my number 3. And Jahan Dotson was my number 4. So we got great value in terms of that. In terms of where the receivers were taken in this draft, we got the 4th best receiver in this draft class, if you ask me. I got quickness, speed, hands, body control, ball tracking ability, route running ability, formational flex. You know, Ron loves guys that can do multiple things. He can play inside or outside, played a lot of outside at Penn State, but he also can kick inside, play slot for you. Special teams value. He's a guy that had kickoff and punt return ability. Run after catch. That's something that we lack in Washington. Getting the ball in the hands of a playmaker and letting him go do work. That's not Terry's thing. Curtis Samuel can definitely do that, but we didn't get to see it last year. So you're getting a guy that can offer you that. That's not De'Ami Brown's thing. So you're getting run after catch, which I think is very important. the negatives: size and lack of physicality at the line of scrimmage. I thought, like I said, Michigan bodied him up in that ball game and laid hands on him and disrupted him. But even still, he had an impact on the game. Look, he's not a big receiver at 5'11", but he ran a 4.43. My NFL comp for him is Deontay Johnson, the wide receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who always seems to be wide open. He just doesn't always catch the football. The difference is Jahan Dotson has the best hands in the draft. So the Tennessee Titans trade up. I told you they were trading up. This is for a quarterback. I told Titans fans, you're trading up for Desmond Ridder. Trade Titans 18 to get in front of the Saints, who were going to take potentially a quarterback here. They couldn't be sure. They're probably going to take a tackle, but they couldn't be sure. This is for a quarterback. This is for Desmond Ridder. Could be for Malik Willis. Could be for Kenny Pickett. I think it's for Desmond Ridder. We'll see. It's for a quarterback. The pick is in. They give up a third-round pick here. Oh, my God. The Eagles got A.J. Brown. Oh, my God. The Eagles just landed wide receiver A.J. Brown. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow. Blockbuster trade. A.J. Brown is now a Philadelphia Eagle. I don't like that. Shit just got a lot tougher in the division just like that. So the Titans are coming up for a quarterback. They give up the A.J. Brown, and the Eagles give up 18 in the third-round pick, and the Titans give up A.J. Brown. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? What are they going to do at receiver? Could they be coming up for a receiver here in Treylon Burks? They didn't want to pay A.J. Brown, so now they're going to draft Treylon Burks? They could, but they didn't need to get in front of the Saints to do that. The Saints weren't drafting another receiver. This has to be for a quarterback, right? But who the hell is that quarterback going to throw the football to? There are more receivers in the draft. I get it. Wow. I guess they traded for Robert Woods, so there's still Robert Woods. Total mind blow. This draft has been insane. Oh, my God. Okay. I just lost my mind for a second. A.J. Brown is a Philadelphia Eagle, guys. What the hell is going on out there? Oh, my God. Okay. DMV fan 123 says, I think Washington drafts a running back now. They were going to draft a running back at some point. They weren't, if you were talking about at 16, they weren't drafting a running back at 16. I never thought that that was in the equation. Jahan Dotson is the pick. And I'm telling you, he's a good football player. I didn't expect him to go so small. You know, he's 5'11". You know, we already have small. Curtis Samuel is a small guy. Jahan Dotson is a small guy. Terry's not the biggest guy in the world. I thought they would go a little bit bigger. Olave offers you 6'1", 6'2". I thought they were going to go in that direction. But, you know, look, hell of a football player, best hands in the draft, speed, everything that we wanted. We wanted more speed being added. Olave was going to add that. Jahan Dotson is a good route runner. He's not as good as Chris Olave, but he's a good route runner. All right. And he's got the best hands in the draft. So I feel good about the pick. It's just, I didn't know what they were going to do. Let's see. Remington 3221. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My guy Remington 3221 writes, let me get a double up. First time with the appreciate you, Remington. Thank you for the super chat and doubling up. Let's see. Man, there's so much to digest with this draft. Has been insane. It's living up to the hype. JP says, damn, Lou, Olave gone. I told you, I didn't think we were going to get him. I mean, honestly, we weren't going to take him at 11. I didn't think. Hamilton was there. I knew they wanted to trade back. I thought we were going to get him at 16. And then the Saints said, nah, we're good. That's why we're coming up. And Washington knew that. So they knew they were passing on Olave when they traded with the Saints. So we didn't get your guy. I didn't think we were going to get him. So this is a blockbuster. I need to hear what's going on here.
A terrific receiver as A.J. Brown has shown in his first 3 years. But with this being his potential walk year, the Titans send him on first-round draft night here in Vegas to Philly, which sends the 3rd overall pick in the draft and the 18th overall pick in this draft to Tennessee, which still selects 26th overall. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
Rich, the Philadelphia Eagles have been looking all offseason for a big-time, big-name receiver, and they got that with A.J. Brown. But that is not all. Sources said they just agreed to terms on a massive contract extension for Brown, 4 years, $100 million with $57 million guaranteed.
That's a big
Wow. So that was the thing. The Titans did not want to pay him. Eagles offer up the money. Show me the money. 4 years, $100 million. Money. Yeah. Money. Yeah. Let's get it. 57 of it guaranteed. Titans pick. Let's see what they do. Is it a receiver to replace A.J. Brown, or is it a quarterback? I think it's a quarterback. They can get the receiver at 26. So receiver, Treylon Burks. Treylon Burks is the pick. They trade away and they replace him with Treylon Burks. Okay. Wow. Didn't want to pay him. They replaced him with another big body receiver in Treylon Burks. And so one of the things we talked about during the process was we could see a lot of receivers go in the first round. And what have we seen? Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Jamison Williams, Chris Olave, Jahan Dotson, and now Treylon Burks. 6 receivers have already gone, and we're not done yet. The Packers still need a receiver. The Chiefs could still use a receiver. There are other teams like the Ravens who just traded Hollywood Brown that could use a receiver. I told you we could see upwards of 9 receivers go in the first round. Well, we're almost there. We've got 6 off the board already. Things are getting really interesting. In this league, you got to be able to score. This is apparent. That's why you're seeing so many receivers come off the board. You got to be able to score. Got to. Kevin, the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Kevin, the PRF writes, spoiler alert, when the wife is asleep tonight, LT is going to crack a nightlight and gawk at the centerfolds of Jeremy Ruckert. Now, Jeremy Ruckert, you know how I feel about him. I want him. I don't think they're interested in taking a tight end early. I told you what they've done is they've done homework on guys that they think are going to be around in the later rounds of this draft. I hope that was just in case they couldn't trade back. I hope they're interested in a guy like Jeremy Ruckert. I want him so bad. So bad. So let me give you my comp. They said their comp for Treylon Burks was Deebo Samuel. Where's my notebook? Where did I put it that fast? Oh, here it is. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. It was right in front of my face. Let's see what I had in my notes. Treylon Burks was my 5th rated receiver, and I comped him to, Deebo Samuel. I think I comped him to Mike Williams in terms of his 50-50 ability and being raw, but Mike Williams is a better route runner than he is. And yes, the Deebo Samuel comparison makes sense from this standpoint. I don't think so from a size standpoint, but from a raw ability. Deebo Samuel was used as a receiver hybrid running back type. That's what Treylon Burks is. So that's, I think, where they got that from. Wow. And no, I'm not wow Wubsy, but I feel like it. Johan Carter. All right. Johan Carter. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hey, Lou, love you, man. If Hamilton is gone, we need Jamison Williams at 16, please, God. Well, clearly that didn't happen. As soon as we traded out of 11, the Lions traded up to 12 and took Jamison Williams off the board. So clearly that did not take place. The Saints at 19, their pick is in. They're going to take a tackle here. I think they're going to take Trevor Penning, the tackle out of Northern Iowa, but we shall see. Vincent Coe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, this draft is wild as F, bruh. Let's go, Lou. This draft is crazy. It's bonkers. I told you I thought we were going to see a trade with a receiver. I didn't think it would be A.J. Brown. I'm dumbfounded. I told you all offseason. I told you, don't listen to me, because I've been wrong every step of the way this offseason. I said, Russell Wilson's not getting traded. He got traded. I'm like, Tyreek Hill's not going. Tyreek got traded. I said, oh, the 2 receivers that aren't getting traded, Deebo Samuel may get traded, but A.J. Brown and Terry McLaurin aren't getting traded. A.J. Brown is now a Philadelphia Eagle, and he just got a 4-year, $100 million contract with $57 million guaranteed. I have no idea what the hell is going on. Don't ask me. As a wise man once said, what the hell is going on out there? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. This draft is wild as F. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Michael White writes, Lou, do you remember a while back when I said Detroit was going to come up from 32? I thought the trade was 11, but it was one big behind us. You did say that. I do remember you saying that. And I was like, I don't see Detroit coming all the way up. You weren't wrong. Like you said, one pick behind us. Yikes. Unreal. I didn't see it coming. I did not see it coming. Here for the lulls. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Here for the lulls. If I see a comment from you, I will read it as I scan for the next comment. Thank you for the super chat. Here for the lulls. Jay Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jay Lee, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Jordan Davis likely. LOL. Trevor willed it. Nope. I knew he wasn't getting to us. Especially if we traded back, he was going to be gone. I didn't think he'd get past Minnesota. Minnesota traded out the pick. Baltimore was there. The Texans traded back. Like one of those teams was going to take him. He got taken ultimately by the Baltimore Ravens. So clearly, the Eagles traded up and got him. So clearly the Eagles, and I mocked it. In my mock draft, I had them trading up with us. They traded up with the Texans and still got him. So Trevor he wanted him bad. Told him the Eagles were going to come and take him, and the Eagles did exactly that. Here comes the pick for the Saints. They're second of the first round. Let's see what they do. I think it's a tackle. Trevor Penning is my selection.
With the 19th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Trevor Penning.
There it is. Trevor Penning. So their goal all along in this draft, when they traded up with Philadelphia to get their second of 2 first-round picks, their goal was clearly receiver and tackle. We knew that. I thought they might package it up for a quarterback, but prevailing thought is you got Jameis Winston. You lost Teron Armstead in free agency. You have nothing opposite of Michael Thomas. It was tackle and receiver all along. We knew that, and they got the receiver first. I thought you weren't sure if they were going to go receiver first or tackle first, but once they came up and got the receiver with Washington, then you knew the tackle was next. So Trevor Penning, I love him. I think he's the nastiest tackle in this draft class. Well, we'll see if he pans out for the Philadelphia or the New Orleans Saints. Jahan Carter. So I think the Steelers, look, they played the long game. They waited. They didn't panic. No quarterback has been taken yet. And look, Malik Willis is going to fall right into their lap. The Steelers couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. Their guy is sitting right there for him, and the Steelers are not going to hesitate. They're going to take Malik Willis here at 20, if you ask me. Jahan Carter, double up, writes, heartbreaker. Heartbreaker, you got the best of me. Yeah, it was a heartbreaker. You're not wrong. I thought all along that Washington would end up with one of 4 players. Drake London, I didn't want him, and I'm not mad he got taken at 8. I thought Olave, I thought Garrett Wilson, and I thought Hamilton. Like, one of these guys is going to be the pick, and it was none of those guys. All of them were gone after Washington traded back to 16. Yikes. Let's see. Michael White. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael White, writes, I think Washington's pick is linebacker. I thought so too. I was wrong. They still went wide receiver. Key himself. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Key himself writes, Dax Hill at 16. Big ups to Dax. Mom, my old babysitter. Shout out to Dax Hill's mom. Key himself's old babysitter. I knew he wasn't the pick because he's literally a corner playing safety. I didn't think that would be the pick. I didn't think that would be the pick at all. Jay Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Might be your third. Definitely at least your second. He says, I'm happy we don't have to see KH as an Eagle. Still sucks, though. I'm afraid of Jordan Davis. I'm going to just keep it a buck with you. I'm afraid of Jordan Davis. He's going to be a monster. Take it for what it's worth. Kyle Hamilton is going to be good, really good. But Jordan Davis, has a chance to impact in the front seven. A safety, its impact can be limited. A defensive tackle has a chance to impact every single play. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trevor writes, my heart is broken. Hey, Google, is it going to rain? I thought my Google was going to respond. I don't know if you guys heard it, but it did. It did respond. I thought it would. My Google is pretty responsive, so I figured it would. I don't know if you guys got a chance to hear that or not. Probably was very faint. Anyway, so many emotions as a Washington fan with this draft. Trading back, getting excited. Olave being the pick for the Saints, then like, oh man, damn, that sucks. But you're like, hey, we still got Kyle Hamilton getting close, and then him being taken by the Ravens, and realizing that what the hell are we going to do, and then taking Jahan Dotson, and not a terrible pick, but again, I was looking for just a little bit more size, but Jahan Dotson, I remember feeling the same way about Terry McLaurin, and look how we feel about him. Like Jahan Dotson, and I keep saying this, my fourth best receiver in this draft class. He's outstanding. Okay. So you should feel good about this pick. I just thought it was a little early for him. That's all. But you know what? I've always said this. Get your guy when you feel the need to get your guy. Early is what pundits talk about. When we talk about value, this, that, and the third. If he turns out to be a stud, who cares when you take him? So McAllister Nicholas, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Louie Tee, my guy, what the F? I'm done with this draft. We might as well drop back again. Linebacker will be the pick, shaking my effing head. I thought it was going to be the pick too. I was wrong. They still decided to go wide receiver. And of course, Jahan Dotson was the pick. I can't wait to get down to where you guys were when this pick was made. Lou, what the F is going on? Jason Rogers writes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Uncle Jay writes, Lou, what the F is going on? You traded back to 16. Like, what did you guys expect? It's funny because so many of you wanted to trade back, and then we trade back, and now you're pissed off. You can't be mad. You can't have it both ways. I talked about the dangers of trading back. I talked about them. So you can't be mad when you trade back and all of the guys that you thought, like you guys got too caught up in PFF mock drafts where you got to trade back and still got your guy. And guess what? With the PFF mock draft, you could trade back and then you can do it as many times as you want till you got the guy that you wanted. So you can say, hey, look at my mock draft. This is a great draft for Washington. That's not how this shit works, okay? Franco Harris is out with Raj. They're going to announce this pick. And looks like Franco is going to get the card to announce the pick for the Steelers. And it's going to be a quarterback. It's got to be Malik Willis. Let's hear it from Raj and Franco Harris.
The 50th anniversary of one of the most memorable moments in NFL history. During the final seconds of the 1972 AFC divisional game,
Des Kid 80. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Des Kid 80 writes, I'm so blown. That was my last real hope. I kind of felt the same way with Kyle Hamilton. I'm not going to lie. Jahan Dotson, good pick. Look, for those of you on the ledge, I'm talking you off the ledge. This is a really good pick. We'll talk more about it. I'm going to do another video on this. He's a really good football player. The disappointment comes in he wasn't on your radar. He wasn't on your radar. So you're disappointed. Don't be. Don't be. Let's see what. Franco thought he was going to get booed because remember his immaculate reception came against the Raiders. Kenny Pickett, hometown kid from Pitt. Kenny Pickett is the pick. I don't love it for the Steelers. I'm not going to lie to you. In that climate now, he played in Pittsburgh, right? So they probably thinking to themselves, I don't worry about the small hands. He wears gloves. He played in Pitt. That shouldn't be a problem. We'll see. If it gets wet, if the weather's inclement, it could be a problem for him. But he's, to me, in this draft class, one of the most pro-ready quarterbacks that they could have taken. I think another guy that's pro-ready is Desmond Ridder. But Kenny Pickett is the most pro ready. So I knew it was a quarterback. I thought it was Malik Willis, the guy with the higher upside. It's Kenny Pickett. Now, let's see what the kid does. It's a great opportunity for him to stay in Pitt and be the man. It's going to be big shoes to fill. He's taking over for arguably the greatest quarterback in Pittsburgh Steelers history. Terry Bradshaw may have something to say about that. But Ben Roethlisberger is no longer there. Massive shoes to fill. I don't envy Kenny Pickett for following that act. The good thing is they may go with Mitchell Trubisky first. And if Trubisky stinks, then he could easily say, look, I'm better than him. We'll see. But they got their guy. And the Steelers have to feel good because they didn't have to move to do it. There was this prevailing thought that they're going to have to move, man. I was one of those people. Hey, the Panthers are definitely taking a quarterback. I was wrong. No quarterback off the board until Kenny Pickett. It's crazy. All along this draft, we heard people talk up Malik Willis and talk as high as the 2 with the Detroit Lions. I'm like, that's hogwash. He's not going that high. But I thought 6 was a landing destination. And people were allowed to have themselves talked into Malik Willis being the first quarterback off the board, including myself. I fell hook, line, and sinker for it. And when this process started, Kenny Pickett was the guy. This process ends, and Kenny Pickett is the first quarterback all along. Never changed. Steelers get their guy. And I think this kid has a chance to be really good, man. I told you, one of these quarterbacks, maybe 2, are going to be good. I think it's only one of them. Kenny Pickett has a really good chance to be that guy. We'll see what happens. Des Kid 80, man, I'm right there with you. My mind was blown. KP Flex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, running back. I knew it wasn't running back. I knew it wasn't running back. Mo Reacts, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mo Reacts writes, we do the same thing, 1 step forward, 5 steps back every time. It kind of feels that way. I'm telling y'all, this is not a bad pick. And I know some of these comments are before the pick was made. I want to see how you guys feel when the pick was made. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy. The Chiefs have come up in a trade. The Chiefs have traded with the Patriots, 21 overall. So we'll see what the details of this trade is. The Chiefs are coming up for a receiver. Has to be a receiver. The thought process is it's a receiver here. Let's see.
Well, but I love this pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy CPJ. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes Jahan Dotson. I don't know if this was before the pick or you're just telling me that's what the pick was. But either way, you were right. And let's see. I'm going to read some of these comments as we go down. So Guzman _Chris says, who the F is Dotson? Let's see. Condoleezza Perry, my girl Condo P writes, punch all Ratbirds fans in the face on sight. Hey, see Michael Henson. Hold on, let's see if he has some insight.
As far as why they chose him, here's my understanding. Ready to compete right now, his maturity, his confidence, great mobility. Seems like we have a...
Okay, so they're talking about the Steelers taking Kenny Pickett. See Michael Henson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, why did we trade in the first place? Terry needs some help. They got Terry some help. And they picked up more draft capital in the process. You guys are going to love this pick. I'm telling you, he's better than you think. You're not giving him nearly enough credit. A lot of you are going to feel totally just like you did with the Terry pick some years ago in 2019 when he was our 3rd round selection. I know I was like, Terry McLaurin. I'm telling you, Jahan Dotson is a good football player. The reason that this is dumbfounding for you, because all along we weren't talking about him. He wasn't on the radar, so you can't wrap your brain around this. We got the 4th best receiver in this draft class, and we picked up a 3rd and 4th round pick. Relax. I'm telling you, we're fine. All right. Let's see. A lot of y'all were talking about Dotson, and a lot of y'all were spot on. This is when the Texans were picking, so you guys knew something already. Raj is coming out with the Chiefs pick. They traded up from 29 up to 21 with the Patriots. Let's hear what the selection is.
The New England Patriots have traded the 21st pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 21st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Trent McDuffie.
Corner. That's a good pick. That's a really good pick because I've talked about them being on the scrap heap for the longest time at the cornerback position, just taking whatever was out there and available from somebody else's first round draft pick that failed, and they finally go up and get their own. That's a good pick there. Let's see. I'm reading all y'all comments. Y'all, Dotson. A lot of y'all said it was Dotson, man. A lot of y'all said it was Dotson, and y'all were spot on. Y'all had it. Y'all had it. A lot of y'all are pissed off too. I'm seeing some people that are mad. Matthew Stapp says Dotson isn't as good as the other wide receivers. Let's see. Daily Grind said, I hope it's not Dotson. Cold Talker says Dotson, question mark. Great Watubi says Dotson is average at best. The Lou, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Lou writes, Commanders will pick Dotson, and they did. That was the pick. Great Watubi says Ron should not be involved in the draft. A lot of people, Daily Ground says it's not Dotson. Stop spamming. It is Dotson. It turned out to be Jahan Dotson. Mark David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Mark David writes, yeah, we're just behind. LOL. I sent that first chat about 2 picks before 11. Yeah, no, I told you. I read all of yours. You're good. It's no biggie. We're all good. It's all good, buddy. No worries. You're a Commodore. I expect that from you. Oh, did you see what I did there? Oh, burn. Gotta let it burn. Nah, you my guy, man. Appreciate you, Mark David. It's all love. Packers pick is in. I gotta believe that this first pick is not a wide receiver. I think their second pick will be a receiver, however. I think this first pick could be I think it could be a linebacker. I wouldn't be shocked if this is Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd. Boy, a lot of you are killing this pick of Jahan Dotson. And I know I didn't make it any better with my initial reaction because I was somewhat speechless. I just didn't know what we were going to do. Okay. That's all that was. My initial reaction was like, we still took a receiver. Jahan Dotson. And I had to process it because, again, much like you, we hadn't talked about Jahan Dotson because we didn't expect us to have to go that deep into the bag. Even if we traded back, we didn't think Olave would be gone. We talked ourselves into nobody's going to come up for Chris Olave. He'll be there at 16. 11 is way too early for Olave. Says who? Says who? Clearly the Saints didn't get the memo. So we talked ourselves into no matter what, Chris Olave will be available at 16, or if we trade back to 14 or 15, he'll be there. Well, he wasn't. So none of us allowed our brains to function because we said, okay, well, Jameson Williams isn't going to be gone. No one's going to take him. He's still hurt. Really? The best receiver in the draft class, if he's healthy, isn't going to be gone. And the Lions are like, well, just in case you didn't know, your ass better call somebody. And they did. They picked up the phone and they called the goddamn Minnesota Vikings, who picked up and gave them the 12th pick, and they took Jameson Williams. So we allowed ourselves to think that one of these receivers would be there. Kyle Hamilton will be there. We'll be fine. And we didn't think about a guy like Jahan Dotson. Some of you thought about Treylon Burks, but you weren't thinking Jahan Dotson. I wasn't thinking Jahan Dotson, but he's a good football player. Green Bay Packers pick is in. I think this is a linebacker. Let's see what it is. Could be a receiver. I think the receiver comes second. Linebacker. Not the one who predicted Quay Walker would be the first linebacker off the board. Not Nakobe Dean, not Devin Lloyd. We thought it would be a Georgia linebacker, not Quay Walker. That's a surprising pick. But that's the guy they pegged to be their middle linebacker of the future. I like Quay Walker a lot. Really talented football player, but I'm going to tell you, I'm shocked that he's the first linebacker off the board. But we get one of these every year, it seems like. You know, all these Bama receivers, and Henry Ruggs is the first one off the board, not Jerry Jeudy. Like, we see this from time to time. So Quay Walker is a fun player to watch on tape. That is for certain. If I want you guys to give me your reactions to the pick. What do you think about the trade we made? I want to hear from you guys. I can't wait to get to these super chats because a lot of you are dumbfounded. A lot of you are disappointed. A lot of you are upset. Some of you are like, okay, Jahan Dotson, let's go. And we got draft capital. I'm seeing a lot more of the former and less of the latter. Okay. Let's see. Somebody told me, stop, Lou. Let me see. Lord Havoc said, stop, Lou. So they don't want to hear me trying to talk up Jahan Dotson. District 202 says, nah, Lou. So y'all not trying to hear that shit. Let's see. Tone Josh says, we got enough of the small wide receivers already. Frank Kuti says, small? We took a small wide receiver. I think that was the thing that I had to process in my brain. Okay, another small receiver. We had enough of those guys already. But they got Cam Sims. They're thinking, we got Cam Sims. Logan Thomas is another target at 6'7" as a tight end. We need another big tight end. If they get the tight end position right, I'm going to love this. If we end up getting, you know who I want at the tight end position. If we get him tomorrow, because I don't think he'll be there in the fourth round at 113. Now, we have 113 and 120. We got a fourth round pick, so it's great that we got another fourth round pick from the Saints. But I don't think he's going to be there at 113, so I know he's not going to be there at 120. I think that third round pick that we got from the Saints is when you have to spend on the tight end that I want. If they want to get him, that's when you got to spend it. But let's see. I'm reading a lot of comments. Man, Lord Havoc says, man, F that catch. He's not trying to hear it. A lot of y'all are not trying to hear it. Matthew Stamp says, A.J. Brown traded to Philly. Wow. I know. Total mind blow. James Wagner says, you guys saying garbage is insane. I agree. Like, they clearly haven't watched Jahan Dotson. They're just mad because he's not bigger. I mean, clearly haven't watched him. Daily Grind says, damn, this was a wash draft. It was a Washington draft. T-Mel KC says, well, we are the new Smurfs again. A lot of small wide receivers, man. But look, I don't give a shit how big you are. If you can get open, sign me up. He can get open, okay? You guys have to, like, Chris Olave had height. He was 188 pounds. So stop acting like Chris Olave was 210 pounds, okay? Like, I love Chris Olave. He can separate. Well, guess what? Jahan Dotson can separate too, okay? Stop. AfroCat2136 says, pair him with Terry. I ain't mad at all. The G-Man says, too many small, wide receivers. Let's get to a super chat. Mark David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Mark David says, the reaction needs to go viral. What reaction are you referring to? I didn't feel like I had a big reaction. I just was like, I had to process it, you know, because, again, Jahan Dotson for me was a late first, second round type of receiver. I didn't expect him to go at 16. But that's what the board dictated. They wanted a receiver bad, and they wanted to. I told you guys, if you wait until 47, and a lot of you are like, oh, we can get a receiver. You wait till 47, we were going to be picking some rando from some random school. Ron told you, I want a player from a school that at a big program that I can trust. The pick for the Buffalo Bills is in, and so we'll see what they decide to do. I think they're going to go with a cornerback. Andrew Booth is the guy that's been mocked to them. I told you Kyler Gordon, the Washington corner, was who I gave them because I think the cornerback, Andrew Booth, is going to fall out of the first round due to health concerns teams may have on him. We'll see if the Buffalo Bills circumvent that, take him at 23. Pac-Man D3 says, we just blew it. We picked Jalen Reagor 2.0. I vehemently disagree with that. So the Bills traded up from 25 to 23. So 2 spots. They give up a 4th round pick in the process. So that's how the Bills got to 23. Clearly, they see a guy here that they like, and they felt the need to get in front of the 24th team in the draft, which was, let's see who that was, which was the Cowboys. So, I mean, to get in front of Dallas, I mean, everyone thought Dallas was taking an offensive lineman. So to me, that means this is an offensive lineman. I can't see Dallas taking another position. So this has to be an offensive lineman. They felt the need to get in front of Dallas. If you feel the need to get in front of Dallas, that means you want a guard. And the 2 best guards in the draft are already gone in Kenyon Green and Zion Johnson. So, this is interesting. I'm actually intrigued by this selection and why they felt the need to get in front of Dallas. Could Dallas have been interested in a corner? Sure. I surmise, though, that the Cowboys were going to take a defensive or offensive lineman. This is either an offensive lineman or a cornerback. And they felt like maybe Dallas was, because the guards were gone, Dallas may go corner. Dallas has some issues in the secondary. So maybe that's the thought process here. I'm really intrigued by this pick by the Buffalo Bills. Here comes Roger Goodell to the podium to announce it. I'm sticking with my initial thought when I saw the trade. It's an offensive lineman, but it could still be a corner. Let's take a listen.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded the 23rd pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 23rd pick of the 2022 NFL Draft.
Oh,
The Buffalo
my
Bills
God.
select Elam,
Corner. Yeah.
defensive back, Florida.
Florida. Defensive back, Kyer out of Florida. And a big kid, super athletic. It makes a ton of sense. The corner had to be the pick for the Bills here. That's the one gaping hole they have on their roster. And maybe they thought Dallas was going to take him. Being that all the guards were gone already, they felt like maybe Dallas would take him, so they had to come up and get in front of them. Makes a ton of sense to me. Don't wait. That's the thing about the draft. If all you had to give up was a 4th round pick, don't wait and see what Dallas does. Go be aggressive and go get your guy. That's what they did. And they added what I perceive to be the 3rd best corner in this draft class in Kyer Elam, or excuse me, the 4th best corner in this draft class in Kyer Elam. But after why am I blanking on the LSU corner? The LSU corner, Sauce, Trent McDuffie, and then it was Elam for me. So they got the 4th best corner in this draft class. Anyway, Beast Mode 2.0 says, I really, really hate this team. Oh my God, that was so funny. I just stuck my pinky nail in my nose. I might be bleeding. Oh my God, that was hilarious. Oh, I love you guys. Never change, Washington fans. Never, ever change. The dirty, dick, dastardly Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. We'll see what they decide to do here. Wow, you guys are hilarious. Hilarious. Let's see. All right. Let's see where we are. Brian and Sarah. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Brian and Sarah says, great value because that's where he will be working in 2 years. Oh my God. You guys are hilarious. Do me a favor. Go watch Jahan Dotson. Do yourself a favor. A lot of you haven't watched him. That's why you feel the way that you feel. You haven't watched him. You didn't spend any time on him because you didn't think that would be the pick for Washington, so you didn't waste your time on him. Trust me. He was my 4th best receiver in a draft class loaded at receiver. He was my 4th best receiver. Guess how many receivers went ahead of him? Guess. 4. And the guy that I think stinks and didn't belong was Drake London. So technically we got him where we were supposed to get him. I just didn't expect us to have to spend this pick to get him. But think about it. If he's the 4th best receiver and there already have been 6 receivers taken in this draft class, what did you think was going to happen? We needed to take him now. You couldn't wait. Who says you have to have a receiver over 6 feet tall? We got Cam Sims. Who says we have to have a receiver over 6 feet tall? And Dax Milne is over 6 feet too. In case you didn't know, Dax Milne is 6'2". Who says? A lot of the best receivers in football aren't 6 feet tall. Tyreek Hill is not 6 feet tall. Okay? Antonio Brown, not 6 feet tall. Like Odell Beckham Jr., not 6 feet tall. We get caught up in size a lot of times. Separation is key. Speed is another big factor, but I put hands above all of that. Hands and route running ability. He's got the best hands in the draft. He's a top-notch route runner. He's not Chris Olave in that department, but he's not that far off. He can separate. And his hands are the best in this draft, which is what you want. Go do yourself a favor. Go watch Jahan Dotson, guys. Come on. Come on. Stop. Stop it. You guys are being irrational right now. Stop. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. CJ Shoots Photo writes, I think the trade was good for the picks, but when Hamilton goes 14, we take Dotson at 16. I'm feeling a bit disappointed right now. You have every right to feel that way. I did as well. Because we were fixated on Olave or Hamilton. So when you don't get either of those guys, the natural emotion is disappointment. But the way I look at it, you got the 4th best receiver in this draft class, and you got a 3rd and a 4th round pick. I want to see what we do with the 3rd and the 4th round pick. Then I'll judge. And then we have to wait. Then we have to take a step back and then wait 3 years to see what the trade turned into. And then we got to see what all the other players that we passed up on, Olave, Jameson Williams, Kyle Hamilton. Then we need to see what, and Jordan Davis and all of those guys. Then we need to see what they turn out to be. And then we can look at the guys that we got in the trade. Jahan Dotson, the 3rd round pick, and the 4th round pick. And if those guys don't equal to one of those players or better, then we messed up. You're not going to be able to tell that right now. I like Jahan Dotson. I'm not going to let you guys sit here and badmouth the 4th best receiver in the draft class. I'm not going to let you do it. Okay? I'm not going to let you do it. Yeah, he's not a big receiver. That doesn't matter. Okay? A lot of really good small wide receivers. Brandon Cooks has had 1,000 yards in 7 of his 9 seasons in the league. Brandon Cooks is 5'9". Okay? You don't have to be 6'2" to be a dominant receiver in this league. Stop your nonsense right now. Okay? Go to your room. Stop it. I will not stand for the Jahan Dotson slander. I will not allow it to live here on the Louie Tee Network because he's a good football player. And I'm going to defend him because I watched the film. The pick is in for the dirty, Dick Dastardly Dallas Cowboys. Let's see what their stinking ass does.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Smith.
Offensive lineman. I knew it was going to be an offensive lineman. I felt like the Bills got antsy. Maybe it would have been a corner. Maybe it would have been Kyle Alexander, Elam, had they not traded up. But I thought it was offensive line all along. I thought that's where they were going to go. And they take Tyler Smith, tackle out of Tulsa. And it's a good pick. I like this kid a lot. He's a little raw, but the Cowboys have always done a great job of developing their offensive linemen, and he's got the talent to be a good one in the league. So we'll see what happens with that pick. But we knew it was going to be offensive line. They win in the trenches. That's been their thing, and they continue that here. So CJ Shoots Photo, I agree with you. There was a little bit of a disappointment there. Oh, man. Carlos Balderas says, Lou sounds like a used car salesman. So he's not buying what I'm selling right now. You don't have to buy it. His play on the field will speak for it itself. All I know is if Curtis Samuel pulls that shit he pulled last year where his asses can't play for much of the season, I'm not worried because we have Jahan Dotson now. That's how I feel. That's how confident I am in his ability. If Curtis Samuel decides I can only play in 4 of the 17 games like he did this past year, we got another guy that can run, that can take and if they want to double Terry, Jahan Dotson's going to kick ass on the other side. I feel confident. And Carson Wentz is going to be Carson Wentz hasn't had this much talent around him in his career. Watch what I tell you. This is going to be good for us. Brandon Shepard. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Brandon Shepard, writes, Jahan Dotson sounds too much like Josh Dotson. Dotson. Sick. First of all, his name is Josh Dotson, not Dotson, but I get where you're going. I hear your jokes, okay? I hear your jokes. Hey, this draft is moving at a nice rate. People are getting in, getting what they want, and getting the hell out. Like, I love it. We're already at pick 25, and it's 10 o'clock. It's 10:46, okay? I was expecting to be here until midnight. We're not going to be here until midnight at this rate. This has been fun, guys. And I love the comments I'm getting from you guys because there's a lot of A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Oh, my God, total mind blow. And I feel the same way. And he's a big receiver, and we took the anti-A.J. Brown. And so a lot of you are freaking out. I don't think that's necessary. I truly don't think that's necessary. But Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre writes, Dotson in the slot. Everyone fills their role. Again, this is what I wanted all along, opposite of Terry. I told you Curtis Samuel to me wasn't a quintessential 2. Dotson is actually a legitimate 2. Samuel to me is a gadget guy. He's going to have to prove to me that he's a legitimate number 2 receiver. To me, he's the jet sweep guy. He's the guy that you toss it to out of the backfield. He's the Deebo Samuel type of player. He can still, get off as a receiver, but Dotson is a legitimate, hey, go run 12 back to 10 and get open. He's that guy. I don't think Curtis Samuel is that guy. Sean McKenzie, my guy, Sean Mack. Return of the Mac. Oh, yeah. Seems like it's been a hell of a long time, Sean Mack. How the hell are you and your family doing? Glad to hear from you. Says, remember I had A.J. Brown as my number 1 wide receiver that class. Philadelphia got a great one. Finally. You did. I did not have him as my number 1 receiver that year. That was the DK Metcalf draft. I don't know who was number 1. It was not A.J. Brown, however. They did get themselves a real one. That kid's a stud. I don't like that he's a Philadelphia Eagle. I do not like that he is a Philadelphia Eagle. AJ Meehan, my guy AJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy AJ Meehan writes, I can't stand this organization. And yet another draft where we pass on a safety just for just another guy. Prayed for Derwin, we picked Payne. Prayed for Hamilton, and we picked this kid. Now we're going to get cooked deep by A.J. Brown, laughing my ass off. That could very well happen. But you know what? He's going to cook whoever the second corner is, and Eagles still don't have a second corner on their team. They took a defensive tackle, and they traded out of the first round to take A.J. Brown essentially as their draft pick and pay him copious amounts of money when they could have taken a rookie receiver. I guess they don't trust themselves to take a receiver. That's fine. They haven't done a great job at taking receiver. So they took Devontae Smith last year. He looks like he's a real deal. They're going to pair him with A.J. Brown. They whiffed on Jalen Reagor. And to me, they still don't have cornerback 2. So they're going to have to – they got draft picks. They still got guys they can draft. Whoever is cornerback 2, first of all, Terry Cooks, their CB1 in Darius Slay. Whoever CB2 is, he can't cover our newest receiver in addition to this team, Jahan Dotson. I hear the frustration, AJ Meehan. All right. And I get it. You want what you want. And I've talked about this. You want what you want. This was the ultimate swerve by Ron. What did I say? Ron's got a type. And maybe if Drake London was there, he would have taken him. I talked about Ron having a type, and then he goes and takes a 5'11", 178-pound wide receiver. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. The Ravens pick is in at 25. We're waiting on Raj to walk up to that stage and tell us what it is. Clearly, the Ravens are going to take a receiver here. I I shouldn't say clearly because the receiver position is really maxed out at this point. With Burks already gone, with Jahan Dotson already gone. I said 9 receivers could go. So this could be Christian Watson. I would not do that if I were the Ravens. He does not fit what they do in Baltimore. I don't know. I mean, I would assume that this is an edge rusher. They didn't get the edge rusher the first time. They elected to go with who did they take the first time around? They took Kyle Hamilton off the damn board. I assume this is an edge rusher. The guy that they were probably contemplating taking in George Karloftis is still there at 25. I think this is why they traded back into the first round. To get their hands on George Karloftis. He's still sitting there. I think I mocked them George Karloftis at 14. They trade back into the first round at 25 or 23, trade back, pick up another pick, and they still may get George Karloftis. Let's see what Raj has to say about that as he walks to the podium to announce the Ravens' second first-round selection in this draft, their first being safety Kyle Hamilton.
25th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Tyler Linderbaum.
Oh, shit. They took a center. Tyler Linderbaum, center out of Iowa. They're looking to fortify that offensive line. I'm not mad at the pick. I'm surprised by the pick. I'm not mad at the pick. All right. So Jesus Quiles says he reminds me of Deshaun Jackson. So someone is excited about the pick, or at least thinks that there's a reason here. Mask Collector says Dotson barely drops shit. I'm trying to tell you, the guy's got the best hands in this draft class. T-Mail _ KC, my guy T-Mail KC, double up, thank you for doubling up. Right, so welcome the Smurfs 2.0. We got a lot of small ones, but all of them can get open, and all of them, Terry not so much, but all of them are dangerous with the football in their hands after the catch. I'm not mad at it. We got weapons now. We got guns and shit. Can Carson Wentz pull the trigger and hit his target? That's the question. But we got guns and shit. John Jarman 21. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. John Jarman 21 writes, I'm just getting in from work. I'd like to know what we got for trading back in the draft. And do you think Kyle Hamilton's somewhat slow 40-yard dash time is what scared us away? I don't think that's what scared us away. I think that's what scared the draft away. He would have been a top 5 pick more likely than not. If not 5, definitely top 10 with a 4.4, 7 40 time. But that's not what he ran. And yes, it did scare teams away. I'm not sure if that's what scared Washington away. I told you, had he been there at 16, Washington would have taken him. He wasn't there at 16. Washington was not interested in taking Kyle Hamilton at 11 if they could trade out. I told you the first priority was, our GM told us, Ron and Martin Mayhew haven't lied to us yet. Martin Mayhew 3 days ago looked us right in the camera, looked us right in our eyes and said, we're not leaving the draft with 6 players. We're not doing it. I told you the first priority at 11, trade back. If you can't trade back, take Kyle Hamilton if he's there. He was there. But the first priority was trade back. If Hamilton wasn't there and you couldn't get out, then you take a receiver. Well, guess what? They were able to get out. So there was nothing else to talk about. The Jets trade up with the Tennessee Titans. So we got another trade. Jets get the 26th overall pick and the 3rd rounder. The Titans surrender. Let's see. The Titans surrender. The Titans get 2nd round, 3rd round, and 5th round pick. So they get 35th, 69th, and 135th overall in that trade. So the Titans weren't interested in making another 1st round selection. They're instead opting for more selections in this draft. Talked about the deepness of this draft and having more picks in rounds 2 through 5. You're seeing a lot of teams opt for that instead of making 1st round selections. And Washington is one of those teams moving back. Instead of taking one guy, they moved back and turned that into 3 guys instead. Okay. They get the pick at 16. They get the pick in the 3rd round. They get the pick in the 4th round at 120. So we'll see. We'll see what it turns into. So yes, John Jarman. So we moved back with the New Orleans Saints at 16, which is what I mocked in my mock draft, Washington mock draft. We moved back. I thought we were going to get a 3rd and a 5th. We got a 3rd and a 4th. And everybody that we were talking about all draft process long was gone. Jameson Williams was gone. Garrett Wilson was gone. Chris Olave was gone. And the Baltimore Ravens put the dagger in our heart at 14 by taking Kyle Hamilton off the board 2 picks before we were slated to make our selection. That left us in quite the quandary, but I told you they had a plan, and their plan was wide receiver Jahan Dotson. And so that's where we sit now, as we now have a full complement of day 2 picks. We've got one in the 2nd, one in the 3rd, and then we have 2 in the 4th, no 5th, a 6th, and 2 7s. I think we're done moving around. I think we got what we need. Now let's see what they do with the selections. I am happy about the trade. We'll see what it turns out to be. You got to give this thing a chance. Some of you will be eating your words if he turns out to be a stud. If he turns out to stink, a lot of you will say, see, I told you so. I told you guys, don't have an ego. Don't be prideful. He's here now. Root for him. Root for him. And if you turn out to be right, you can say, I told you on draft night. Go back in the archives. He stunk and we shouldn't have did it. We shouldn't have done it. Give it a chance. Just like Carson Wentz, give it a chance. And he's a good football player. Brian Haynes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Brian Haynes writes, first of all, the Jets pick is in. They traded up with Tennessee to get this selection. I got to think that this is a wide receiver for the Jets. No. No, they took a receiver already. Corner. Edge rusher. They took corner already. What am I talking about? That should have been the pick. I was trying to think on the fly. Did they take? I thought for some reason in my mock draft it was Kayvon Thibodeaux, so I kept thinking Kayvon Thibodeaux. They didn't take edge rusher. They took corner. They got receiver. Now they have their edge rusher. The Jets. I'm going to tell you right now, who won the first round? The New York Jets won the first round. If you ask me, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson. The Jets slayed the first round. Giants, the 2 New York teams that had two top 10 picks, I thought both handled it well, but nobody won the first round more so than the New York Jets. That's my hot take right out of the oven. The first round isn't even over yet. The Jets are your clear winner of day number 1. That's how I feel. I think Washington made out like, a bandit. It would have felt a lot better. You would feel a lot differently if it's Kyle Hamilton and a 3rd and a 4th. But I think we made out well too. We got ourselves a really good receiver. It was early for Jahan Dotson. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to admit it was early for him, but you couldn't wait. He wasn't going to be there at 47. You had to take him. Brian Haynes says, with that pick, UC was getting a safety in the 2nd round. So that pick in the 2nd round, again, the board is going to speak to what we do. That pick could be a running back. That pick could be a safety. That pick could be a linebacker. That pick could be a corner. That pick could be an offensive lineman. The board is going to dictate what that pick is. Excuse me. Ishmael Benitez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, IB, thank you for being a member of the MOBB rights. This draft going down in the books. Really wanted Hamilton, but we will see how the rest of the picks play out. Keep up the good work, homie. This is one of those drafts you definitely have to put a pin in, okay? Put a thumbtack in this draft because we're going to come back to this thing 3 years later. We might not even have to wait that long. If Jahan Dotson is Terry in year 1, a lot of you are going to feel a lot differently about this pick. If Jahan Dotson is AGG, De'Ami Brown, or Josh Dotson in year 1, and you look over and Chris Olave and Kyle Hamilton and Jordan Davis and Jameson Williams are all eaten in this league, or 1 or 2 or 3 of those guys, then you're going to be able to look back and say, we effed up. But until then, you got to let this thing play itself out. The Jets are killing the first round, by the way. Jets are killing the first round. Heavy K, Commander fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, do you think we are going after middle linebacker in a second? It's very, very possible. No, nothing's guaranteed to us. The board is going to speak to us as to what we do. Buffalo nickel, I do think, is up on the docket next. So for what it's worth, if that's a linebacker, if that's a safety, we'll see. But again, they could go in a totally different direction because I think they're after value in the second round. That's when they start trying to get the best value. So the fact that they now have a 3rd and 2/4, it allows them to really take what they perceive to be the best player available. Before, without having a 3rd, you had to take the best player available that met a need, because you weren't going to have the availability of going in the 3rd round and selecting another position of need. For instance, if they felt like the Buffalo nickel was the primary need in the 2nd round, you're going to have to take that guy whether you felt like that was good value or not. You're going to have to take him because you don't have a 3rd round pick for that guy to fall to you in the 3rd round that you felt like, I don't need to take him now. I can take him in the 3rd round, but we don't have a 3rd round pick, so I have to take him in the 2nd round. Now you can say, hey, that Buffalo nickel that we really like, we think he's going to be there in the 3rd. We don't have to take him here in the 2nd round. We can take him in the 3rd, and we can spend this 2nd round pick on a running back, or we can spend this 2nd round pick on a corner. Roger McQuarrie. We can spend this 2nd round pick on a safety or a linebacker. You know what I'm saying? And then come back and get your Buffalo nickel as a big linebacker, or get a tight end. They could take the tight end in the 2nd round, Trey McBride for all I know, or Cole Doltich. The possibilities are endless because they now have a 3rd and an additional 4th. So that's why that trade was so important. Burger the Butcher, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Burger the Butcher writes, it was at that moment we knew we effed up. Drafted a punt returner, kick returner at 16, our replacement for Carter, I guess. That's not what they drafted here. They drafted a legitimate wide receiver that can offer you punt and kick return opportunities and flexibility. Like, don't kid yourself. They didn't draft a return man at 16. Stop. That's foolishness. Stop. Come on, Burger the Butcher. You know better than that. He's not DeAndre Carter. And if that's what you think, you need to wash your face and get your mind right. Come on, man. Stop. Stop it. Kevin, the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Kevin, the PRF says, so to save money, all of our Dotson jerseys need to read Dotson. If you were dumb enough to buy a Josh Dotson jersey, then yes, you should save money by doing that. Go right ahead and take the C out. Just put some duct tape over it. All right. And you got a Dotson jersey. But bless your heart if you bought an 18 jersey a few years back. Bless your heart. Bless your heart if you bought an 18 jersey. Okay. Oh, man. Aaron JCB, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Aaron JCB writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, very disappointed in our pick. I do like this kid's hands, not too mad. I'd rather have Hamilton. Look, Hamilton wasn't available at 16. Again, you got a lot of you, and I'm not saying that was you, Aaron JCB. You might have been the one that said, look, I don't care about trading back. Give me the guy at 11 that I want, which is Hamilton. A lot of you wanted to trade back. And because Hamilton was there initially and was getting close, you got fixated on Hamilton. I got fixated on Hamilton, but you can't have it both ways. You can't trade back and get the guy that you want. This isn't PFF, mock draft, okay? You don't get to call the shots. You don't get to hit the reset button and do it over again until the mock draft fits your narrative. You trade back, this is what can happen. I explained that thoroughly multiple times. If you trade back, you're potentially trading away opportunities to get top shelf players. who's to say Jahan Dotson isn't a top shelf player? But you traded away an opportunity to get Olave. You traded away an opportunity to get Jordan Davis. You traded away an opportunity to get Kyle Hamilton. You traded away an opportunity to get Jameson Williams. That's what happened. Deal with it. You wanted to trade back. A lot of you. Don't second guess yourself. A lot of you wanted to trade out of 11. Now that we did and we got Dotson, you're pissed off. You can't have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Jacksonville's pick is in at 27. See what the Jaguars do here. Remember, they traded earlier in the draft.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have traded the
27th pick. Tampa Bay traded out.
Jaguars. With the 27th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Devin Lloyd,
Linebacker.
Utah.
The first linebacker off the board is Devin Lloyd. Or excuse me, second. Quay Walker to the Packers was number 1, which was a shock to many. Devin Lloyd, linebacker out of Utah, is now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Remember, they moved on from the UCLA linebacker, Miles Jack. He's now a Pittsburgh Steeler, so this makes a ton of sense for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I told you the Jaguars know how to draft. You say what you want about Jacksonville. The problem has been for them, they haven't had a quarterback and they haven't had the right head coach. I think they've got both now. They're a talented football team. They just added another talented football player. A lot of people view him as a modern-day linebacker who can cover and run, make plays on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage. That's a good pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. Big pick for them, especially after losing moving on from Miles Jack in free agency. So let's get to some more comments. Chilled Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chilled Dude writes, mixed feelings on Jahan Dotson. And Ron, we trust. Done with honey wine. Time for Petit Fleur White Vidal Blanc and Muscadine. I don't know what the hell that is, but it sounds delicious. Crazy draft. Dotson is solid. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Beef Finesse says, go watch the tape. A lot of you need to go watch the tape. A lot of you will just go watch the highlights. And that'll suffice because you need to see how good of a player he is, but just go watch the tape. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, hey, Lou, man, I just got home from work to see our pick on the way home. I'm okay with the pick, but the A.J. Brown thing scares me. Yeah, that's scary. I'm not going to lie to you. But the beauty is we have big corners, right? We got Benjamin St. Juste. We got William Jackson III. We got 2 big corners that can run with A.J. Brown down the field and cover. So, we're equipped for this. We're ready for the big corner or the big wide receiver in the division. Ron was ready. That's why I drafted Benjamin St. Juste and went out and got William Jackson III last year. So we're built for this. We're good. I worry about safety still, but we're good at corner. So we'll see what happens. Look, A.J. Brown is a bad man. So that's a hell of a move for the Eagles. It really is. I'm not going to lie to you. But I like Jahan Dotson. Calvin Krim, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Calvin Krim, writes, hey, Lou, I'm ecstatic with the Dotson pick, plus an extra 3rd and 4th. Wow. 5 picks in the top 120. Watch us trade up back into the first now. I don't think we're trading back up into the first. I think the goal was all along was to get more picks, not to grab a bunch of picks and then package them up to move back up. They want more players, not less. They didn't want 6. They want 8. Now they have a chance to get 8 players, and I think they're going to walk away with 8 players. I had an 8-player mock draft for Washington. I had us trading back with the New Orleans Saints. I had us picking up a 3rd and a 5th. We got a 3rd and a 4th, which is even better than what I thought we were going to get. I thought Olave would be there at 16. I was wrong. They took the receiver that was there in Jahan Dotson. I have no problems with it. I like it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You want to trade back and pick up picks, which I wanted to do, then you can't be upset. You passed on some talent, but you got a good football player. Now let's see what happens. I told you I want really talented football players. We got a really talented football player. Let's see if he measures up. If he doesn't, it's back to the same old discussion of passing on guys and taking a guy that turned out not. I don't feel the same way I felt when we drafted Daron Payne. Some of you do. I don't. That's not what this is. I know what the value is here. Green Bay Packers are on the clock, and their pick is in. This is a receiver. They took a linebacker. I think this is Christian Watson, wide receiver out of. This is going to replace Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I think this is Christian Watson, wide receiver out of North Dakota State. I'd bet money on this. This is Christian Watson. He smells, looks, feels, taste, pause, like a Green Bay Packers pick. I'm going with Christian Watson. The pick is in, and I think the Packers break their drought of not. If they don't take a receiver here, their GM, Brian Gutekunst, deserves to be smacked the hell out of, because now he's making it a point not to draft a first-round wide receiver. This should be Christian Watson. I'd be disappointed if I'm a Packers fan and it's not.
You have a passion for. You can invest your time, you can invest your finances, or you can invest your voice. Doesn't matter which. We just have to keep investing in each other. Let your heart lead you.
All right, so the Walter Payton Man of the Year, Andrew Whitworth, sounds like he's going to announce this pick for the Green Bay Packers at 28. If it's not Christian Watson or some other receiver, and I don't know, it could be George Pickens too, right? Like, it doesn't have to be Christian Watson. This just better be a receiver. If it's not a receiver, the Packers are out of their damn minds.
But they'll also make tremendous impacts in their communities.
I'm with you, Calvin Krim. I think this was excellent what they've done and picking up more draft picks. I don't agree that they're trading back into the first round, but there's still 4 picks. We'll see if they do that or not. 29, 30, 31, 32. So there's still 4 picks. We'll see.
Tonight, we are proud to have
16 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. 16 Devil Doc says, wanted Olave, Lou. Dotson is small, but he looks like he has a dog mentality. Here's to hoping he's Steve Smith 2.0. I think he'll be really good. You should feel that way. He's got dog in him for sure. He's a good receiver. Great hands.
That's what I'm talking about. I am very humbled and grateful to stand before you as the 2021 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. I would love to thank the NFL, the Payton family, and Nationwide for everything they do to support players as we try to make positive impacts in our communities. When I look back over my time in the NFL and my career over 16 years and a Super Bowl champion, one of the most rewarding things about it was the platform I was able to build to help change people's lives with a lot of other teammates across the NFL and people in organizations. And I want to take this opportunity to challenge the players of the NFL and encourage you and the prospects of this NFL draft. Take advantage of that opportunity. Don't let it go. Let's leave a legacy that lasts longer than just the game field, that shows who you are on and off of it, to make an impact that'll last for generations. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, that was well said.
Andrew, great man. We're so proud of you. With the 28th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle, Georgia.
That's just flat out arrogant. I mean, that's a good pick. They got a top 15 player in this draft at 28, and I knew he would fall because of some of the off the field issues, but that's just flat out arrogant. I mean, it's great value, but the Packers had 2 first-round picks and neglected to take a receiver with either one of them. I know Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback and there's depth at the receiver position, but that's bullshit. If I'm a Packers fan, I'm pissed off today. And I get it. You want the defense to be better. You didn't lose the last game that you played in against the San Francisco 49ers because your defense wasn't any good. You gave up 13 points. You lost that game because your offense was awful. And you lost your best receiver and you haven't replaced him. If Sammy Watkins moves the needle for you, bless your heart. You take both of your first-round picks and use them on Georgia Bulldog defenders and don't take a wide receiver? If I'm a Packers fan, I'm pissed. That's bullshit. You're feeding into that narrative that we don't draft first-round receivers in Green Bay. We got Aaron Rodgers. We'll be fine. And don't talk to me about the shit that you have on the roster. Amari Rodgers, I'm supposed to be excited about him. I'm supposed to be excited about Sammy Watkins. I'm supposed to be excited about Equanimous St. Brown. I'm supposed to be excited about the other big kid at the receiver position. I forgot his damn name. He's solid. I'm a Packers fan. I'm pissed. Why didn't you take a receiver? Look, the defense could use some upgrades. And both of those players are good football players. But that was arrogant on the part of the Packers to not get Aaron Rodgers. It's like they continue to spit in his face. I feel like they're just taking advantage of him. He's Aaron Rodgers. He'll make anybody good that we throw out there. That's bullshit. Get him a real wide receiver. And maybe the value, maybe they didn't feel like the value was there. Maybe it was too early for George Pickens or Christian Watson in their opinion. You're not going to get them now unless you trade back up. They got value in Devontae Wyatt. I'll give them that. I want some more wine. I'll be right back. I want some more wine. All right, I'm back like cook crack. Got me a fresh glass of wine. Let's do this thing. All right. I agree. 1-6 Devil Doc. This kid has a chance to be a dog like Steve Smith. People are really underestimating what Jahan Dotson is. They're going to grow to love this pick. Twin D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Twin D writes, the only thing I can say about the Eagles getting A.J. Brown is who's going to throw him the ball. I'm trying to stay positive as I can, shaking my head. I'm not afraid of, to your point, I'm not afraid of anybody the Eagles put on the field because Jalen Hurts is still their damn quarterback. I feel good. All right. I feel good. I don't worry about anything the Eagles do with receiver because you still, it's called bottlenecking. It's a term that is used a lot of times when you have a tremendous capability, but it's capped because of something that is limiting you from using the full capacity that you have. For instance, let's say you've got a super fast router that has these ridiculous speeds that can power your computer, but your modem is very limited. It's old. There's only so much that router can do. It's not going to be able to use its full capacity because you have a slow modem and you don't have the bandwidth to be able to allow that router to take advantage of its power and capabilities. It's called bottlenecking. You can have all the talent at the skill positions if you're Philadelphia, but if your quarterback is ass, he's going to limit the amount of success that you can have as a football team. They're still bottlenecking in Philadelphia. So you can sit and drool about A.J. Brown. As my guy Twin D just eloquently put it, who's getting him the football? It's Jalen Hurts? Jalen Hurts? Seriously? You're afraid of that combination? Cheers. The Great Watubi. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Great Watubi writes, this might be a double up for you. Double up. If not, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. We traded Hamilton for a 4th and 3rd round pick. Was his daddy in the military? We get all the average players that that is why we never improve. Ron should never be allowed in talent evaluations. Patriots pick, we'll come back to that comment. Patriots pick is in at 29. Remember, they traded back to this selection. Let's see what they're getting with the Chiefs. Daxton Hill is the pick, I'm going to guess. Oh, shit, they took a guard. Cole Strange out of Chattanooga. I thought he would go early. Washington was interested in Cole Strange. I thought he was no better than a 2nd-round pick. They take him in the 1st, though. You know, shit happens. Get your guy when you feel the need to get your guy. So let's talk about it. We traded Hamilton. First of all, we never had Hamilton, so we didn't trade him, but I understand the premise. We traded the opportunity to take Kyle Hamilton for a 3rd and a 4th round pick. Yes. Yeah, we did. We passed up on Kyle Hamilton. We passed up on Chris Olave for the opportunity to have more picks in what our GM told us in the pre-draft evaluation process is a deep draft class in rounds 2 through 5. What did you think he was going to do? What did you think? I told you guys, Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew looked us in our eyes. I told you, Ron has not lied to us yet. They looked us in our eyes and they said, we're not coming out of this draft with less than 8 players. He said, we're not coming out of this draft with 6. Kansas City's pick is in at 30. They traded up to 21 already, took Trent McDuffie, the corner. I surmise that this is a receiver here at 30. Let's see what the pick is. We'll hear from Roger Goodell as he walks to the podium. I think this is a receiver. I'm going to go George Pickens, wide receiver, Georgia here. Let's listen in.
With the 30th pick in the 2022
Don't be surprised if it's an edge rusher.
The Kansas City Chiefs select George Karloftis.
Wow.
George Karloftis. And you know what? It's funny. He is the quintessential draft pick for their defensive coordinator, Steve Spagnuolo. That's the exact kind of guy he loves. Karloftis is the pick. I don't love it. I'm not going to lie to you. He screams average edge rusher in this league to me. But we'll see. This seems like a Kansas City Chiefs type of pick. I thought there were better options if you're the Chiefs. I'm rooting for the young man because he's a try-hard guy. He reminds me too much of Ryan Kerrigan, and you know how I feel about Ryan Kerrigan. A lot of you love Ryan Kerrigan. He was a try-hard guy. But Ryan Kerrigan, to me, he fell into a lot of sacks and beat up a lot of backup tackles. That's what this kid looks like. He smells like Ryan Kerrigan. He looks like Ryan Kerrigan. He plays like Ryan Kerrigan. He's a clone of Ryan Kerrigan. If he has the career Kerrigan had, the Chiefs will be rewarded for taking him at 31. Ryan Kerrigan has over 100 career sacks in his career. No, he doesn't. He's approaching 100 career sacks in his career. We'll see what he does. He's got talent, but is it NFL talent or is it Big Ten talent? That's what we're going to find out. Chiefs are banking on its NFL talent and that it transfers and translates to the NFL. We'll see if it does or not. Strong as the day is long. I don't know if the athleticism is there, though. That's the question with him. Strong as an ox, though. So the great Watsubi says, this is why, look, I made the argument back in 2018. This is why we're average. This is why we're a middling franchise, because we keep taking players like Daron Payne. A lot of you feel the exact same way tonight. I don't. So we're not on the same page in that regard. I would have told you if I was disappointed in this pick. I'm not. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. Had this been a linebacker, which I predicted after I didn't know what the hell we were going to do, I would have been more disappointed in that than this. Because I don't love Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd. I think they're good football players, both of them, and I think they will be solid players. But I don't think we know what to do with those kinds of players. I don't think we take full advantage of their skill set. So why not get a guy on the offensive side of the football that I think we can take advantage of his skill set? We can get him open. We can get him the football. He can do big things for our offense. We don't score enough points, guys. I know you wanted Kyle Hamilton, and he was there, and we didn't take him, and we passed on him. we needed a wide receiver. And as much as I told you yesterday, my head said that we needed a receiver. My heart, my gut said Kyle Hamilton should be the pick. We needed a receiver. You guys know this. We needed a receiver. Don't fool yourself. Ron knew it. Martin knew it. We needed a receiver. Terry needed a running mate. Curtis Samuel is not it. As much as they want to convince themselves that he could be that guy, he's not. I wasn't thrilled with the Curtis Samuel signing. I wanted Corey Davis because I said I wanted a real number 2 opposite of Terry. We got that today in Jahan Dotson. Let's see how good he can be. Can he be a Pro Bowl player? Can he be an all-pro player? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. We'll see. And as far as Ron being a part of the evaluation process, that's his job as the head coach, but it being a coach-centric approach, that's his job to be a part of the evaluation. I don't mind him being in it. Let's see if it works. This is a big offseason. I told you this was a big draft for them. Right now, I like the fact that they picked up 2 picks. Got us from 6 picks to 8. Now let's see what they do with them. It's not the trade that matters. It's what do you do with those picks? Because if that 3rd rounder that we picked up turns into a Terry McLaurin type of impact player, I'm not saying a receiver, I'm just talking about the impact that Terry has had on this organization. If that turns into a Terry McLaurin or even to a lesser degree, a Antonio Gibson, who was a 3rd round pick. We've hit on 3rd round picks the last few years. If that's an Antonio Gibson, Benjamin St-Juste looks like he wants to be a stud. He just got to stay healthy. If it turns into one of those types of picks, especially if it's a Terry type pick, what are you saying then? What do you have to say then? If Dotson is legit and then the 3rd rounder morphs into a Terry type impact player, what do you have to say for yourself? What do you say about Martin Mayhew? If that 4th round pick turns into a really good football player, now we'll see. We haven't had the best success, in the 4th round. AGG, the LSU tackle / guard, Sadiq Charles, hasn't been the best for us in the 4th round. Jury's still out on Sadiq Charles. We think we know what he is at this point. We'll see. But if just one of those picks, if that 3rd rounder plus Jahan Dotson equals home run, what are we talking about? You guys have to wait and see. You have to wait and see. I would have told you, and I know you don't want to hear this. I would have told you if I thought that this was a trash pick. I didn't hold back when we drafted Daron Payne in 2018. I knew what he was. He was a run-stuffing defensive tackle. We didn't need that at 13. Okay? I would have told you that. When we took Dwayne, I told you that wasn't the right pick. He's not a 1st-round quarterback. I didn't mince words. I didn't tell you get on board with Dwayne. It wasn't the right pick. I said he's here now. Support him. But that wasn't the right pick then. It's not the right pick now. May he rest in peace. But he wasn't the right pick in 2019, which is why they doubled back and traded up for Montez Sweat because they knew they made a mistake. The draft guys said, we just effed up, Dan. You effed up. Not we. You effed up. He said, all right, I'll extend an olive branch. Go back and go get Montez Sweat. Let's see how this turns out. Edward Washington. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. The Cincinnati Bengals pick is in at 31. I think that this is a corner. I think this is either Kyler Gordon or Andrew Booth Jr. One of the two. Edward Washington says the league has spoken. These quarterbacks stink. Let's see what Ian Rappaport has to say.
And I would say the biggest concern here is how ready he is for the NFL. A couple of teams that could look to him tomorrow: the Seahawks, Colts, Falcons, maybe Lions.
So Malik Willis, look, they're still the 32nd pick. A lot of times that's a quarterback. I say that, and I think a quarterback's only been taken at 32 twice in the last 7 years. But that's a hot spot for a team looking for a quarterback because you want that 5th-year option. So look out. The Vikings traded back to 32. They could trade back again. Let's see what the Bengals do.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the AFC champion Cincinnati Bengals select Daxton Hill.
Daxton Hill. So I was wrong again. Daxton Hill, he's a safety, but that man's a bona fide corner. I look at him, he's a nickel all day long, all day strong. But at the end of the day, Cincinnati, look, they list him as a safety. I think they got themselves a cornerback. Frankly, I told you I thought they were going corner. I think they just went corner. His designation says safety. I think he read it right. I think Roger Goodell read it right. Defensive back. I think he's a damn corner, personally. But we'll see what they decide to use him as. Anyhow, Edward Washington says, the league has spoken. These quarterbacks stink. Is Dotson a jag, or did we just get something special? You're right. The league has spoken. And we said that these quarterbacks stunk before the draft even was remotely close. We were talking about this draft stunk back in January. Like, hey, the Vikings pick is in at 32. So they didn't trade out of the pick. No one's coming in to rescue Malik Willis. One quarterback, count them, one quarterback went in the first round. The league has spoken. You're right, Edward Washington. The league spoke loud and clear. This draft class at quarterback stinks. And anytime we get one of these stinkers with one quarterback going in the first round, it usually rings true. When E.J. Manuel was the lone quarterback taken in 2014, the league spoke loud and clear, and he was funky, and that draft class was funky. I think Trent Edwards was the second quarterback taken in that draft class by the Buffalo Bills out of Stanford. That was a horrendous draft class at quarterback. It was either 2013 or 2014. This feels like that. This feels like that. Vikings pick is in. I think this is a corner. They passed up on an opportunity to get an elite corner or elite defensive tackle earlier in the draft when they traded back. They got more draft capital clearly by making the move. I think this is for and look, Kirk Cousins is only on a one-year deal, so it could be a quarterback. They drafted Kellen Mond last year. I don't know how they feel about Kellen Mond. I think Kellen Mond stinks personally. So this could be a quarterback, theoretically speaking. I don't think it is. I think that this is a cornerback, but we will see. Interesting stuff here. You know what would make a lot of sense too? They're getting old at linebacker. I talked about that. This Nakobe Dean. I mocked him here for the Lions, but obviously the Lions aren't here anymore. How about Nakobe Dean here for the Minnesota Vikings at 32? I don't know if that's something that they need to do, but it'd be interesting. Anyway, is Dotson a jag, or did we get something special? That remains to be seen. He's not a jag. I can assure you of that. Did we get something special? I don't know. Worst case scenario, he's a number 2 wide receiver, which is what we needed. I think a lot of you want 1A or 1B to Terry's 1A. We'll see if he's that. He's definitely a number 2 at worst. That's what I was looking for. I told you Chris Olave wasn't the best option in this draft. I wanted him because he was safe. He was a safe pick, and I knew he would separate and he could run. But I said he's a number 2 receiver. I don't know if he'll ever be a Pro Bowler. I know he'll be a good receiver. I feel the same way about Jahan Dotson. You know? So we'll see. And Jahan Dotson, unlike Chris Olave, can actually make something happen after the catch. And I'm not looking to demean Chris Olave because Olave is the best route runner in this draft class. And to me, that's one of the best attributes you can have as a wide receiver is route running. Well, Jahan Dotson can run routes too. So anyway, he's not a jag. I can assure you of that. Just Andre. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre writes, Dotson is good. Fans need to relax. They'll figure that out in time. You know, they'll figure that out in time. It's a knee-jerk reaction to a guy that they weren't expecting us to take at 16. And so, yes, having the ability to take Hamilton and Olave and Jameson Williams and passing all of those guys up to get a 3rd and a 4th round pick doesn't sit well with a lot of people. And I get that. I talked about it. I actually had a mini rant about that last night about passing up elite talent for additional picks. Jahan Dotson isn't just passing up talent. It's not like we passed him up and we ended up with a marginal receiver. That's not what we just did. That's why I'm not upset. Had we ended up with a marginal receiver, then I would have been pissed off. That's not what we did. So I'm not upset. Spencer Creech, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Spencer Creech writes, Eagles and Giants got way better. We got played. Here's the Vikings pick, number 32 overall, to end day number 1 of the NFL draft.
With the 32nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Louie Tee, defensive.
All right, so Louie Tee, safety out of Georgia, is the pick. I thought they would go defensive back. I thought they would go corner, but they went safety. Makes a ton of sense. Dirty Harry is like 32 years old. They need an infusion of youth in that secondary, whether it's a corner, and they got plenty of young corners. So I don't know if they're any good, but they got plenty of young corners, but they're getting long in the tooth at the safety position. So this makes a ton of sense. And I like Louie Tee. I told y'all that. Any members of the mob, when we talk safety, I said I like Louie Tee more so than most. I think he's being undervalued. Clearly, he was not. He goes in the first round to the Minnesota Vikings. So Spencer Creech thinks the Eagles and Giants got better, way better, he said, and we got played. Well, look, the Eagles and Giants both had multiple first-round picks. So they took their first-round picks, and the Eagles took one of their first-round picks and turned it into A.J. Brown, and then took a third-round pick and packaged it with that first-round pick and turned it into A.J. Brown, and then promptly decided to pay him 4 years, $100 million. So now Terry McLaurin has a working framework, $25 million per year. That's what A.J. Brown just got. So Terry's agent is saying, A.J. Brown got 25. Washington may say, Terry, hey, A.J.'s better than you. They may say that to him. He may say, go F yourself. Give me 25 and a half. So I want 4 years. I want 5 years, 125.5 or 126. So it's just slightly more than A.J. Brown got. We'll see. We'll see. But I mean, I told you, the longer you wait, the more the number goes up. So that number went from 23 million to now 25, right around 25, I think. And if Terry and his agent are able, if Washington's able to make a case that A.J. Brown's slightly better than you, and Terry and his agent say, okay, all right, sure, he's slightly better, then it's $24 million per year. I don't think they're going to give in to that, statement. I think they're going to make a case that Terry's better than him and try to get more. So we'll see. But that's the end of day number 1. But that doesn't mean our day ends here on the Louie Tee Network. Let's keep going. Captain Flarbnard, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Bryce Young, here we come. So he thinks we're going to stink. After one pick, he's given up on the season. We stink. So if we would have gotten Kyle Hamilton, playoffs, here we come. But because we got Jahan Dotson, it's Bryce Young, here we come. Gotcha. Okay. Or as a wise man once said, okay. All right, buddy. Okay. Dejan Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dejan Bell writes, if we buns this year, fire Ron. Simple. I'm tired of this old school mentality. We had Kyle and didn't press the A button. You said old school and then A button. I don't play games anymore, but does any remote control that you play a game with have an A button? Does the Xbox remote have an A button? I know it had a bunch of buttons. I don't know if any of them said A. Maybe one does. I wasn't an Xbox guy. I was a PlayStation dude. I was a PlayStation 2, 3, 4 guy. I didn't make it to 5. But you just said A button. So I'm curious. Anyway, seriously though, if we're buns this year, I don't think Ron is fired, but I do think the seat gets hot. Again, a lot of you, I feel like, are just really overblowing this situation. You're acting as if we got Kyle Hamilton and his presence alone means we win 10, 11 games. I mean, what are you guys doing anyway with this thing? I'm confused. Is Kyle Hamilton Sean Taylor now all of a sudden? Did I miss something? I'm because I watched Kyle Hamilton. He's really good. I think he's going to be a great pro. I do. But there's a reason teams passed on him. If he was so great, he would have went in the top 5. He would have went in the top 10. He went at 14 for a reason. Just pump your brakes and drive slow. And he's a safety. If they thought that he was this magnificent game changer that they had to have in their Buffalo nickel, he wouldn't have been worth trading back and missing out on and getting a 3rd and a 4th. Clearly, they felt like there were other options that could fill the Buffalo nickel role. And I agree. I've said this already. There are other guys in this draft that can fill that Buffalo nickel role, and you can get them. Get this. Listen, in the 3rd or the 4th round. And we just traded for a 3rd and 4th round pick. I've said this all off season. Let's give this conglomerate of Ron Rivera, Martin Mayhew, and Marty Herney a chance. You guys want to bury them already without giving them a look. I don't care what Martin Mayhew did in Detroit. Just like I don't give a shit what Curtis Samuel did in Carolina. That wasn't here. Curtis Samuel was outstanding for the Panthers. He hasn't done shit here. I don't care what he did in Carolina. I care about what he's doing here. I don't care what Martin Mayhew did in Detroit. I don't care what he did in San Francisco. I care about what he's doing here. Give him a chance. If it doesn't work, then you can chastise him. You can push Ron out the door, and you can talk about what a terrible franchise this is because we are horrible. But give these guys a chance to prove otherwise. That's all. That's all I've ever asked is, hey, give these guys an opportunity. You may not like nor agree with the decisions that are being made, but they believe strongly in what they've done. Let's see if it works. Only time will tell. This is not Daron Payne. I assure you, I've watched the film. This is not Daron Payne, 2018. Okay? This is not Daron Payne, circa 2018. We did not draft a guy that wasn't worthy of the 13th, or in this case, the 16th pick, and passed up on guys that were still on the board. It's not like 2018 with Daron Payne when there were still guys like Tremaine Edmonds and Derwin James on the board, and we took Daron Payne. Every player that we thought we could get at 11 was gone at 16. And a lot of you sat here and talked about trading back. I want to trade back. I want to trade back. I want to trade back. And then we trade back. And because the guy that you wanted or guys that you wanted weren't there, now you're pissed off. You can't have it both ways. You guys think that this is a PFF mock simulator where, oh, shit, Chris Olave's gone. I'm going to start this draft over again, and I'm going to hit the button, and Chris Olave is going to be available this time. Oh, shucks. Kyle Hamilton's gone. I'm going to do it over again so I can get Kyle Hamilton. Then I'm going to post it on Twitter and say, hey, what do you think about this draft? That's not how this shit works. You trade back to 16. You know the rules. You know the risks. You know the parameters. Now you have to deal with the consequences. We traded back. Chris Olave, we knew he was gone. When the Saints picked up the phone and hit our line and said, hey, we want to come up to 11. You know what our first question was? Who you want? Who you coming to take? They said Chris Olave. So that meant they were okay with missing out on Chris Olave. They said, cool, we'll move back. Give us your 3rd and 4th, and we good. They said, hey, we square. I got you. All right? So they knew they weren't getting Chris Olave. So they said, okay, hey, if Kyle Hamilton is there, we'll take him. If Jameson Williams is there, we'll consider that. If Jordan Davis is there, he's in the mix. There are opportunities. They made a list of 5 guys when they traded back to 16, and they said, one of these 5 dudes is going to be here. And guess what? Jahan Dotson was there. He might have been the 5th dude on that list, but he was there. And you can't be mad at that. You can't want to trade back, pick up picks, and then get pissed off when they trade back and pick up picks because you don't like the guy they took. 5 receivers were taken at the spot where we were at. Jahan Dotson was the 5th receiver taken in this draft class. Guess what? He was my 4th receiver on the draft board. You think I'm pissed off? I'm not. Was it a little early for him? Sure, but that's the way the board fell. I told you, you have to react. This is why you guys love to play the draft game. Well, this guy, the value for this guy is at 24 or later. Well, guess what? The board says F your 24 or later evaluation. Receivers are coming off the board like hotcakes. The Lions came up from 32 to 12 to take Jameson Williams. Who had them doing that shit? Not I. Not you either. It was one person that said the Lions were coming up to Washington's spot at 11. I forgot who it was, but I'm giving you credit right now. And you super chatted tonight and said, hey, I said the Lions were coming up to 11. That's the only person that gets to take credit for that shit. Nobody else does. The fact of the matter is, we got the 4th best receiver in this draft class. My 4th best. I can't tell you what everybody else is saying. We got the 4th best receiver in this draft class. And he was the 5th receiver taken in this draft. You may not like where they took him, but that's where they took him. Did you love the fact that they got Brandon Sheriff at 5 and he turned out to be a guard? Were you still talking about that after he was a 5-time Pro Bowler and an All-Pro guard? Oh, we took him at 5. Were you saying the Jay Gruden line, we took a guard? Or were you saying, hey, Brandon Sheriff is a beast? Stop. Stop. Okay? Nope, he wasn't Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton is going to be a really good player. Kyle Hamilton doesn't play offense. And I already told y'all 1,000 times, safety is not something Ron Rivera values high in the draft. Now, he values Buffalo nickel, but he told you specifically, I said, y'all better start listening to Ron when he talks. A lot of y'all hear what y'all want to hear. Y'all don't hear what the man is saying. The man told you in Carolina, my Buffalo nickel was a linebacker. Listen, open your goddamn ears up. Listen, the man is telling you what he wants to do. He said, it just so happens that my Buffalo nickel here was Landon Collins. My Buffalo nickel in Carolina was a linebacker twice. Thomas Davis the first time and Shaq Thompson the second time. He's telling you it was a linebacker. Should send off bells and whistles. They're going to take a linebacker tomorrow at some point, whether it's in the 2nd round or it's in the 3rd round. They're taking a linebacker. Come on, guys. Wake the hell up. Wake up. He's dropping breadcrumbs. Pick the shit up and eat it. Stop ignoring the signs. And stop getting upset about something that you don't know about yet. You can't shit on this pick. Half of y'all didn't even watch the man play football. Y'all don't even know if he's any good or not. You just don't like him because he wasn't what you wanted and what we've been talking about. At least go watch him before you. And if you watch him and you come back and say, I still don't like him, my hands are up. Fine. We agree to disagree. But at least watch him. Half of y'all didn't watch him. You just hear that he's 5'10", 5'11". He's 178 pounds, and you're like, F him, he's small. We don't need another small receiver. Don't do that. You got to be better than that. Football is not all about size. I told you, when Drake London was entered into the conversation, F his size. I don't give a shit about his size. Give me the dude that's going to break somebody off and separate and get open. Jahan Dotson can do that. That's why I was in love with Chris Olave. Because he could get open. Chris Olave is 188 pounds. Stop acting like Chris Olave is 6'5", 215. He's 6'1", 188. Stop acting like Chris Olave was this massive wide receiver. If you wanted him, then you should be fine with Jahan Dotson. Come on, guys. I need y'all to get y'all lives together, okay? Y'all made me just rant for no reason. Blame it on the alcohol. Anyway, I digress. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor writes, not a terrible pick, but terrible. Like Charles Barkley, terrible pick. But sounds like no disrespect, but you're taking my line. And anytime you say no disrespect, but after that conjunction, every word of the next sentence is disrespect. I'm not doing that. You might do that. Some of y'all out there may do that. I'm not doing that. That's not me. That's not what I'm doing here. That could be you, though. That could be somebody else out there. That ain't me. It ain't one of those, no disrespect, but that ain't it. Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chilled Dude writes, 3rd and 4th equals 2 starters in this year's draft, less than 3. Look, this wine is working on me. Let me process this because that shit didn't make any sense to me. I need it to make sense. Hold on. 3rd and 4th equals 2 starters in this draft. So that's a compliment. Then he says, 3rd and 4th equals 2 starters in this year's draft. It's greater than, it's less than 3. I'm confused. I get the first part of this. Then it's less than 3. I need help on that one. I think you're trying to say something good, but I can't make sense of it. Blame it on this right here. Sorry, blame it on this. Sometimes when you're impaired just slightly, the simplest things become slightly harder. And maybe that was a great statement by you. Heavy K Commander fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Lou, the only thing left, all hurt players have to produce. So this is the thing. You get these guys back. Curtis Samuel is healthy this year. Logan Thomas comes back healthy, right? De'Ami Brown is healthy. And Chase Young is healthy. Montez Sweat is healthy. And these guys produce, right? Benjamin St. Juste is healthy. He produces. If you get all of these players back that were hurt last year and they produce, look, our draft is just starting. We weren't the Giants. We weren't the Philadelphia Eagles. We didn't come away with multiple players in the first round this year. The Eagles came away with Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. The Giants came away with Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeaux. That wasn't our draft. We came away with 1 player, but we picked up 2 more picks in the process. Instead of having 1 player tomorrow, we're going to have 2 players. Is it 12 o'clock yet? No. Instead of having 1 player tomorrow, we're going to have 2 players tomorrow. Instead of having 1 player in the 4th round, we're going to have 2 players in the 4th round. In a draft that's deep in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. I talked about the value and I talked about what that would allow us to do. Instead of having to reach for a player in the 2nd round because you won't be able to get him in the 3rd round, you can then take the best player available in the 2nd because that player may still be there in the 3rd round. Instead of having to wonder, man, can I pass on this position because I don't have a 5th round pick? Now you got 2 4s. You don't take that one at 113, you can take him at 120. Or you can take that position at 120. It changes the game. And as Chill Dude, I don't know what the hell Chill Dude was trying to say, but he did say something that I think was super accurate. You picked up a 3rd and a 4th round pick in a deep draft class. Those guys are going to be viewed as starters. Guys that you expect to come in here and contribute right away. In a deep draft class where the value is in the mid rounds, those guys are going to be looked upon as guys that can contribute right away. What more can I say? I'm with you, Heavy K. I need those hurt players from last year to step up. I need Chase Young to step up. I need Montez Sweat to step up. I need De'Ami Brown to step up. I need Curtis Samuel to step up. I need it. I'm with you all the way. Jason Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Uncle Jay, double up, says, talk me off the ledge, Lou. LOL. I already did. I know you sent that super chat before I went off on my little rant. I already did. If that wasn't enough to move you, I got nothing for you, man. I got nothing left in the tank. Okay? We just gonna agree to disagree. I gave you what I got, man. I gave you what I got. Dejan Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Dejan Bell, who writes, MFers be thinking they Bill Belichick when they trade back. Where's Dan when you need him? First of all, Bill Belichick is terrible at the draft. So don't bring up Bill Belichick and the draft in the same sentence, because Bill Belichick is terrible at the draft. This is why Bill Belichick likes to spend in free agency, because he can't develop players. He doesn't pick the right players. When he picks N'Keal Harry. And I thought N'Keal Harry was going to be good. So I'm not mad at him for that. But that's what he does. He doesn't pick well. He gets lucky in the third or fourth round at linebacker because he can identify what guys fit his defense. But they traded back and they picked Cole Strange tonight. That was a strange pick. Did you see what I did there? Yeah. Don't bring up Bill Belichick. That's not a good one. And Dan can kick rocks. Okay. Dan can kiss all of my black ass. Don't bring up Dan like you want Dan to step in. No, Dan needs to go sit his little midget ass off on the side and let the real football guys handle the football decisions. Thank you very much. The last time Dan interjected in the draft, we got Dwayne Haskins. No, I don't need Dan. You got to be 20 years old. You got to be 19, Dejan. Got to be. Got to be. And I love you to death. You got to be a young boy. You got a lot of learning to do. Got a lot of learning, young fella. Stick with me, though. I'm going to drop some gems on your melon along the way. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre, writes, Dotson didn't have a good quarterback and produced. Amen. Okay. He reminds me a lot of Terry in that regard. Okay. It was garbage after garbage after garbage at Penn State. Sean Clifford is ass cheeks. And the man put up numbers. And how many times did you see him have to climb the ladder and go get a ball wide ass open? He's got to go one hand some shit because the ball is nowhere near his frame. He doesn't play like a 5'10", 5'11" wide receiver. That's why somebody earlier brought up Steve Smith. I think it was Chilled Dude. That's spot on because he gives me Steve Smith senior vibes in that regard that he plays bigger than his size. I don't think he's as physical as Steve. You know, Steve was a physical dude. I don't think he's that physical. That's why I liken him to Deontay Johnson, who is a beast receiver at getting open. His problem is he drops the football. Well, this guy doesn't have that problem. If Deontay Johnson would just catch the goddamn ball when it's thrown to him, he'd be one of the best receivers in football because he's always open. Guys can't stay in front of him. His problem is he's always dropping the goddamn ball. Well, Jahan Dotson isn't dropping the football. So we don't have to worry about that. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, Just Andre. P-Lo Dollars. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, P-Lo Dollars. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, I was at FedEx. A lot of drunks were there talking about they glad because now we got more picks. I'm like, for who? Hamilton was in our hands, and they was like, trade back again to get 14 picks. Mad. First of all, I told you, FedEx is not the place you want to be. Half of those fans don't know what the hell they're talking about. Ask them about players in the draft, and they don't know a single person in the draft. Only the ones that they've been told about that are mainstream names. I told you, FedEx is not where you want to be. That's the harvest fan crowd and fan base. Okay. Those are the fans that support this organization no matter what. Think that Dan, he just wants to win. That's all. He just wants to win. That's not where you need to be. Now, I told you that's 80% of the fan base. 20% of y'all were there, you included. 20% of y'all were like, look, man, y'all are tripping. I'm not saying that them trading back was the wrong move. We can agree to disagree. I think trading back was the right thing to do, personally, because you still got a really good football player. The difference between Olave and Jahan Dotson isn't that great. Okay? Olave's better. I had him as my number 2 receiver, I believe. Check my list real quick. I had Dotson as my 4, and I think Olave was my 2 behind Williams in this draft class. Yeah. And Garrett Wilson was 3. So if Wilson went 2 and the first receiver taken was Drake London, which I had him as my 6th rated wide receiver, and Garrett Wilson went 2, who was my 3rd receiver, and we got the 4th receiver, you're not going to make me feel bad. I'm just not going to feel bad because I know the talent that exists. When they asked Daniel Jeremiah, and if you were watching ESPN, you didn't see this. They asked Daniel Jeremiah, who is Washington taking here? And he had to look down at this list because he had to see who the next receiver was on his list. He said, well, the next guy is Jahan Dotson. That's who they took. I mean, where's the problem? Was it a little early? Sure. But again, early by whose standards? Early by whose? The Patriots took Cole Strange. I just said it was a strange pick. It wasn't strange for them. He may turn out to be an excellent guard / center in this league, and the Patriots may get 10 years of service out of him and 5 Pro Bowls. Who gives a shit that they took him at 31 or 29 or wherever the hell they were picking at? I think they traded with Kansas City, so it was 29. Who gives a shit? Whether it's early or not, if he produces, who cares? Get your guy when you feel the need to get your guy. That's what we did. No apologies necessary by Ron, by Martin, or anybody that had anything to do with the pick. You picked up draft capital. That was the first thing I told you guys ad nauseum over the last week. The first goal of this team in the first round was to trade back. You may not have wanted to hear that. And it might have went in one ear, out the other. I've said that, and you might have said, whoop, whoop. Kyle Hamilton. Whoop, whoop. Jamison Williams. You hear what you want to hear. Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew looked you in your eyes on Tuesday and told you, we're coming out of this thing with 8 picks. No worse than 8. We're not coming out of this thing with 6. They didn't say that exactly, but when they traded back, they knew they were going to get 2 picks. Swap picks and get another 2. I mocked it. I mocked them trading with New Orleans at 16. I didn't get them a 4th. I got them a 5th. They did even better than I could have done. I thought Olave would be there. He wasn't. Get over it. Jahan Dotson isn't that far off. If you didn't watch, you don't have a place to speak. If you watched and you don't like him, okay. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. We've talked about that already. You don't have to agree with me that he's a good football player. If you've watched and you've done the homework, I can have a conversation with you. If you haven't watched and you're just pissed off because he's short, we don't have anything to talk about. Nothing. I can't have a conversation with you about this in particular. So Pilo Dollars, you were there with drunk fans that are going to support the team no matter what. Fecal matter and brown water are falling on them, and they're telling you that the sky is red and Daniel Snyder is God. Those are the fans that you were surrounded by tonight. Again, that's why I told you that's a waste of time. You need to surround yourself with people who are like-minded, that are in the same headspace as you, that we live and die with this team. We follow all of the transactions. We listen to every single interview, and we know what the hell. Those people don't know what's going on. Most of them don't. There's only 20%. You are among the 20% there that had a brain that actually thinks about this stuff. You were in the wrong spot. I'm glad you got blessed by drunk people who had no idea what they were talking about. So you will never do that again. Maybe you'll do it again. Maybe you're a glutton for punishment. You're a Washington fan, so you probably are a glutton for punishment. Because that's what we get every year. More and more punishment. Anybody was saying after we traded back the first time, trade back again, get 14 picks. Bless their soul. Bless them. Thank you for the super chat, P-Low Dollars. Malachi Malik, excuse me. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Malachi Malik writes, I think our fan base has had a bad taste in their mouth with the last name Dotson. LOL. Give him a chance, guys. He doesn't play for TCU. His name isn't Dotson, which is the guy that played at TCU. His name is Dotson. Okay. There's no C in there. It's not Dotson. The doc is not in. It's Dotson, like the car. Dotson. The two aren't related. The two aren't the same. He's a dog. Okay. Jahan Dotson is a cold-blooded killer. Josh Doctson wanted to go run and hide in the nearest corner in the fetal position. The two are not the same. Okay? The two are not the same. Dejon Bell. And look, I talked about that Michigan game where I thought they were physical with him. He still caught a back shoulder fade for a touchdown at 5'10". Like, stop. Okay? Stop it. All right? Stop your nonsense. Even when they were physical with him, he still won. Okay? Didn't have the impact that he had in other games where he was over at the 100 yards receiving, but he still had an impact on the game. Dejon Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Right. Saints backdoored Ron's goofy ass. I disagree with that statement. All right. Again, stick with me. I got you. I'm going to bring you along the way. I'm going to put you on my hip. And I'm going to bring you along on this journey, and I'm going to give you some knowledge along the way. Stick with me, okay? I guarantee you a young boy, okay? I know it. I know when I'm talking to one. I told you I'm a psychology major. I was actually a sociology major, minored in psychology. I know when I'm talking to a young boy. Stick with me. I'm going to drop some gems on your melon, man. Stick with me. I got you. Don't worry. I'd be shocked if you tell me you're 31. You're 20. You're 19. You're 21 max. I got you. Come along with me. I'm going to show you a few things along the way. Prof 44. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Prof 44 writes, I'm a huge Buckeye fan, so I loved Olave, but I did get to see Dotson torch my Buckeyes several times. LOL. Solid pick. Look, those who know. As a wise man once said, those who know. Okay? This is a Buckeyes fan who can't stand Penn State telling you he's a dog. Okay? Dude's a dog. Buckeyes fans don't want to give credit to a Penn State Nittany Lion. They're not trying to do that. That's just like them talking about the team up north. But when they see a dog, they know a dog. When they see a dog, they acknowledge a dog. Okay? When that dog, when he's barking and the bark isn't just a bark, the bite comes and it's as vicious as the bark, you got to acknowledge. Okay? You got to acknowledge. When you get the when you get a whole bunch of noise, but you're like, man, get out of here. You kick him in his nose. You ain't afraid of that. Jahan Dotson is a dog. Don't get it twisted. Just because he's small doesn't mean he's not a dog. That's where some of y'all are wrong. Like, some of y'all don't know this game, man. Because you listen to some people and they get you brainwashed. Oh, we need a big receiver. Why? Why we need a big receiver? We got Cam Sims. We got Logan Thomas. John Bates is big. Why we need a big receiver? It's nice to throw it up. You know what, Jahan? I guarantee, I don't know what his 40 is, what his vertical is. I guarantee you that shit is like at least 38, 39, 40 inches. The dude gets up. He can go get the jump ball. Like, I thought chill dude saying he was Steve Smith. That's some good shit. Because Steve would go up and Steve would body a 6'2" corner and snatch the football away from him. Like, man, that's some top shelf shit. You don't know what to do with that. I've seen Jahan Dotson do that too. And he's running by dudes. Oh, by the way, he's a 4.43 dude. So he's not slow. Okay. He can run. He can track it. Again, if you didn't watch, I'm talking to myself. If you did watch and you just don't like, we can have a conversation. I want to know why you don't like, and then we can go back and forth. But beauty's in the eye of the beholder. If you watched and you don't like, okay, that's fine. Again, that's why this is a fun process, because everybody has an opinion. But if you didn't watch, why are we having this conversation? Because you have no idea what player we're talking about. Thank you for that super chat, Prof44. Really appreciate that insight. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DCJ writes, Dotson could be next Santana Moss. Kid is nice. First of all, his name is not Dotson. I need you to take, first of all, I get the shivers when I see Dotson. I need you to take that C out of his name. It's Dotson. 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 No C. Leave the C out. I get scared. I get nervous. And when I get scared and nervous, I start swinging. I don't know what I'm going to hit. I just start swinging because you back me into a corner and I got to fight my way out. I need you to get that right. Don't put that on him. That's bad juju. You better than that, DCJ. And your phone did not put in Dotson on its own. You did that. Fix it. His name is Dotson, not Doc Son. And that goes for the rest of y'all fans out there. Fix it. Mr. Laughing my head off. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Laughing my head off. It's been a while, man. Good to hear from you, Mr. Laughing my head off. Says, this was a good pick. We needed a punt returner. I did not see it coming, but he fills two needs. That's a really positive spin on this. Although, just like Terry, when we drafted him and we said, oh, man, Terry's a hell of a special teams player. Once you realize you got a dog at receiver, he ain't returning no damn kicks, man. Okay? I think when they get their hands on Jahan Dotson and they see how valuable he becomes as a receiver, he won't be returning punts. He may start off in that role, Early in the season, they may be like, hey, Jahan Dotson's because we got Curtis Samuel. Let Curtis get a hamstring. Jahan Dotson's ass will be snatched from punt returner so damn fast it'll make your head spin. You get knocked the F out like Mike Tyson. The proof is in the pudding. Just ask Deshaun Holtman. I slit your fucking throat worse than Ron Goldman. Some of y'all know where I got that from. Some of y'all don't. I told you. Jahan, stick with me. I'm going to drop some gems on your melon. I like that, Mr. Laughing my head off. Serves two purposes. I don't think he'll be on special teams for long, though. But you're right. We didn't have a kick or a punt returner. Maybe that was the plan all along. Maybe they were thinking that way all along. But again, I don't think he's going to be there for long. We'll see. Carlos Baladeres. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Carlos had some strong words earlier. Let me see if he's going to walk it back or if he's going to double down. Let me see. Not going to be fine, Lou. We had the keys to a luxury car, and Ron grabbed the keys to a Honda. Carlos, I like you. I like you. I like your sense of humor. You got that metaphor, kind of vibe going right there. I like it. I like your sense of humor. That's funny. I like the analogy as well. I don't agree, but I like the analogy. I can get down with that. Look. What good is a luxury car? And I'm not saying that Kyle Hamilton or Jameson Williams or anybody was going to break down. But what good is a luxury car if you can't afford the maintenance? What good is a Range Rover if you can't afford the maintenance? What good is a Beamer if you can't afford the maintenance? If a headlight goes out, that's $500. You got $500 to repair a headlight? You need an oil change? That's $200. You got $200 for an oil change? Or do you have $30 for an oil change in a Honda? Come on, man. Come on, man. Talk to me. That Land Rover might get you 80,000 miles before that shit starts having all kinds of issues. And you like, I just need a new car. That Honda's going to get you 250,000 miles on it before you start saying, all right, I need a new whip. Come on, man. Talk to me. That 80,000 in the Range Rover is cool. You're going to be riding around, music blasting, windows down, stunting like, yeah, hoes, I got a Range Rover on 24s. But that shit's going to break down. And you're not going to want to fix it. That Honda, that shit's getting you from point A to point B for the next decade. You passing that shit down to your kid. I get it. Sometimes what you want and what you need are two different things. Jahan Bell, stay with me. I'm going to drop some gems on your melon. If you can't afford the maintenance on a luxury vehicle, don't purchase it. Don't go out here trying to stunt and be something you're not, and you don't got the bread for that. The luxury car was there. Okay? It was Hamilton. Potentially Olave. Definitely Jameson Williams was a luxury vehicle. Jameson Williams was already in the shop before we would have had a chance to draft him. Do you want to start with your car already being in the shop before you even get to test drive it? I'm not saying that that car ultimately won't turn out to be a hell of a steal and a car that drives and is fantastic for the next decade, but it's already in the damn shop and you haven't even stepped behind the wheel yet. You ain't sat down, adjust the seat, fix the mirror, check the rear view, and you haven't even adjusted everything and grabbed the steering wheel yet, and the shit's already in the shop. Kyle Hamilton, they told us, and look, I still wanted him, but they told us he goes 0 to 60 in 3 minutes. Okay? Takes him 3 minutes to go 0 to 60. A lot of teams said, hey, that's not fast enough for me. I'm just telling you, if you're on the Autobahn, they're not letting you drive Kyle Hamilton. They're kicking you off of the Autobahn. You're not driving fast enough. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, we got a car. It works. It's not in the shop right now. It can drive on the Autobahn. It's plenty fast. It's got good handles. Okay. Man, it drives like a Mini Cooper. Every action movie has a Mini Cooper in it. Why? Because the handles on that shit is ridiculous. Ain't nothing wrong with a Mini Cooper, man. I'm not saying. I'm just saying, don't shit on the Honda, man. You can put rims on that. You can trick that Honda out, and that bitch is going to last for 10 years. Plus, you take care of it. Oil change ain't going to cost you $200. Headlight ain't going to cost you $400. Fixing a windshield wiper ain't going to set you back $150. Cheers. Thank you for the super chat, Carlos. I like it. I like it a lot. Jahan Carter. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jahan writes, this better not turn into Josh Dotson again. Why we keep bringing up Dotson? His name is Dotson. He says 2.0, or I'm hopping out of Ron's car. Keep being great, Lou. You the man. Trust me. He's not Josh Dotson 2.0. These two aren't even in the same stratosphere. First of all, Josh Dotson didn't love football. Jahan Dotson does. Okay? By all accounts. I don't know him personally, but we heard about Josh Dotson being homesick, which is why he transferred from Wyoming to TCU. There were already red flags. You know, we like to ignore red flags, which is why we drafted Sua Cravens. The man quit football at USC in college, and we decided that that wasn't important, and we drafted him anyway. Everybody told us Darius Geis, bad news, That's bad. That's a bad move. That's bad news. And we said, oh, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. We just got to steal. Everybody said, hey, Bryce Love is damaged goods. You won't ever get to drive that car. Go ahead and purchase it. You won't ever get to step behind that car and put your foot on the gas. We drafted him anyway. Ain't nobody saying that shit about Jahan Dotson. Cheers. The Black Al B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Black Al B. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Black Al B, writes, Cam, Vikings GM, better know what he's doing. I know, right? First of all, you traded with a divisional foe, which is not the worst thing in the world. I talked about the draft making strange bedfellows of enemies, right? So it happens. We see it all the time. You can deal with teams in the division. But this man traded 20 spots back from 12 to 32. Okay? And then who did he take? Louie Tee. First of all, Black Albie, let's talk. Shut the door. We're going to talk because a lot of Washington fans in here. And I'm coming back to y'all Washington fans. Let me talk to this Vikings fan real quick. Shut the door. You do know who you got, right? As a GM. Cam, right? As you call him. You know who you got, right? You got a Moneyball guy. Okay? Andrew Berry, who's the GM of the Cleveland Browns, a Moneyball guy. What does that mean? I'm looking for more picks like the Seattle Seahawks. I'm not looking for less. Don't give me 5 picks and give me elite players. Give me 12 shots at throwing darts at the board. Don't give me 5 elite darts that I throw at the board. Give me 12 darts that are regular and let me throw those at the board. I think I can hit the bullseye 7 times. That's what you're dealing with. I talked about this last night on the show with Washington fans. He doesn't want his 2, 3, 4 hole hitter up at the plate 2 times. He wants his 8 hole hitter up at the plate 7 times. That's what you got. You got a Moneyball guy. Give me more. Give me quantity over quality because I think I can find quality in the quantity. That's what you got. Got to know who you're dealing with. Good luck. You may need it. I'll just tell you this. You got a good football player in Louie Tee. Okay? And you traded back. What did you pass up on? That remains to be seen. Similar to my team, you passed up on some stuff. You'll look back on this trade and say, what the hell did we pass up on and what did we get? If Louie Tee turns out to be really good, you don't give a shit. You won the trade. If Louie Tee is trash and a bunch of guys turn out to be good that were there at 12, that's a different discussion. But you got a Moneyball guy. Know who you're dealing with. Outside the box thinker. All right, open the door. You're good. Colton Wheeler. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Colton, writes, are we so desperate at wide receiver that we passed on Hamilton at 11? Thoughts? He said, I'm okay with moving back, but passing on Lloyd, Dean, and choosing to play the I hope Holcomb can play middle linebacker game is questionable for sure. Dotson is a B- pick. Okay, so let's take this comment piece by piece, okay? Are we desperate at wide receiver? Desperate is the wrong word. Did we want a receiver or need a receiver? We wanted a receiver. We didn't need a receiver, but we wanted one. If you want a receiver, go get it. Go get it. If we needed a receiver, we would have stayed at 12 and took 11 and took Chris Olave. We would have stayed at 11 and took Jamison Williams. We didn't need a receiver, so we weren't desperate. Desperate means I'm not moving under any circumstances. The Bengals were desperate at quarterback in 2020. There were options to trade back. We're not moving from one. We need a quarterback. We need Joe Burrow. We're not moving. When you're desperate and you need something, you're not moving. You're taking that player, which is why the teams at the top of the draft, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, said, I'm not moving under any circumstances. I don't care if you hit my line. I need these players. The Texans, the second time around at 13, said, I'm willing to move. I'm not moving out of 3. Don't you call me for 3. I'll move at 13, though, because they needed the player at 3. The player at 13 was a luxury. I can move. That's fine. I can pick up some draft capital. Not as important. We did not need a receiver, so we were not desperate. We wanted a receiver. It's different. That said, hey, Dejon Bell, stay on my hip. I got you. Dropping these gems on your melon. So we weren't desperate at receiver. This is why they traded back. There were options there that they could have taken. They weren't desperate. They did not need a receiver. They wanted a receiver. So that's the first part of that. So they traded back. Hamilton clearly was not a big enough priority that they were willing to stay there, take him, and not get the capital. I told you what the number one priority of 11 was. Trade back. You guys, again, weren't listening. We had this discussion yesterday. Just yesterday. It's fresh on your brain. It's like you took a test. I gave you the study guide. You took the test, and you clearly didn't take the study guide seriously. I literally went over this yesterday. I said the very first thing, because they told us, Ron and Martin told us, we want to trade back. And a lot of you in one ear, out the other. I said the first priority is to trade back. No matter who is there at 11, they don't care. They want more picks. Martin Mayhew told us, plain as day, the value in this draft is not in the first round. Nope, not in the first round. It is in the 2nd through the 5th round. That's where he wants to be. That's where he wants more selections. So they're not interested in staying at 11 and getting whatever falls to them. They weren't interested. Not one player, unless it was Stingley maybe or Sauce Gardner, would have been enough to entice them to stay there. Those guys were long gone, and they knew that. Stingley, we talked about maybe Stingley. I told you he's the most talented football player. The Texans said, oh, no, you don't. I'm taking him at 3. If you watch, you know. Those who know. Okay? So, Hamilton clearly wasn't a priority. Getting back and picking up picks was. So, all right, next part of this. I'm okay with moving back, but passing on Lloyd and Dean to play the I hope Holcomb could play middle linebacker game is questionable for sure. Let's stop there. Pause. How do you know they're not taking a linebacker tomorrow at 47? When is that pick that they got from the Saints? Let's find out. Shall we? Matter of fact, I've got the draft chart right here in front of me, so I can look and tell you. The Saints pick in the 3rd round is 98 overall. Okay, because when I did the trades for my mock draft, I had the draft chart in front of me. Okay, so Saints pick is 98, so we got the 98th pick in the draft. How do you know they're not taking the linebacker at 47? How do you know they're not taking a middle linebacker at 98? How do you know they're not taking a middle linebacker at 113 or 120, where they got another pick from the Saints? You can't make that assertion now. You don't know. So you can't be upset about something that they haven't done yet. Come on, Colton, you're better than that. And we've had discussions in the past. You know better than that. I know you're frustrated, right? It's just one pick. Relax. We got 2 picks tomorrow. We had 1 going into the draft. We got 2 now. We got 2 more in the 4th round. That's huge. Let's see what they do before you start talking about Cole Holcomb. And I personally don't have a problem with Cole Holcomb at middle linebacker anyway. But we'll see. Ron told us middle linebacker or linebacker in Carolina was his Buffalo nickel. So I surmise that he's going to take a linebacker, but I could be wrong. I'm only listening to what Ron has said. And Ron only tells you what he means when he says it and says what he means. That's it. That's all. That's it. Cheers. Oh, last piece of that. Dotson is a B- pick. Okay. I mean, if you watched him and you feel that way, sure. I got no problems with that. B- it is. We'll see what he turns out to be. We'll see. Jay Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Jay Lee. Writes, Jahan Dotson comp, Tyler Lockett. I think Tyler Lockett is stronger than him. Tyler Lockett is more physical than he is. I don't think he's Tyler Lockett. I like the ball tracking skills and the hands that Tyler Lockett has. I think that those are comparable in terms of comparables. But Tyler Lockett's got a thicker frame. Let's see how much Tyler Lockett weighs. I don't think he's 200 pounds, but I bet you Tyler Lockett is. It's in the 190 somewhere. If he's, yeah, I think he's a much heavier receiver. Let's see, Tyler Lockett. Tyler Lockett. See what he is, how much he weighs. He's 182, so he's not that big. He actually is right around the same size. It's actually not that different. He just plays, I think, a lot more physical. And Tyler Lockett is a lot more tightly wound. Like, I feel like Jahan Dotson is a better athlete in terms of making you miss out in space, ball in his hands, creator, that type of thing. Lockett is more of a Terry McLaurin ball after, run after catch type of guy. Like, not going to really make you miss per se, but I will run through an arm tackle if you're not careful type of dude. Whereas Dotson, it has some shiftiness to him. We don't have a receiver currently on the roster like a Jahan Dotson, unless Curtis Samuel is healthy. He's a guy that can make you miss with the football in his hands because of that running back, background that he possesses. Dotson is the first guy we've seen with a skill set like that since Deshaun Jackson. That's pathetic, honestly, because Jackson left in 2016. So we haven't had a guy like that since 2016. Sad state of affairs, but that's where we are. I mean, you could say that Steven Sims Jr., but shit, he couldn't even catch the football. So. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. CPJ writes, from a Michigan fan, Jahan is a dog, but if we would have known we were interested, it wouldn't be such a surprise. He's going to be a Terry number 2 with special teams. Add a couple extra picks too. I'll take it. Again, you're hearing from people that are fans of Big Ten teams that saw this guy. I told you Michigan was physical with him. He still scored a touchdown against them, and he scored it in a physical nature on a back shoulder fade. Okay? They're telling you this is a good football player. Okay? Good football player. Right? They don't have any reasons to lie. They don't have any reasons to embellish. He's a Wolverines fan, is CPJ. He has no loyalty to Penn State. None whatsoever. He's a Washington fan, so now he likes Jahan Dotson because he's here. But if he stunk, he would say Jahan Dotson stinks. And I'm a Michigan fan. He stinks. I watched him. He's not saying that. Yeah, Huff earlier said, hey, Ohio State Buckeyes fan. Dude's a dog. Sorry. Yeah, he kicked our ass. He had one of the best catches we've seen against Ohio State back in 2020. Come on, man. Like, the dude's a dog for real. Thank you for the super chat. Carlton Pagano Jackson. Michael White. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Michael White writes, I never thought Dotson because I didn't think they were that stupid to take him there. Dumb. Again, you have every right to feel that way. I'm not going to tell you that because if you're one of those people that play the value game, that was early for him. I'm not going to lie to you. I told you I thought he was a late first. He started to come into play in my mind in my mock draft as I got to Green Bay's second pick, Kansas City's first, pick, and then into the second round. And I didn't have him in my first round mock draft, by the way. So he was a second round pick. And I thought he would be one of the first receivers off the board in the second round. That said, he went at 16. Again, I don't give a shit. He was the 4th best receiver on my board. So again, 6 receivers went in the first round. If he's number 4 and they were flying off the board like hotcakes, if we didn't take him, somebody else was going to take him. He was going to go in the first round. Maybe that's why the Packers didn't take a receiver, because they said none of them are worthy of being taken here at 28. I still don't agree with them not taking the receiver, but they got value. Devontae Wyatt is a good football player, but still, I think that was arrogant on their part. Anyway, cheers. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, glad it was O, but Carson likes big, need big tight end. So that's a misconception. Carson likes big because that's what Carson was handed in both stops at Philadelphia and in Indy. But if you go back, and somebody had brought this to my attention, you go back to his NDSU days, North Dakota State University. His best receiver was 5'11", and he enjoyed throwing him the football. So Carson can operate with whatever you give him. It's easier to throw. Any quarterback will tell you it's easier to throw to a big body target. It's more surface area, bigger catch radius, bigger window for you to throw the football into, and you have a bigger margin for error. But if a guy wins and he's so wide open that you can't help but hit him, I mean, that's what you want. That's why I was in love with Chris Olave, because he wins so big. Dotson can do that. Again, he's not the same route runner as Olave, but he's a tremendous route runner. And if the ball is thrown to him and he's in traffic, the best hands in the draft. I take my chances. Take my chances. We already have a big tight end. We got 2 big tight ends. 3 if you want to count Sammy's Reyes. You know who I want, though. Ruckert. Get me Ruckert. Jeremy Ruckert. We're not going to draft him, though. Jim Bob. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jim Bob says, didn't we draft a Dotson before? How did that work? Nope, we didn't draft a Dotson. A lot of you guys struggle with the grammatical side of things. Again, I'm going to say this one more time because it bears mentioning. The receiver we drafted back in 15 or 16. I don't know which one it was. It was one of those years. In the first round, we traded back. We were at 21. We traded back to 22, and we took Josh Doc, D-O-C-T-S-O-N, son. Josh Doc, son. We just drafted Jahan Dot, son. No C. So no, we haven't drafted him before. So I don't know how this works out. Guess we have to wait and see. Cheers. David Heath. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. David Heath, who writes, I love both. I watched him a lot on Saturday nights. There you have it. Another person, another satisfied customer. All I ask is that if you haven't watched him, go watch him. I'm not asking for you to love him. I'm not telling you this guy is a stud. You got to love him. I'm just telling you, go watch and form an opinion after you watch. Don't just listen to me or don't just listen to some talking head. Go watch for yourself. Make your own opinion. And if you come back and you say, I don't like him, Louie. He's small. He's soft. Fine. I don't agree, but at least you went and you put in the time and the effort. We can talk then. Fat Mike, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat Mike, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Dotson reminds me of Santana Moss. There's a little bit of that in him. Moss was faster. I think that Dotson, Moss had like a thicker lower half. Like Santana was like a big muscle almost. Like if you remember his frame, Santana wasn't skinny. Dotson's a little skinnier than Santana was. Santana wasn't as shifty, even though he could make people miss. Dotson is shiftier. Santana and Dotson are both extremely gifted at tracking the deep ball. Santana didn't have the ups that Dotson has. And while Santana's hands were outstanding, he would drop the football. Dotson doesn't drop shit, really. I mean, you may go in there and you may find a drop or two here or there. It's rare. I mean, he's catching just about everything. So there are some similarities there, though. If you told me that I see a lot of Santana, I could get with that. I can get with that. Here for the lulls. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. This is your second time super chatting and not saying nothing. I think you're trying to say something and you're not saying anything, or maybe you just want to support. Either way, I appreciate you. If I see a comment from you, I'm going to read it, but I don't see anything right now. As I go through the comments, if I run into something from you, I'm going to read it. Appreciate you. Alonzo Yarborough. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Alonzo writes, Dotson was not the BPA at 16. Okay, again, this is Dotson again. Okay, it's not Dotson, it's Dotson. There's no C here. It's just DOTSON. This is becoming a problem now. You guys, come on. He says he damn sure wasn't worth trading out of 11. Let's see what we do with these extra picks. That's fair. Okay. If you don't love him and you watched him and you don't think he was worthy of trading back, that's fine. That's not what this was about. This wasn't about trading back and getting Jahan Dotson. This was about getting more picks in what they viewed as the most value portion of the draft, where the best value resided. That's what this was about. And still getting what they viewed as a quality football player in the process in Jahan Dotson. A lot of you are missing that point. Now, again, I need to see what they do with that third round pick that we didn't have. I need to see what they do with that extra fourth. That makes a difference. Because collectively, if Jahan Dotson plus the third and the fourth rounder equal to greater value than Kyle Hamilton, then it's a win for Washington. Dotson by himself may not be better than Hamilton, but the third round and the fourth rounder combined with Dotson may be better than Hamilton, may be better than Jameson Williams, may be better than Olave. That's what you guys aren't taking into consideration. That's why you need to wait and see how this turns out. Jahan Bell. Stick with me. I'm going to drop some gems on your melon. You might already be asleep. It's probably past your bedtime. You're a young boy. You can stay up late. David Heath. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. If all of our wide receivers step up, look out. I got faith in Carson. Look. They've given Carson all the weapons he could ask for. I think they're still missing one more tight end. But truth be told, they're probably going to take a running back now. They got enough draft capital to be able to do so. I think they're going to take a defensive tackle at some point. That's why this extra draft capital was important. It allows you to fill out this roster properly. You had no depth at defensive tackle. They're not trading Daron Payne. He's going to be here, and they're going to draft another defensive tackle that will probably be a Daron Payne replacement. for the future. They're going to draft another running back. It probably won't be in the second or the third, depending on the value. But that second, fourth round pick that they got from New Orleans, or maybe the first one that was theirs originally at 113, I think one of those two picks is a running back, folks. I'm just going to tell you right now. I think one of those two fourth round picks is a RB. They're not looking to replace Gibby, but they damn sure are looking to upgrade that room. Because if you're looking to replace Gibby, you can do it at 47. That's not where they're going to spend the draft capital at running back. They're going to spend it with that second, either that first or that second, fourth round pick. Watch what I tell you. Might even spend it in the third round. I think the value for them is probably in the fourth round, however. There'll be some really talented running backs right there sitting for them at 113. At 120. One of the two. If these receivers step up, they stay healthy, I mean, the onus is on Carson to get it done. Ball's in his court. I agree. You got to step up. The Black Al B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Black Al B, writes, Lou, your reaction to Washington's pick should be a gift for what in the blue hell. That was me processing, and I was like, man, this is early for Jahan Dotson. But, I had to process it. That's why I said I had to process, because I was like, yeah, he's small. We got small already. Yeah, this is early, but I'm like, he was my fourth best receiver. He was the fifth receiver taken in this draft. I don't count Drake London as a receiver that should have been taken ahead of him. So technically, he was taken where he was supposed to be taken. Who had Jameson Williams? Like, all of us just assuming, and then this is why we know nothing. We assume, oh, Jameson Williams, he's injured. Yeah, he's showing that he's going to be healthy soon, but he's going to fall down the board. You'll get him somewhere in the late teens into the 20s. The man was taken at 12. Jahan Dotson wasn't going before Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams went at 12. We thought he was going at 22 to Green Bay, or the Chiefs would trade up for him at like 17, 18, somewhere in there. The man went at 12. Chris Olave, who we said, you can't consider taking Olave until at least 15. That anything earlier than that, it's too early. The man went at 11. I couldn't stand Drake London. The man went at 8. You think Jahan Dotson was going to last? Who are you fooling? So I had to process that. And it hadn't dawned on me that, bro, if you want this man, you better take him now. Because you sit back. You saw what happened. You saw the Titans trade up to take a receiver. You think Jahan Dotson was going to last? Hell no. He would have been gone, long gone. You better take him. So I had to sit there and I had to, that's interesting. Jahan Dotson. Not sure I would have done that. And then you think about it. This is why you don't overreact to picks. I remember Terry McLaurin like it was yesterday. I was like, what? Terry McLaurin? We took a special teams player in the third round. And then I went and watched film. The reason I wasn't properly informed when the pick was first made, I was ignorant. Jahan Bell, stay right attached to my hip. I got you. I was ignorant. I hadn't watched Terry, so I couldn't tell you what the hell he was doing out there. I just heard what everybody else was saying. Oh, he's a special teams player and he can run. He's got some speed, but he's going to be a core special teamer for Washington. You hear that in the third round, and you're like, what the F are we doing? Then I went and watched the film, and I'm like, he's more than just a special teams player that will block. He can do more than that. You see what we got. Don't fall into the trap, man. Every hallway got some crack in it. Don't get trapped in it, all right? Every one of these draft pundits will tell you this is how you should feel. Don't fall for that shit. Go do your own homework. I had to process. Always think before you react. Jahan Bell, Stay right here. I got you, man. I'm going to keep dropping gems. Think before you react. I had to process before I just flew off the handle. After I processed, I said, okay, I see what they did there. A little early for my taste, but you go with the flow of the board. 4 receivers had already been taken. He was the 5th. He wasn't going to last. You want receiver? Take him. Take him. Thank you for the super chat, Black Al B. Don't give them ideas about making it a GIF either, because my guy JP will make that shit into a GIF and tweet it to me. Pac-Man D3, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Pac-Man D3, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, my Rager comment was out of ignorance, Lou. I watched some tape. Kid can play. I'm hyped now. Let's kill it tomorrow and Saturday. Running back, linebacker, or DB in the second round. I think it's going to be a linebacker. I think they're looking for their Buffalo nickel in the second round. If there's greater value elsewhere, they'll go that way. But I think right now the pick is going to be linebacker. I think they could get some better value in the 4th round personally with a guy like JoJo Doman, but that's me. You know how I feel. I think they're going to take someone like, Chad Muma if he's there, or Troy Anderson. I think Anderson's raw. He reminds me a lot of Jamin Davis. All the physical gifts necessary, but just not the experience at the position. And he's not a plug-and-play guy right away, but they may see him as a blank canvas that they can work with and turn him into something. I would stay away from him, even though I love his athleticism and everything that he brings to the table. I want a plug-and-play dude in the second round. But I think that's what it's going to be, linebacker, honestly. But again, the board will determine what they do, because the board may say something else. The board may say running back, or the board may say tight end, and they may do that instead. So, but again, I admire your honesty. I admire your honesty, because a lot of people made comments out of sheer ignorance earlier, and that's fine. Your first reaction a lot of times is the right reaction, or at least the most raw and the emotion that you felt at that time. It was the right reaction for the way you expressed yourself, was the right reaction for the way you felt at that time. But again, if that was out of ignorance, if that was out of not knowing, just being disappointed, I challenge you, I urge you to just go watch. And if you feel the same way, okay. I got nothing else to say, really. That's all I ask, is that you just go watch. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you for the super chat, Pac-Man D3. Brandon Thomas, stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Super excited to have you on board. If you're out there and you're a mob member, you know what to do. Show Brandon some love. Brandon, thank you and welcome to the squad. And the Lord says you got to rise up. Come on in, man. We've been waiting on you. Damon Brown. Been a while, Damon. Always good to hear from you. Resident Bills fan. My guy, Damon Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Damon, writes, yeah, we needed a corner. Good pick. Got to watch his tape now. Go Bills. You got the 4th best corner in the draft. You're going to love him, okay? He can get handsy, from time to time. He's an upgrade over Levi Wallace. That's all you need to know. He's big, he's physical, and he can run. Usually that translates to the NFL, and he played in the SEC, so he's battle-tested. There's a lot to like with Kaiir Elam. Now the question is, can you get the most out of him? Looking at your secondary and how well they're coached, I'd say yes, you'll get the most out of Kaiir Elam for sure. Chilled Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chill Dude writes, hit that like button. Great first round, Lou. Thanks. Appreciate you. You heard the man. Hit the like button. I'm pleased with the amount of likes that we've gotten tonight. It's over 500 likes. Usually I have to beg you to get it over 100 or 200. So the fact that we're over 500, I really am at a loss for words. Thank you so much. There's still 700 of you out there, over 700. Hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Let's try to get it up over 6. I really appreciate y'all already, though. Russell Keaton. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Russell Keaton writes, don't know how I feel about spending a number 1 pick on a number 2. What you think Olave was? I don't know if you were a fan of Chris Olave, but what did you think he was? Chris Olave is a number 2. He's not a number 1. The Saints didn't draft Chris. They traded up to draft Chris Olave to be a number 2 to Michael Thomas's number 1, to be a Robin to Michael Thomas's Batman. What do you mean you don't know how you feel about drafting a number 2 in the first round? That's what we did. That's what the Saints did. That's what you do sometimes. It happens. You know what the Eagles did last year? They drafted Devontae Smith in the first round. You know what he is officially now that they have A.J. Brown? He's a number 2. You draft number 2s in the first round. It's okay. It's allowed. It's okay to have 2 really good receivers. Hey, Jahan Bell. Stick with me. I'm going to keep dropping these gems on your melon. Thank you for the super chat. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael White writes, you're fronting, bro. LOL. The whole squad, your reaction at the pick, it would have been perfect, Louie Tee. Mean. I'm not fronting. I just told you why I reacted that way. Because I had to process the pick. I had to think about what they were doing, why they did what they were doing. Everything makes sense when you think about it. My initial reaction was, damn, we took a receiver. I didn't think we were going to still take a receiver. I thought receiver, after we lost out on Jameson Williams, I said, okay, that's the last receiver that you could have thought about taking at 16. So now what's our next recourse of action? I had shifted to linebacker. So clearly I was caught off guard when they said, hey, still take a receiver. And they kicked it to the NFL Network set, and Rich Eisen asked the crew, hey, who Washington taking? And Charles Davis said, hey, Washington, Terry McLaurin is still saying, hey, bro, I need a running mate. And what's my guy's name? Why am I blanking on his name? Their lead analyst, I don't know why I can't think of his name right now. He said, oh, Jahan Dotson is the best receiver on the board. That's who we took. They wanted a receiver. They took a receiver. My initial reaction was, early for Jahan Dotson. Smaller than I would have liked. Who gives a shit? It's a receiver. It's the 4th best receiver. What did we get? We got the 4th best receiver. Where was he taken? He was the 5th receiver taken in the draft. I got no qualms, especially after seeing what happened afterwards. Seeing the Titans trade up to get Treylon Burks. If you really wanted a receiver, you needed, and I told you that was the danger of waiting till the 2nd round, because Pickens is going to be gone soon. Watson is going to be gone soon. And I didn't like Watson for our team. I already said that. But then you're going to be talking about, yeah, it's a lot of depth. And now you're going to be talking about drafting a guy like Jalen Tolbert at 47. And then you're going to like, nah, I'm good. I can find better value. And then you go to the 3rd round and then it gets worse. And then you go to the 4th round and it gets worse. Where does it end? Just take the guy at 16. That's what they did. I just had to process that. If you can't understand that, then we're not on the same page. And that's fine. But it ain't no fronting. That's one thing I don't do, is I don't front. Okay? That's part of the reason why y'all love me. I keep it a buck with y'all at all times. Right or wrong. I'm not always right, and I don't pretend to be. Okay. How many times was I wrong tonight when I told you I think this is going to be the pick? Wrong as hell. Okay. I don't pretend to know and have all the answers. But what I do give y'all is raw emotion and raw opinions, like it or not. That's why you're here. Again, as my guy, Burgundy Fly Guy, used to say, we don't always agree, but the mission here is free. We're not always going to agree, but we're family. Family doesn't always agree. But at the end of the day, family is still family, whether we agree and we see it the same or not. All right? And that's how I feel. So, thank you for the super chat, Michael White. All right. Vincent Coe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Vincent Coe, writes, first of all, double up, thank you for doubling up, Vincent Coe. My guy, Vincent Coe, writes, shit, if you guys are getting a Brandon Cook, sign me up anytime. He's got that kind of ability, man. He's got that kind of size, physicality, make you miss, and deep ball ability like a Brandon Cooks. I think Brandon Cooks is a little bit more physical than he is, but you're getting a similar type player like a Brandon Cooks. So, again, you know how this goes, man. Everybody had their mind made up on a specific type of guy. They didn't get it, and now they're frustrated. But, you know, Brandon Cooks, he's been on 97 different teams for whatever reason, but the dude produces everywhere he goes, no matter who's throwing him the football. So that's potentially what we could be getting our hands on here in Jahan Dotson. And again, I've talked about this. Part of the reason a lot of you were disappointed is because we didn't talk about Jahan Dotson. I've said this already. That's why you weren't really familiar with this game, because we didn't talk about him being an option for Washington, whether it was at 11 or they traded back. He wasn't a name that was brought up. We kept talking about the same 3-4 recycled names over and over again. Drake London, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, or Jameson Williams. And really, Williams was a late entry. He really wasn't in the conversation. And then we threw in a defensive name in Kyle Hamilton. That was the group. And we recycled those names over. And I'm guilty. Guilty as charged. Only way you heard me talk about Jahan Dotson is if you were an MOBB member and we talked about the wide receiver position and I talked about Dotson and I told you he was my number 4 receiver in the draft class and I told you he was super talented. That's the only way you heard me talk about Jahan Dotson. Otherwise, if you're a Washington fan, we didn't talk about him because we didn't think he was in our wheelhouse. I told you we weren't trading back that far where we were going to be out of range for Olave. So I thought, again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. All it takes is one. The Saints said, hey, Chris Olave, that boy can play. He'd make a great compliment. Somebody just said, I don't believe in drafting a number 2 in the first round. Well, the Saints clearly disagree. And clearly we do too. And I told you guys, I said, we're not looking for a number 1. We have one already. His name is Terry McLaurin. We're about to pay him big money. We're looking for a number 2 receiver. There's nothing wrong with a 1B. If he steps up and he's greater than what we think, the value we're looking for is just a great compliment to Terry. That's it. If he turns out to be an equal to Terry, well, then we hit an effing home run. We just want him to be a guy that takes some of the attention away from Terry. And if you want to focus your attention on Terry, he's going to kick your ass on the other side or in the slot. If he turns out to be just as equally as dangerous, if not better than Terry, shit, well, then we hit a home effing run. We hit a grand slam. That's not what we drafted him to be. Thank you for the super chat, Vincent Coe. Got one here from B-Ball God. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B-Ball God writes, 4 years, $100 million for Davis. What does that mean for Terry? Not for Davis, for AJ Brown. Okay, 4 years, $100 million. That I told you that earlier. What that means for Terry? That means Terry's number is probably around $25 million now. It keeps climbing. I told you it's only going to get higher the longer you wait. And the more of these contracts happen, the more Terry's agent is going to look around and say, okay, this guy got this much. This guy got – it started out at 20 when the Panthers receiver DJ Moore got roughly 19 and some change. So Terry's like, okay, 20. I'm better than him. 20 a year. All right. Then that number started to elevate a little bit as the next guy gets paid and he gets, 21, 22. Then the next guy gets paid. He gets 23. Now the next guy gets paid. He's getting 25 a year. Terry's like, okay, I'm ready. I'm at worst on the same playing field as AJ Brown. I need 25. If his agent and Terry acquiesce and say, and Washington says, hey, you're slightly below AJ Brown. We love you. You're slightly below him. And they acquiesce, okay, it's $24.5 million per year. So that's a 5-year, $122 million deal, something like that. So that's what this means for Terry. Matthew Pennington. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Matthew Pennington writes, what are the odds we get Lloyd or Dean in the second? Clearly, this was a message sent before Lloyd was taken by the Jacksonville Jaguars at 27. If I'm not mistaken, they were at 27. They traded with Tampa Bay. So Lloyd is gone. Nakobe Dean is still there. I figured he would fall out. I had him as my 32nd pick. I figured there was a chance he could fall out in the first round. He's not a guy you fall in love with. He's going to end up being a really good pro, I think. But he's not a guy you fall in love with. Not big, not super fast. He didn't run prior to the draft. You can question his speed. There's a lot there that you can try to pick apart and overthink it with him. I think he's going to ultimately be a good football player. He lands in the right spot. But you're not getting – you'd have to trade up to get Nakobe Dean. Somebody's going to take him relatively early, I think, in the second round. I think he's one of those spillage guys that spills over from the first round that's going to be gone relatively high in the second round. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, Carson tweeted he's happy. His first car was a Dotson. Good. Okay, good. That's a good one. And I talked about a Dotson. A wise man said, you're going to make it to that Benz out of a Dotson. We'll see. Be careful about that, though. Again, don't be broke and trying to stunt and you don't have the money to pay for the repairs of that Benz. If that Dotson works, drive it. Stay in your lane. Jahan Bell. Stay on my hip. I got you. CJ shoots photos. CJ shoots photo. I hate when I add that S there. It's not there. The S is after shoots, not after photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, CJ shoots photo writes, will Jahan Dotson be our kick/punt returner? It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I think he starts out in that role. I think that's part of the initial attraction of drafting him is that he can fill multiple roles for you. Again, I think once he assumes wide receiver 2 duties, because he comes in right now, they still view Curtis Samuel as wide receiver 2. He's not jumping straight to number 2 on the depth chart. They think that's Curtis Samuel. The minute they realize, okay, here's our dog opposite of Terry, Jahan Dotson, they're going to snatch him off of punt and kick returns because they can't afford for him to get hurt. So, and you don't necessarily get hurt because you're on that, but you're exposed to getting hurt. They don't want him back there for that. Just like they didn't let Terry be a gunner. Why? Because he's too valuable on offense. Same thing will end up happening with Jahan Dotson. I think he starts out as he's pegged as your kick and punt return, which is why they allowed DeAndre Carter to walk because they felt like they were going to replace him in the draft. Maybe Jahan Dotson all along was the guy that they coveted. Because I found it curious and odd that they just let DeAndre Carter walk as if we had a replacement for him and we had a guy to cover those duties. Now they do. But for how long is the question? For how long? I wouldn't be shocked that we get to week 6 and they got Dax Milne or somebody else back there, Danny Johnson fielding punts and kickoffs because they're like, yo, he's too valuable. Twin D. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Twin D, writes, I envision one of the networks doing one of this interview where they sit the small receiver down, referencing their new nickname and talking about their success. Are you referencing like Smurfs or something like that? And, if they're successful, that's probably what they're going to try to do. Because that's what – there's no originality in today's society. Everyone wants to do a remake of something. Like the Smurfs were the Smurfs. Let them live in their era. Let them have their nickname and moniker. Come up with something else. Not Smurfs 2.0, not the Smurfs sequel or nothing Smurfs related. Get your own nickname. Get your own, you heard? See if they do that. But if they are successful, I could see that happening, where they're sitting down as a trio, and they're talking about their success. And if they're successful, someone's going to try to come up with a nickname, because that's what we do, especially in Washington, even when it's not deserved. We want the no-fly zone. We want capital punishment. We want all kinds of bullshit when they don't deserve it. Let them earn it first. Pierce HB. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Pierce HB writes, I feel like this pick is to complement Terry. Do you think there's a scenario where he's drafted to replace Terry? Do not want to lose Terry. No, this isn't a replace Terry type of situation. I've laid out why Terry McLaurin is imperative to this organization. First of all, we're not good enough to move on from Terry. We're not the Titans. We weren't in the AFC Championship game 3 years ago, in the wild card weekend 2 years ago, and in the divisional round as the number 1 seed in the AFC last year. We're not in a position to move on from our star wide receiver. Sorry about that, hitting the mic. We're not in that position. Terry is one of the faces of the franchise. I've told you, his value is equal to, if not greater than, that of Jonathan Allen on the defensive side. He's not going anywhere. So no, he's not. He's a compliment to Terry, as you said initially. He's not a replacement for him. Mr. Laughing my head off. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, your reaction to Hamilton going to the Ravens has viral potential. Jahan will take D. Carter's place as punt returner. I wanted Hamilton to be on the board. I told you, I didn't know if we were going to take him. And maybe if he was there, we would have taken him. Maybe we wouldn't have taken him. I told you, I just wanted him to be on the board. He was the first time around. And they showed you what they thought of not only him, but just the scenario in general. It was more important to trade back than it was to take him at 11. They told you their answer. I would have loved to have seen what would have happened the second time around. Would they have still taken Dotson, or would they have taken Kyle Hamilton? He looked pissed off when he got drafted at 14, by the way. I think he felt like he got disrespected, that he got passed over by the league because he didn't run fast, and he's out to prove that, 13 teams made mistakes, or I guess the Giants had 2 and the Jets had 2. So 11 teams made a mistake. The Texans traded back. So yeah, the 11 teams made a mistake in passing on him before he was taken by the Ravens at 14. We'll see. I was disappointed, though. I wanted him on the board. Had we taken him, great, but I just wanted to see what we would have done. We'll never get a straight answer as to whether, if he was on the board at 16, would they have taken him instead of Jahan Dotson. That's what I wanted to see. Johnny68740. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, we got Terry, Diami, Dotson, Samuel, and Sims. What would you rate our receiver room from 1 to 10, Lou? Then what would you rate the draft pick and the don't forget Dax Mill. We kept 6 receivers last year. It's not out of the realm of possibility that we do it again this year. That said, what would I rate our receiver room? Healthy, I'd give us a strong 8. Give us a strong 8. What would I rate the draft pick? Probably give it a 6.5, a 7, somewhere in that neighborhood. Now let me acknowledge this. That number could be elevated with what we do with the 3rd round pick and the 4th round pick we gained from New Orleans. That number could easily elevate to an 8 or 9. Right? So clearly I'm interested in what we do day 2 with that extra pick we picked up, and then the beginning of day number 3 with that 2nd, 4th round pick. I'm intrigued by those options that now are available to Washington that weren't there. There were doors that were previously locked that have been unlocked because you picked up additional picks. Jahan Bell, stick with me. Doors were locked. Those picks have unlocked some of those doors. And the offense, they still got to go out and prove it. I don't know what Carson Wentz is. He's the key to all of this, honestly. If he stinks, we stink offensively still. Oh, no, we suck again. If he's good, he got weapons. Clearly, there's weapons. If he's good, we're good offensively. So I'd love to give you a number, but I got to see what Carson Wentz is for us. You know, I don't care what he did in Philadelphia. I don't care what he did in Indy. What is he going to do here in Washington? That's what I care about. Let's see. Jay Hunter Lee. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jay Hunter Lee writes, everybody keep calm. Dotson is a beast. Just forgot about him because of those OSU boys. Look, it's not that we forgot about him because of this, that. It's just we didn't think he was in our range. He wasn't a guy that you thought about at 11. And if we traded back, we still thought Olave, worst case scenario, would be available. Like, there was never a scenario where Olave wasn't available at 15, 16. I had us trading back with Philadelphia in my original mock draft, the league-wide mock draft of the 32 picks. I had us trading back with Philadelphia and them getting Jordan Davis. What did the Eagles do? Trade up, not with us, but they traded up and got Jordan Davis. I had us in the Washington mock draft. I changed my mind. I had us trading with the Saints. Saints coming up from 16 to 11, us getting a 3rd and a 5th. We got a 3rd and a 4th. Okay. But in every instance, guess who was always there to bail us out? Chris Olave. Because I didn't think someone would value Olave the way that we did. I was wrong. Clearly, I was wrong. The Saints valued him as the 11th pick in the draft. So we never explored, well, what happens if Wilson is gone, Olave's gone, London's gone, Hamilton's gone? What happens then? Williams is gone. What happens then? We never explored that because we never thought that would happen. It was always, oh, don't worry, Olave will be there. Nobody's taking him. That early. Bullshit. And that's the problem. And I told you, all it takes is one. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. All it takes is one team to say, hey, that Chris Olave, and we like what he's doing over there. So much so we'll trade up to get him. So that's the problem with Dotson, is that we just never considered him because we didn't think he was in our wheelhouse. Like, oh, yeah, he's a little bit later in the first round. You trade back with Green Bay or somebody like that. That's when Dotson comes into the foray, into the picture. He would have been long gone had we traded back with Green Bay or Tampa Bay or somebody like that. And we had, 26 or 27 or Green Bay's 28. He'd have been long gone. Hell, if we would have traded with Green Bay's 22, he would have been gone. Because the Titans traded up to 21, I believe, New England gave their 21st pick to Kansas City. The Titans traded up to like 18, I think, and took Treylon Burks. So he would have been gone. I think we just underrated. And I said, man, 9 receivers could go in the first round. It didn't happen. Green Bay didn't take a receiver. We thought Kansas City was going to take a receiver. They didn't take one either. And still 5 of them went without Kansas City and Green Bay taking receivers. And I told you, both did some things in free agency that allowed them to not feel the pressure of going. I still think Green Bay made a mistake, but they got value. I can't knock them for getting value, but I think it's arrogant on their part. But that's nor here nor there. Bottom line is, Jay Hunter Lee says, everybody keep calm. Sounds like the OG telling everybody, keep calm, we're fine. I agree. Keep calm. John Livingston, my guy, JL Smooth, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. JL Smooth writes, happy draft day, Lou. Likewise. This has been a crazy night thus far. It really has. I mean, there were so many twists and turns, ups and downs. I mean, wow. A.J. Brown getting traded. Who saw that coming? The Lions coming all the way from 32 to 12. Who saw that coming? Saints coming up from 11 to 16. Who saw that? Wait a minute. I saw that coming. But it still happened. You know, just so many twists and turns. How about one quarterback going in the first round and nobody traded up to get him? He fell to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They didn't have to do anything. He just fell to their lap. All this Malik Willis talk, oh, he could be in the top 5. I fell for it. Guilty as charged. You got me. My hands are up. You got me. I thought he was going 6 to Carolina overall. The man did not get drafted in the first round. And that's the right thing. Instead of somebody doing a Dwayne Haskins and reaching for him, or Daniel Jones and reaching, they said, nah, F that. Ain't none of these boys worthy of a first-round pick other than Kenny Pickett. That's the guy that we went into this process saying, nobody deserves to be a first-round pick but Kenny Pickett. And then we started waffling and we started letting everybody tell us that this guy could, the evaluators will fall in love with this guy and the upside here and this, that. These guys stink at the quarterback position. The tape is what it is. You got to develop them, and maybe, just maybe, one of these guys may turn out. Kenny Pickett was the most NFL ready. He was the guy that was head and shoulders above the rest of the field, and he was the only one that went in the first round, and that's the way it should have been. We saw a bunch of trades. You know, Titans coming up to get Treylon Burks after trading A.J. Brown with the Eagles. We saw the Chiefs come up to get Trent McDuffie. You know, the Texans traded back. We saw a lot. I mean, teams trading out of the first round as a whole. You know, Vikings trading all the way back to 32 and then taking Louie Tee. You know, it was a lot. It was a lot. The Cardinals said to hell with the first round, traded out of the first round altogether and got Hollywood Brown. Okay? They got Hollywood Brown. Like, wow. Unbelievable. So, I mean, a lot of stuff happened, man. A lot of good stuff. A lot of winners tonight. The Jets, I thought, killed it. I thought they killed it. He says, another trade as I type. How you feeling? Feeling great. You know, Washington fans are ready to jump off a cliff, but, you know, that's why I'm here, to reel them back in. He says, we addressed the need. I didn't spend much time on Elam. The favorite in my circle was Booth. Thoughts on Elam? Got the 4th best corner in the draft. I talked about that already. He was behind Stingley. He was behind Sauce for me, and he was behind McDuffie. He went exactly where he was supposed to go. You got tremendous value. You traded up in front of Dallas just to make sure that they didn't try any sneaky stuff. But he's tall. He's a 6'2" corner. Ran a 4.4 at the combine, and not like 4.47. The dude ran like a 4.41. He's fast. He's physical. He can be handsy at times, okay? And that could get him into trouble, but he is always around the football, okay? He's a solid corner. There's some technical things that he'll have to iron out. I can just tell you this. He's an upgrade over Levi Wallace, and it's not close. And I trust your coaching staff to coach him up and get the most out of him. You're going to love this kid. He's battle-tested coming from the SEC, playing at Florida. There's a lot to like here with his size and his length, and he can run, and he's physical. He'll tackle. There's a lot to like with Kaiir Elam. So, again, I told everyone that would listen, Andrew Booth was not going to be a first-round pick because of the medical. Someone will take him in a second, but no one was willing to spend a first-round pick on the guy with a medical history like Andrew Booth. And I told anybody that would listen that and no one wanted to listen, which is why people kept mocking him. I did not mock him in my first round for that exact reason, because a bunch of birdies kept telling me in my ear, hey, teams are really souring on this kid because of his medicals. So I could have told you, which is why I mocked you Kyler Gordon instead, because I didn't think Elam would still be here. I thought someone would have taken him by now. So you got to steal. And it's crazy because I think I had him in my mock draft going to the Bengals at 31. So I did think he would be there, but then, you know, as the draft fell the way that it did with 2 corners going 3 and 4, I was like, oh shit, Kaiir Elam's going to be gone here shortly. And the fact that Trent McDuffie lasted all the way to 21 and the Chiefs traded up for him, I was like, oh shit, maybe I was right about Kaiir Elam. Maybe he is going to be around at 31. And then you said, nah, it stops now. And you took him. So got you a good football player. Stephen Waynes, LLC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Stephen Waynes, LLC writes, you write about a lot, bro, but you need to say Terry wasn't a #1 receiver when we drafted him. I told you that I didn't think he was a #1 receiver. I didn't know what Terry was. I reacted without knowing what Terry was. I was ignorant. When we drafted Terry, I thought we got a special teams player that was a very efficient blocker, that could run, that had speed. Had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. So that's why I didn't overreact. And the difference is I watched Jahan Dotson so I could speak on his skill set. I hadn't watched Terry as a 3rd round pick. I had no clue what Terry was going to be. So I had to go back and watch him. And remember, I corrected that. When I went back, I said, oh, man, he's a little bit more than what I thought. Same thing with Antonio Gibson. A lot of us didn't know what he was. When we got him, we went back, we watched highlights. A lot of y'all watched highlights. I went back and watched games, and I came back and told you, hey, this dude has a chance. Now, he's a little stiff, but if they're going to use him as this, you know, running back, wide receiver hybrid, he's got a chance. And they just said flat out, nah, he's a running back. 16 Devil Doc, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, how you feel if we draft McBride or Dulcich? I'd love it. That's the kind of tight end we need, especially Dulcich. I'm looking for more of an athletic guy with a profile. McBride to me is another one of these dudes, tough for him to separate. You know, he can make catches in traffic, but I don't think he's breaking anybody off and separating. I think Jeremy Ruckert is a better athlete than him. McBride can block. I think Ruckert might be a better blocker than McBride. So I want Jeremy. I want what I want. I want Jeremy Ruckert. The man was the #1 rated tight end coming out of high school in his class for a reason. He's an athlete. I like Jeremy Ruckert. I just think Ohio State didn't throw him the football enough. That's just how I feel about Jeremy Ruckert. If he played at a program where they actually made a concerted effort to get the football to the tight end, Jeremy Ruckert would have had a chance to be a 1st round pick. I firmly believe that. Firmly believe that. Washington football fan, WGIL. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I want to bring 10 wins a year as a new culture in DC. Who doesn't want that? It starts with quarterback. If Carson Wentz isn't the guy, then you're not getting that, and you got to go back to the drawing board. If Carson Wentz is the guy, that is something that could be achieved with the talent that we're trying to assemble. If guys play up to the level that we expect from them, there's definitely a chance for 10 plus year in, year out. If Wentz is the guy, or we just find a quarterback, but that's the hardest thing to do. If every team could find a quarterback, we wouldn't be having this discussion about quarterbacks every single year. So Zachary Portnoy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I just want Kolar. I'm not the biggest Kolar fan. The Iowa State tight end. He's all right. You can do better than that, but he's not terrible. If we took him, I wouldn't be pissed about that. You know, he's a good enough athlete, but I think we can do better than that. Jerome Foster, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Jerome Foster writes, 4.43 basic speed for small receiver. Cannot get off press coverage on physical big corners. Not a technical route runner. Better get middle linebacker Dean and running back Walker reached. So that's your assessment, and you're entitled to that opinion. 4.43 speed is the basic speed for a small receiver. So every small receiver is equipped with 4.43 speed, essentially what you're saying. That's customary. So Deontay Johnson, who ran a 4.54 at the combine, because he's 5'10", he should run 4.43. That's basic speed. And every short receiver should run 4.43. Got you on that one. Okay. Cannot get off press coverage against big physical corners. That's something that is problematic, but there's a way around that. Put him in motion. You can't jam him now. Put him in trip set. Can't jam him now. Like, there's ways around that. Like, it doesn't bother me to the point where I'm like, oh my God, you can't draft him. And guess what? That big ass receiver that wants to chuck him, he better not miss, because he's going to fly by his ass. Okay. Not technical route runner. I disagree with you vehemently. Again, we didn't see the same tape. We didn't watch the same receiver, because I see a guy that can run routes. He's not Chris Olave, but I see a guy that can run routes. Better get middle linebacker Dean. You're not getting him. Or Walker. He'll be there, I think, in the second round. If you want him, that's where you're going to have to draft him. He won't be there in the third round when we pick. He'll be there in the second. If they want him, they can take him. But if you want to turn the Antonio Gibson project upside down, you take Walker. You take Breece Hall. If you want to continue to develop Antonio Gibson, then you don't take a running back in the second round. It's like taking a quarterback in the first or second round when you already have a starting quarterback that you're confident in. What's the point? We have a starting running back who has a clear defined role. You don't need to take another running back that looks just like him that could replace him when you still got 2 more solid years of Gibson on a rookie contract before you have to make a decision on him. That to me doesn't make any sense. If you're going to take a running back, you take a running back in the 4th round, you take a running back in the 6th round, you take a running back in the 7th round to compete with Jarrett Patterson, not Antonio Gibson. You take Walker, that guy is coming in and you're looking at him and saying, hey, Gibson might need to go back to the bench and Walker may need to get his reps. And that's not what you should be doing, because, again, we don't have that luxury. Gibson is not a guy that has to be replaced at this moment. So I think they did their homework on him, on Walker and Breece Hall, just in case they fall to them and say the 3rd round, like, that's too much value. Shit, I'm going to take them. And I don't blame them at that point. If we get to 98 and Kenneth Walker III is still there, and Ron says, man, F it, pull the trigger, man. I don't know what the hell he's doing here. I'm not asking no questions. Take him. I wouldn't be mad at it. But I think you're really starting to reach if you go at 2 in the second round at 47, because you got other pressing needs, and the values for me it's not there at a position that isn't a position of need. So we'll see what happens. But you're not getting Jacoby Dean, not unless you want to trade up. And that defeats the whole purpose of trading back from 11. If you trade up, if you package up picks to move up, you just negated your trade, and what you gained from it. So I don't see them doing that. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Derek B, says, I do like you defending Dotson like I had to Payne. Boy, you were staunch. You still are to this day. You are dying on that Daron Payne hill. You will tell anybody that will listen, look, you say what you want about Payne, but he's durable. He doesn't miss any games. All the rest of these dudes getting injured. Daron is there every week, showing up, doing his job. You are a staunch Daron Payne supporter, and I respect you for that. I respect the hell out of you for that, because you've never wavered, no matter what. John Craig, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John Craig, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, I'm great with Jahan. At first, I was disappointed, but this dude is criminally underrated, and we got 2 more picks. Good start. Again, the reason you were disappointed at first, we hadn't talked about him. You probably hadn't done your homework on him. You went back, you watched, and you said, oh, shit, this isn't that bad. This guy's actually pretty good. And then you thought to yourself, and we got 2 more picks. What's not to like? Eureka. Cheers. Thank you for the super chat. Kari Wilson. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kari Wilson writes, LT, we love your breakdown of all draft coverage and all season long. Appreciate you as a Redskins, Washington football team, and commander. Really appreciate that, Kari. Thank you so much. I really, truly do appreciate you and everyone else out there that continues to support the Louie Tee Network. I mean, again, this doesn't exist without you guys. So thank you sincerely. I asked for you guys to hit the like button. We're up over 600. You guys are awesome. Okay, so thank you guys. Thank you, Kari, and thank everyone else out there for the support. Super chat here from Martin Matthews. Martin Matthews, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Double M, writes, hey, Louie, do you think they trade Payne tomorrow for an early second-round pick and possibly end up with 9 to 12 picks? Anything is on the table. Nothing is out of bounds. I don't think they trade Daron Payne. Again, I think that was a last resort. They put him out there as bait last week. They told teams, hey, Daron Payne is available. All right. But I think they kind of had that as a fail-safe. If they couldn't trade out of 11 or they couldn't trade back from 47 and pick up more picks, that's when Payne might have come into play like, all right, we're getting desperate here. We need more draft capital. We're not going to pay Payne. We don't want him to just walk for nothing, because everyone's like, well, at worst, you get a third-round compensatory pick. What if we go out and we sign a guy that's dwarfs the deal that Daron gets next year in free agency? Daron, let's say he signs somewhere and gets a 4-year, $52 million deal with somebody, and we end up signing somebody on a 4-year, $70 million deal. We ain't getting shit for Daron Payne. Okay. And if you do, it's 6th, 7th round compensatory pick. It's not a third. So you can't assume you're getting a compensatory pick for Daron Payne. Can't assume that. I think that was the last resort. And being that they were able to trade out of 11, I think they're going to hold on to Daron Payne. I think he's of more value to us this season and letting him walk next year and whatever happens than to trade him at this point. Because again, you do not have depth at defensive line. Now, if they draft a guy, right? They draft a guy and they love him and they think it's tremendous value after the draft, they can say, all right, give me your, 4th next year and you can have Daron Payne right now. Give me your 3rd next year. You can have Daron Payne right now. That could happen. Remember, we don't have a 3rd next year. So getting a 3rd back would be great. Because even if Daron walks and we get a compensatory 3rd for him, we're not seeing that pick in 2023. We won't see that pick until 2024. So they might be looking like, hey, we could get that 2023 3rd rounder that we gave up for Carson. And that could turn into a 2, obviously. But we can get our 3 back. The 3 might still exist because the 3 might turn into a 2. But, you got to think that way. Anyway, I don't think they're going to trade him. But anything is possible. Nothing is out of bounds. I wouldn't be shocked if something happened because that's just how shit's been going. I didn't think AJ Brown was getting traded. He got traded to the Eagles today. Like anything is on the table. LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. LT writes, best wide receiver in the NFC East, Terry or AJ? Philly taking it. Well, now it's a real discussion. It wasn't before. AJ he's a dog, man. AJ Brown is a dog. Every now and again with AJ, you get drops though. That's the thing. You ask any Titans fan. I remember my guy over at Sports Fan Entertainment, MJ, would always say he is elite. He wouldn't give him that E because there was always, when you wanted to give him the E for elite, he would always do something that would cause you to say, nah, I can't give it to him. He'd have a game where he had a couple of drops, some big ones at that. And he's a guy that will get injured and miss some games. I'm somewhat biased because he even had Ryan Tannehill. And Ryan Tannehill isn't great, but shit, it's better than what we've had. And his numbers aren't that far off from Terry's. It's not like he was out here putting up 1,400 yards receiving. AJ's a dog, though, man. I still would take Terry, but I would listen to any argument that says AJ Brown is better. I'd listen, but I'm still taking Terry. But boy, is he a dog. He's a dog. Johnny Boy 26. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Dotson is going to be a great wide receiver too. That's what he was drafted to be. Nothing more, nothing less. If he's a great wide receiver too, that pick was worth it. Moving back, I don't know if we get anything, but it was worth it. Even if Olave turns out to be a borderline 1 or Jameson Williams turns out, look, he was the best receiver in the draft class. They just didn't want to deal with the dude that was coming off of an injury. I don't blame them for that. But if he turns out to be a 2, I got no complaints. Neither should you. We'll see what happens. All right. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, Kerrigan, can we trade Sam Mills to KC? Coach Wright. Man. They drafted Kerrigan. They drafted him tonight. And George Karloftis. They drafted him. Let's see what he does. They definitely drafted him tonight. And they'd be happy to get Ryan Kerrigan, just as an aside. Phil Ricards, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Phil Ricards writes, done a scout on our new wide receiver. Trust Lou, guys and girls. This guy has incrementally improved every year, has great hands and speed. We have some great draft capital, a nasty G to counter the Eagles. Again, a lot of the reaction and the vitriol that was spewed from Washington fans came out of a lack of knowledge, which is AKA known as ignorance. Jahan Bell. Ignorance is bliss. I've been told that many a times by a lot of smart people. A lot of wise men and women out there have told me ignorance is bliss. But you know what knowledge is? It's power. I talk about when you know better, you do better. When you don't know, you can't do better. That's why ignorance is bliss, because you don't know, so you're just excited, you're happy. In this case, you're pissed off. But go gain the knowledge that you need to make an informed decision. Again, if you come back and you tell me the dude is trash, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Louie Tee. He's trash. Okay, fine. He's trash. We can have a discussion about it, but at least you watched. And you have your reasons why, and you can explain to me why you feel the way you feel. But if you just tell me, oh, he's small, we needed a big receiver. Oh, he 4.43. That's standard speed for a small wide receiver. Okay. So every small receiver in the league is running at a bare minimum of 4.43. That's standard speed for small receivers. I got you. Okay. All of the small guys, the 5'10", 5'11" dudes, they're running 4.43 in the league. Don't worry about it. Steven Sims Jr. was running a 4.43. Not. What? Adam Humphries was running a 4.43. Really? Enlighten me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We got a good football player. As Scott McLuhan would say, we got a football player. Got a football player. Got a good one, too. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, Lou, Big Money Sonny says, I got sidetracked and I missed the rest of round 1. Where did Malik the Truth end up? Malik is still in the green room. I hope he brought 2 suits. Can't wear the same one you wore tonight. He probably wasn't at the draft. They might have invited him. He probably didn't come. And I wouldn't have come either. Pack 2 suits if you Malik Willis. A wise man once told me, hey, better have an umbrella. Don't want to catch a brick. Don't want to get rained on. Malik the Truth is still waiting for his name to be called. He says, happy about Dotson? Question mark. Steal of the draft thus far? Question mark. I wouldn't call it the steal of the draft. I think the Jets getting, and my guy Sean Mack disagrees with this. That's fine. I think Jermaine Johnson falling to the Jets at where did they get him? 20 whatever. That's a steal. Because I could have seen him going as high as 8 to the Falcons. That dude he's talented. Now, he's raw. I still think he has some developing to do, but you can't teach some of the things that he brings to the table. So, there were some guys that, fell and lasted. Like Kyle Hamilton at 14 is a steal, period. I mean, people looked at his speed and judged him and didn't watch the tape and judge it for what it was. So he was pissed. I think he's gonna use that as motivation. He says, I see you switch the red to the red, homie. Salutes. I told you I was gonna start with white and end up with red. I told you that at the top of the night. He told me I was gonna be babysitting. I went through that whole bottle. I'm on another bottle. I'm glad you're back though. Appreciate you. Let's see. Damn Twin DC Decipher. Excuse me. Damn Twin Decipher. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Damn Twin Decipher writes. Reminds me when we picked Terry, also Gibby. People so down on those picks. Dotson is a real weapon. Trying to reserve your hate this time around. You're so spot on, and I've already likened it to those 2 exact situations because it was the same thing. It was pure ignorance on our part. I was guilty those first 2 times. I didn't know enough about Terry. I knew nothing about Antonio Gibson, and I made sure with the Gibson pick that I wasn't as negative as with the Terry pick. I was like, what the hell are we doing? Like, this guy, we got a special teams guy in the 3rd round that can block. I didn't know about Terry. I went back and watched, and I had to offer up a 00. I came back and gave y'all a video. I was like, okay, I was wrong about this dude. Okay, I was wrong. This dude is more than just a special teams player. With Gibby, I was like, all right, I got to watch the tape. I wouldn't commit to we effed up. I was just like, I got to watch. I got to see. Clearly they feel some type of way about this dude. I want to see why. But I wasn't sold right off the bat. This pick, I know. I watched, so I know. So I'm right there with you. I think you're spot on, Damn Twin Decipher. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, 47. Defense, Petrie, Muma, or offense, McBride, Dulcich, or Brees. I think none of the offensive guys are options. I don't think they're going to take tight end early. I don't. I could be wrong. And I think Brees Hall will be gone before 47. I think Walker will be there before, by 47. But I don't think that's the right move to take a guy that could challenge Gibby for his spot. I think you're looking to upgrade the back end of the running back room, not challenge Gibby for the starting position, which is if you draft a Brees Hall or a Walker, those are guys that easily could be, because they're natural running backs. This isn't a position they're learning to play. Gibby is still learning the running back position. These are guys that have been playing running back their entire lives. I mean, it's almost not even a fair fight. I don't think that's, and Gibson has shown you that he's improving. He needs to improve his ball security, clearly. But I don't know if that's the right move if you're Washington. Similar to the way I've explained to you, it wouldn't be smart to take a quarterback if you're Washington. And what if we heard, I know you guys heard this rumor, that Matt Corral is a guy that we've done homework on. And what if he's available at 47? Do they pull the trigger? I mean, that's some intriguing shit. just a little food for thought. You do the dishes. I don't think they will, but it's something to think about, right? I think Petrie and Muma are more likely to be the selection, even though I don't think Petrie will be. I think it'll be more so Muma than anybody else, than any of the other guys that you listed. But we'll see. Anything can happen. Excuse me. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, respectfully, my girl said you look like the dude from Criss Cross. Jump, jump. A daddy Mac will make you jump, jump. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. Freeze, my whole crewmates, G's. Tonight's a nice lady, so bump up on these. Tonight. Cause tonight's the night. A lot of y'all don't know that Criss Cross song. But you know, I missed the bus. Oh, I missed the bus. I missed the bus. And it's something that I never, ever, ever do again. You know that song. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't even know who the hell Criss Cross is. Some of y'all are too young to even know. Anyway. Respectfully, your girl is fine. I can see that. I don't think I do, but I can see it. I got the little plaits in my hair. You know, I can see it. Anyway, I digress. All right. Derek B. My guy, Derek B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Derek B. writes, James, not better pick than Payne, out 2 of 4 years. You're preaching to the wrong guy. When he's healthy, he's been the better player. But I wasn't a Derwin James, you know. I thought Derwin James would have been a better pick, but I wasn't banging the table for Derwin James. You can go back and watch. I wanted Tremaine Edmonds. That's the guy that I wanted. That's the guy I was salivating and drooling over. That's the guy that I wanted. And he's been really good for the Buffalo Bills. So that's who I wanted. And at times, I even questioned the way they use him because I thought he could be like Michael Parsons is. Like, that's why I was intrigued by Tremaine Edmonds, because I said, you can use him as a pass rusher. They don't even do that. They use him in coverage a lot of times. They blitz him every now and again, but he's really more of a coverage dude. Barry Curtis Jr., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Barry Curtis Jr. writes, we just wanted blue chippers, Lou. Don't hate the pick. It's just not what we're used to. It's just what we are used to, the safe quality guy. Yeah, no. We had this discussion last night. I talked about, I had this passionate speech about we need blue chippers. And we had a chance to take what I perceived to be a couple of blue chippers and Jameson Williams and Kyle Hamilton. And I get the frustration for not taking that guy. But they already told us, this is why I preconditioned myself going into the draft, because Martin Mayhew literally told me everything that he was going to do. He said, we are not coming out of this draft with 6 players. And we are looking to trade back. He told us that. He didn't mix words. He didn't stutter. He wasn't passive aggressive with it. He looked us right in the camera and said, we are looking to trade back. We are looking to acquire more picks, whether that's in the first round or the second round. We're looking to get more picks because the value in this draft is in the mid round, 2nd through 5th. And we don't have enough draft capital in those rounds. So we're going to do everything in our power to get draft capital in those rounds. I told you that the first move Washington was going to try to make at 11 was to trade back. That was number 1 on the priority list. 2 would have been, okay, we can't get out, take Kyle Hamilton. 3, I felt like Kyle Hamilton's not there. We can't trade out. Let's take a receiver. That was the order. They were able to get out. There was nothing to talk about. Whether you wanted them to take a player or not, they didn't value any player in the draft as we got to have, we can trade back, we can get something, and we feel good about it. That's how they viewed the position that they were in. They didn't view Kyle Hamilton as a generational talent. They didn't view him as a blue chipper. They said, he's good, but we can get a guy that can do some of the same things he can do later in the draft. Like, he's really good and we could use him, but we can also get a guy that we feel like has a similar skill set later in the draft. He might not be Kyle Hamilton, but we feel like we can get a guy later in the draft with a similar skill set. That's what they told themselves. Whether right or wrong, that's what they told themselves. And I even told you, there are guys that aren't Kyle Hamilton, but they have a similar skill set that if you're looking specifically for the Buffalo nickel role, there are guys in the draft that can give you that. You know, we've talked about that already. So I get it. You wanted blue chippers. You had a chance. The only one that we thought had a chance to be a blue chipper that was gone already, that we thought could be there, was Garrett Wilson. And I mocked him to the Jets at 10, so I wasn't shocked that he was gone. Everybody else was there. Jameson Williams was there. Kyle Hamilton was there. I never thought Chris Olave would have been a blue chipper. I thought he was a red chip. A blue chip is a number one wide receiver. I didn't view Chris Olave as the number one. I told you guys that, though. I didn't view him as a number one wide receiver. I viewed him as a great compliment to Terry as a number two. And there's nothing wrong with that. I would have been elated to get, and you would have too, because we talked about him for the last month. You would have been psyched. There's not much difference between Chris Olave and Jahan Dotson, except that we talked about Chris Olave for the last month, and we talked about Jahan Dotson 0 over the last month. That's the biggest difference. That and his route running. I think that Olave's route running is top notch. I think Dotson's hands are better than Olave's. I mean, each has his pros and cons. Let's see where we at. Pepperface 2, stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you, Pepperface 2. Not 1, 2. Mob, you know what to do. Show Pepperface some love. Thank you for your entry into the mob. Greatly appreciate you. Welcome to the squad, Pepperface 2. Phil Ricards. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Phil Ricards writes, played bad weather too. Great hands. Great show, Lou. There's a lot to like here. Okay. As I mentioned, all I ask, just watch. And if you feel the same way, okay. Again, we're not always going to agree. My job isn't to sell you on Jahan Dotson as the right pick or the greatest value. My job is to tell you just to watch. And then let's have a serious discussion about what you saw. All right. And I'm open to that discussion because we can agree to disagree. You might have some valid points that I didn't entertain watching him, you know, because again, that's why you get 8 to 10 evaluators in the same room and they have a discussion about the same player, because I watched him. I saw this guy watched him. He saw something different. Same player. 2 different sets of eyes, 2 different sets of point of views. But you got to watch. And I'm not talking about just the highlights. You need the lowlights too. You need to see all. Highlights are great, but they only show you the good. Fat Boy V, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat Boy V, writes, I think London was our highest rated player, and when he was gone, they didn't feel a big drop-off from 11 to 16, even with Olave gone. Happy to meet our number 2 wide receiver. F the haters, Lou. We winners tonight. I think you might be right about that. I told you, Ron wanted a big receiver. I think in his heart of hearts, he wanted Drake London. And we've been told by numerous people close to the situation that he was the number 1, wide receiver and really player for them at 11 on their board. And clearly he wasn't there. And I begged somebody to take him, and the Falcons answered my prayers. I thank them so much. And he could turn into the next big thing at the receiver position. And, it is what it is. I won't regret my decision not wanting him, okay? This is the same way I felt about Justin Herbert. Like, I didn't want him. I wanted Chase Young. Herbert's a beast. Young is still a question mark. And, yeah, hindsight is 2020. Yeah, you could have taken – I wouldn't have gone – if you put me in a time machine, and I know what I know now, clearly the pick is Herbert. But if you put me in a time machine and you don't change what I know, and I go back to that, I'm going to tell you the same thing. Take Chase Young. Don't take Justin Herbert. Are you crazy? Justin Herbert from Oregon? What are you talking about? He's Marcus Mariota, just bigger. No, don't take him. That's how I feel right now, about the pick. Like, no, don't take Drake London. Are you crazy? He could turn out to be a beast. We could be talking about they comped him to Larry Fitzgerald. I didn't see that shit at all. And Larry doesn't drop a damn thing. This guy's dropping footballs all over the damn place. But if he turns out to be Larry Fitzgerald, we were wrong. I was wrong. I can't speak for you. Some of you loved Drake London. I didn't. And if I'm wrong, I'll offer up a 00. I was wrong about DK Metcalf. 6 games into his rookie season, I came up and I offered up a 00. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. I just don't see it. Ron saw it. We'll see if he's right. I'm glad he's not here. I couldn't sit through another Josh Dotson. Okay? I couldn't sit through another Josh Dotson. I just couldn't do it. And that's what I think he is. I could be wrong. And I'm rooting for him. I want him to be good. I don't wish ill will on anybody. That's what you got to understand. I don't want to be right at somebody's expense. I want this man to have a long career, make a ton of money. I'm rooting for him. I don't want to be right so that he stinks and he's out of the league so I can say, I told you. Nah, go get your bread, young fella. Prove me wrong. Thank you for the super chat. Big boy. What is it? Fat boy V. DCJ. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, what's good, Lou? What's good, DCJ? I made clear wide receiver is #1 pick. I had hope for top 4. I thought Dotson. There you go. Well, then we had this discussion earlier when you put Dotson and I said Dotson would be a Green Bay or Kansas City. My option draft backfired. Wide receiver, he was next. I thought he would be back there in that range too. I told you that was the thing that surprised me the most when the pick was first made, is like Dotson at 16. And then I had to think about it. If he's your 4th rated receiver, 4 have already been taken. Where the hell did you think he was going to go? And my logic when I did my mock draft was, well, Olave's not going before, if we don't take him at 11, who's taking Olave before? The Vikings aren't taking him at 12. The Texans could take him at 13, but they're not taking him at 13. And again, I didn't see all these trades happening. Clearly, I didn't see all these trades happening. 14, was the Ravens. They just drafted Rashad Bateman in the first. They're taking a receiver. And I didn't think they were going to trade Hollywood Brown, but they're taking a receiver at 14. Then I looked at 15 at the Eagles. Okay, he could go there. That's definitely, somewhere where he could go. But I said, we traded back to 16. If he's not there, the Eagles take him. Okay, we got by 1 pick. So be it. But, in my mind, I said, Jameson Williams is going to get pushed down boards because he's hurt. But then you see the clips of him running and you're like, oh, shit. So that changes everything. The guy's already running and he's pushing sleds. Like, he's going to be ready for camp. So clearly the Lions like, look, we'll take, even if his ass ain't ready, we'll take him. Shit, we ain't winning nothing no time soon. So they traded all the way up from 32 to get him. I don't blame them. He's the best receiver in the draft class. But I didn't see that happening, and neither did you guys. That's why we assumed, I shouldn't say we, that's why I assumed Jahan Dotson wouldn't be, a thought until Green Bay's 2nd pick at 28, Kansas City at 29, because in my mind, I said earliest he could go is Buffalo. They have Jamison Crowder, so they don't need him. But that was the earliest I thought he could go was Buffalo, and I think they were at initially at 25, and they traded up to 23 in front of Dallas. I didn't think he would come off the board at 16, but then again, I didn't think Jameson Williams would board at 12. I didn't think Chris Olave would come off the board at 11. So that changed everything. So when you would say Louie Tee, you got to admit, it was early for him. That's a reach. No, I thought it was early for him initially, but look at what happened at the receiver position. I've talked about the draft in particular. Every year, it's a supplies while it's grab supplies while they last type of situation. Okay. If you don't get the supplies while they last and they run out, then you get stuck, kind of holding your hand, so to speak, like, damn, we waited and now nothing's here. If we would have waited, he would have been gone. You had to take him. You saw what happened with the receiver position. The Titans traded up to get, you know why the Titans traded up? They could have waited. They had a pick coming in a few picks. You know why they traded up? Because somebody was going to take Treylon Burks. They couldn't afford to wait. We couldn't afford to wait on Jahan Dotson. Mr. Ron B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Ron B writes, got to accept the fact that when you trade back, you take the risk of losing out on a few players. I said that earlier. Like, a lot of people want to trade back, but they don't want to assume the risk. They want to have a PFF mock draft, right? Where they get to start all over so it can turn out perfect for them, where they get every selection that they want and they get to say, look at my draft. This is a great draft for Washington. That's not realistic. You don't get to call the shots. You trade back and you're subject to players being taken off the board that were there when you had the original pick, but that's built in to you trading back. And Washington knew that. You think they're dummies? Again, I've already acknowledged they knew Chris Olave was the pick at 11 when they traded out of 11. The Saints, when you trade with the team, you want to know what they're coming up for. One, that tells you what the value of the pick should be. And two, because you might be interested in taking that player and you may not want to give them the opportunity to take that guy. They knew Olave was the pick at 11 and they said, yeah, go ahead, give us the third and the fourth and we'll allow you to come up and get Chris Olave. So you assume the risk, you inherit the risk when you move back. A lot of you want to move back and you still want to get the player you want. It doesn't always work that way. He says, if Dotson gives us close to Tyler Lockett-like production, then it'll be worth it. Hashtag keep an open mind. If he is Tyler Lockett, he's a slam dunk. That's a home run. Tyler Lockett is an awesome receiver in this league. He's the perfect complement to DK Metcalf. And at times, I've said this, and you can go back in the archives, I've said he is the key to that offense. He was Russell Wilson's favorite target. Not DK Metcalf. If he's remotely close to him, we gotta steal. We got a dud. I mean, we got a stud. We'll see. He's got the talent. That's all I know. He's got talent. Poopin' for Noopin. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Poopin' for Noopin writes, Skins fans are too knee-jerk about a player that hasn't even played yet. Dotson wasn't my first choice, but he's good. Now we can get tight end without missing out on a position of need. We got what we wanted. Why are we complaining? We're complaining because this is what losing does to a fan base. It makes you – I told you I liken it to when we were arguing over, the most minuscule of players, and we were pissed off, like when Washington released Morgan Moses and fans were in an uproar. And I'm like, see, this is what happens when you're a scarred fan base, when you ain't never had shit. So the little bit that you do have, you hold on to it like it's your last because you ain't never had shit. And when you don't have nothing and they take the little bit of something that you have, you feel like you have, you're in an uproar. Washington fans felt like they had a chance to get something. And again, they don't know. We don't know. We don't know what this guy, Jameson Williams, Chris Olave, Kyle, we don't know what any of these players are going to turn into. We're projecting. Jahan Dotson could be better than all of them. Jahan Dotson could stink. We don't know what he's going to be. We can only go off of what we saw in college. That's why the draft is an inexact science. You're projecting. You're looking at his talent, his skill set. You're looking at the competition that he played against and how he performed against that competition, and you're projecting to the next level. They're complaining because they got fixated on 3 to 4 guys. And just about every single one of those guys was available at that pick outside of Garrett Wilson. I mean, if you wanted Drake London, he was gone too. I didn't. So that didn't matter to me. I was excited about that. You go watch the video. I'm chanting like we just, traded back, picked up a couple of first rounders next year and still got a steal this year. You would have thought we won the Super Bowl or something. I didn't want Drake London. But some of you did. But the bottom line is, clearly they weren't moved by the players that were available at 11. None of them moved the needle enough to say, we're not moving. I mean, it is what it is. And to your point, pooping for nooping, now you have the ability to draft a running back, if you so choose, a defensive tackle, a tight end, a linebacker, without having to think, if I don't draft one now, I don't have a pick in the next round, I'm screwed. That's no longer an issue for us. If you want a specific position in the second round, but you don't think the value is quite there, you don't have to pull the trigger. For instance, tight end. I don't think they're going to take one in the second round. I don't think they're going to take tight end early. And when I say early, day 2. I think tight end is 4th round at the earliest for them. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong, because I think it's going to take a 3rd rounder to get Jeremy Ruckert. But I hope he's there in the 4th round. That'd be great. And if they don't take him, then that means they don't want him. But let's say tight end is something that's on their radar and they would like to take one. They don't want to take one in the 2nd round, but they're interested in taking one in the 3rd. But initially, we didn't have a 3rd round pick. So they said, if we really want a tight end, we better get them now, because the ones that we want aren't going to be available in the 4th round. Now you don't have to make that decision. You don't have to reach for a position of need and overdraft a position when you can wait, and that same player that you would draft at 2. See, that's the difference between when you say you overdrafted a guy. Jahan Dotson wasn't going to be there in the 2nd round at 47. He was going to be a 1st round pick. If we didn't take him, somebody else was going to take him. If you reach and take a tight end in the 2nd round, that same tight end might be there in the 3rd round. He may not be. But if you view him as a guy that should be there in the 3rd, then you don't take him in the 2nd. You take a different position that gives you better value, and then you see if you can get the 3rd round tight end. Now we have the ability to do that. And that's why the trading back was so important. So I'm with you, pooping for nooping. Thank you for the super chat. Chilled dude. He says, 3 is love red wine. Oh, that's what you were talking about earlier. I didn't know. I was like, what is going on? Okay, it makes a lot more sense now. I got it. I told you I just needed a little bit of help. I just needed you to nudge me in the right direction. Thank you for that clarification, chill dude. BHHD Ty, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Writes, it's crazy how people are ignoring that Dotson had more receiving yards and the same amount of touchdowns as Olave with worse quarterback play in the Big Ten. Look, man, I don't like to get into the numbers and the minutia of it, but I mean, that's facts. But it's not about that. People don't care about that. That's the thing. I've long said people don't care about learning how to fish. They don't care about catching the fish. They don't care about descaling the fish. They don't care about cooking the fish. They just want to consume the fish. And what I mean by that, Jahan Bell, I got you. Stick with me. You probably sleep, man. What I mean by that is people are lazy. They want the low-hanging fruit. It's easy to consume. I don't want to do all of that extra work. You know how many people I told you I'm a lurker on socials. One of the things that people like to say outside of ratio, which that shit bothers me. Like, shut up. That's the best you got, ratio. I'd smack the hell out of you for that. But outside of that, you know what people like? I ain't reading all of that. That's too much. People are so lazy these days. It'll be like a paragraph. That's too much. I ain't reading all of that. People don't want to do the work. They just want to know what the end result is. And they want to hear somebody else tell them so they can go regurgitate it and act like they know. And so nobody's going to go do the work on Chris Olave versus Jahan Dotson. You know, they just heard Olave. And so they're like, yo, this is the dude we need to draft. He's a beast. They see a couple of clips on ESPN, on Fox Sports 1, and like, yo, Chris Olave is the truth, son. And then they see Jahan Dotson, and they're like, who is that? Because they haven't done the work. And all they've been fed was Chris Olave. And again, I'm guilty of that. I helped perpetuate Chris Olave as the guy because I didn't think Jahan Dotson would be in our wheelhouse. Because as I mentioned, and it's not because Dotson wasn't worthy, it was because I thought other receivers would be pushed back. This had nothing to do with Jahan Dotson's skill set. It had everything to do with receivers that I thought were better than him in this draft being drafted later. I'm not taking Jahan Dotson when Jameson Williams and Chris Olave are still on the board. That's what it had to do with, not Jahan Dotson's skill set. That's where you guys are missing the boat. You're like, oh, Jahan Dotson, it's too early for him. It's too early because I thought Olave would be available at 16 and Jameson Williams would still be there at 22. That's where I mocked him. That's why. I had us getting Olave at 16 and Jameson Williams at 22 to Green Bay. That's why Dotson was still available. Not because he wasn't talented enough. That's why I had him going where I had him going. Jameson Williams goes 12. Olave goes one pick before him at 11. His teammate Garrett Wilson goes 10. We went from no receivers to Drake London at 8, Garrett Wilson at 10, Chris Olave at 11, Jameson Williams at 12. Everybody said, let me reach in and grab mine. Before they all gone. While supplies last. So you know what Washington said? Let me get mine. These shits are going fast. They coming hot and fresh out the oven. Let me grab mine while my shit is still hot and consumable. I wait too long and it gets hard. Now it's solid. Solid as a rock. You can't eat that. You can't consume that. So they went and grabbed theirs at 16. I didn't assume, I can't speak for y'all. I didn't assume that receivers would go 8, 10, 11, and 12. That's why Jahan Dotson was at 16. That's why we didn't talk about him. That's why I didn't talk about him. I can't speak for anybody else. Because I didn't think he'd be in our wheelhouse. I didn't think receivers would come off the board like that. But they did. So thank you for that, BHHD Ty. Greatly appreciate you. David Hardy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, David Hardy. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, they're going to love this pick. If Terry gets 0 catches again against Dallas, who else did these guys want at that spot? It's a short-sighted view of the situation because, again, it's like this. For the last month, you've been working to save up to buy some bread 11s. All right. They're coming out. You know, you see them, you know them, you want them. You want the bread 11s, bread 12s. And then there's no better colorway in Jordans than breads, right? Doesn't matter what color. I don't give a shit. You pick a number. Bread is the best. You've been saving up. You've been working. You know how much they cost. You want them. You get to the store. They're out of your size. You call around. Nobody has your size. You can't get them. That's what you had your mind set on for the last 2 months. You've been working towards it. You got enough money. You want them. And now you can't get them. And then one of the clerks comes out and says, hey, look, I know you wanted these breads. We got these LeBrons over here, and these are dope. And you look at the LeBrons, and you're like, man, they are fire, but that ain't what I wanted. They a little less, too. These birds was going to run you $250. These LeBrons, they looking at you, they staring at you, and they say $200 on the price tag. So you're saving $50. Again, not what you wanted, not what you saved up for. But that's not a bad looking shoe. A lot of y'all were fixated on the birds. You wanted the bread 11s. You saved up for them. This is what you worked hard for. Now you wanted it, and now they're not there. They came out with a consolation for you, and you were like, it's a little cheaper. They look good, but that's not what I want. So you didn't want to pull the trigger on that. It's human nature. I get it. But again, don't be ignorant and not do the work. If you've done the work and you feel that way, we can have a discussion. If you haven't, and I've said this multiple times on the night, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that. David Hardy brings up a great point. I look at it from this perspective, and I said this earlier in the night when we selected him. If Curtis Samuel, never, ever trust a man with 2 first names, wants to trip and get injured again and not be effective, we got Jahan Dotson now. We ain't got to worry about that shit. We got another dude. If Curtis Samuel is good, Terry's good, and Terry is getting worked over on the other side of the field, they still got to deal with Jahan Dotson. You still got to deal with Curtis Samuel. You still got to deal with De'Ami Brown. Like, do you know what the presence of a Jahan Dotson does for this offense? You're properly slotting guys where they need to be. De'Ami was at one point a number 2 for us. De'Ami Brown is nobody, and I mean nobody's number 2. I'm not even sure he's a number 3. Guess what? He's supposed to be our 4th option, and now he is our 4th option. He can thrive and flourish in that role. Hell, Cam Sims may even be ahead of him in the pecking order, for all I know. I wanted De'Ami to be an afterthought because that's how he's going to run by people. When he's the 4th option, that's how you get open. This does so much for the offense. But when you can't see past the fact that his name isn't Chris Olave, or his name isn't Jameson Williams, or it's not Drake London, then you're missing out on what this guy is going to do for this offense. Thank you for the super chat, David Hardy. Jerome Foster, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Jerome Foster. I don't see the comment clearly. If I see something from you, I'll read it. But I appreciate the super chat nonetheless. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, JP, who writes, Dotson is okay with me because we need offense and speed, but we have to make the playoffs now. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's always been your thing, is that we needed to upgrade quarterback. and that you needed to win. That's always been your thing, and I can respect you for being consistent. I don't always agree with you, okay? A lot of the times I don't agree with you, but at least you're consistent, okay? I can get with that. Thank you for the super chat, JP. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Derek B writes, Edmonds not elite, never been top 10 in tackles. It's not about him being top 10 in tackles. It's about the skill set that he has and what he could have been if properly utilized. I've always said I don't agree, and maybe they feel like they're getting the best out of him as his skill set suggests. For me, I viewed him coming out of Virginia Tech as a guy that could be a Michael Parsons. That's what I thought he could be. So I don't think they're utilizing him properly. But that's just me. That I would have taken Tremaine Edmonds because I think he could have had a higher upside than what we've seen. And he's still a really good player for the Buffalo Bills. You can't just go off of his amount of tackles and say, oh, he's not top 10 in tackles, so he's not good. There's other things he brings to the table. Part of the reason he's not top 10 in tackles is because they got him in coverage and he's covering other teams' running backs and tight ends out of the backfield. But for me, you know, I would have had him as an edge rusher at times. Like what the Cowboys are doing with, you know, Michael Parsons, I would have been doing with Tremaine Edmonds, you know, 6-7 years earlier. Yeah, I'm tripping because that's the 2018 draft. So I would have been doing, you know, 4 years prior. But, you know, it is what it is. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, Dotson's got Olave and Wilson by 4 to 5 inches in vertical jump. Again, I'm not here to argue about athleticism, this, that, or the third. Wilson is a tremendous run after the catch guy. He's a dynamic playmaker. You know, you don't have to climb the ladder to be a dynamic playmaker. But that's part of Dotson's DNA. When you watch his highlights, when you watch his film, you can't help but see him climb the ladder multiple times and go and get the football, right? So that's a part of what he does. I mean, there's a play where you watch Wilson against Clemson. Wilson's like, literally looked like Wilson's 50 inches off the ground. You've all seen that shot against Clemson in the playoffs. We've all seen it back in 2019. It's ridiculous. So I'm not saying that he can't jump. I know Dotson is one of those types of dudes. So I'm not here to argue about, you know, the vertical jump, this, that, or the third. In the same breath, somebody could say, well, Olave and Wilson are faster than him. They're both 4.3 guys. He's 4.43. I mean, what difference? I mean, at the end of the day, they're fast. That's what that means. They're all fast. So thank you for the super chat, Metaphor. Calvin Krim, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Calvin Krim, who writes, hey, Lou, 2 picks tomorrow, Brisker and Ruckert, perhaps. I think Jaquan Brisker is definitely in the discussion, and I think he'll be available at 47. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I know they like him. I know they interviewed him multiple times and had a visit with him as one of their 30 visits. So they are definitely somewhat intrigued by Brisker. Don't know if they love him, but I think they're intrigued by him and his skill set. That said, I don't know if they take him at 47 or not. I don't know if they value him more than a linebacker at 47 that will fit that Buffalo nickel role. I don't think they're going to take a tight end in the 3rd round. So I think they're more likely to take a defensive tackle. I think that's where the value might be its greatest, because defensive tackle is actually a pretty thin group. And if you don't get yours early, you may not get one at all that has any substance. So I could see them saying, look, we got to take a defensive tackle here in the 3rd round. By the time we come back around in the 4th, it's slim pickings. So I could see them going defensive tackle in the 3rd, or running back. I think running back is really 4th round. I told you guys this already. They're taking a running back in the 4th round with one of those picks. I firmly believe that. I can't tell you anything else definitively. I'm gonna go ahead out on a limb and say that 4th round with one of those 2 picks, they're taking a running back. And I'll also double down on my assessment that they're not taking a tight end until day 3. That could be the 4th round. It could be the 6th round. It could be the 7th round. I don't think they're taking a day 2 tight end, which I think Rutger, if you want him, is the guy you probably have to take in the 3rd round. He could be available in the 4th round. I just don't think he will be. Calvin Krim, stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. My guy, Calvin Krim. MOBB, you know what to do, Mob. Welcome Calvin Krim with open arms. Show him some love. Embrace him, love him, hug him. Calvin Krim, welcome to the squad. Jess Orn, stand up. You are now the newest member of the MOBB. Thank you for your membership. Mob, you know what to do. Show Jess Orn some love. Welcome aboard to the MOBB. You won't be sorry. Come on in to the squad. Yes. All right. Let's see what we got. Derek Slaughter. Come on in, Derek. Stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB squad. Again, I mean, look, I know the love is out there. It's enough of y'all out there. Show Derek some love. Really appreciate y'all for opening your arms wide and embracing Derek. Thank you for joining the MOBB. You won't be sorry. Derek Slaughter, welcome to the squad. Barry Curtis Jr., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I'm not sure if that's 2 or 3, just to cover bases. Barry writes, we can get Dotson, Daxton, and Muma now, and a good tight end. I'm slowly getting happy. Petrie as well. If you've watched Dotson, he can give us everything Olave does with the better yards after catch in the hands. No gap to me. Again, I'd like I said, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You can nitpick and talk about this, that, or the third. They're both really good wide receivers. When it's all said and done, I think both of them are number 2s. I don't think either of them are number 1s. The only true number 1 wide receiver that I saw in this draft was Jameson Williams, and I thought Garrett Wilson had a chance. He's got the upside, but I still had Olave over him because of Olave's safe factor. Olave's not going to fail in this league because he can get open consistently. But the upside on Garrett Wilson was higher. So, Daxton Hill has already been drafted. He's gone. The Bengals took him. But Chad Muma is still available. And like you said, a good tight end. That's a day 3 thing, I believe. I don't think they'll do anything with that in day 2, but we'll see what happens. Petrie is a guy you got to take in the 2nd round. I don't think he'll be available in the 3rd, but, we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Gabe Baby. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Gabe Baby writes, Commander Lou, I wasn't sure about JD, but now I've seen highlights and I see he's worth the 16th pick. I never heard of the guy until we picked him. I'm excited. Again, that's part of the reason why, you got to watch him. And highlights are cool. You know how I feel about highlights, but they give you, look, if your highlights aren't impressive, then, do I need to go any further into the tape? If your highlights are eye-popping, then you're like, okay, wow, maybe there's something here. Then, if you want more, that's when you go and watch the actual game. But the guy's talented, man. That's pretty much what I've been trying to convey for the last 4 hours is, look, he may not be what you wanted, and we haven't talked about him a ton, and I've given you the reasons why I didn't talk about him, but it's not because of his skill set or talents. It's just I didn't think that's something that we would have to do because I thought the guys that they were really interested in initially, Olave and Drake London and all those guys would be available, and they weren't. So, see what? Thank you for that super chat, Gabe Baby. Y'all are hilarious. Nick Riley, thank you for the super chat. My guy Nick at Night writes, man, I don't like the whole trading with your own division and hardly getting any capital. Also, Scene is bad, but we should have stayed at 12 and took Hamilton. Shaking my head, C to C- at best. I talked to my guy, Black Al B, who is a avid Vikings fan like yourself, and I told him the same thing I'm going to tell you, that you've got a Moneyball type of GM, a guy that, looks at players and says, hey, we could take this guy, or we could, swap out and get 3 guys for the price of 1. He wants the 3 guys for the price of 1. And so that's why he moved back 20 spots. I thought when the trade was made, ask anybody who was here earlier. I said, oh, they're getting something for next year. They're getting a first-round pick next year. They moved back 20 spots. You ain't get shit next year. At least a 2 next year. You ain't get a damn thing next year. I said, well, damn, I felt like you got fleeced a bit because you moved back, missed out on a bunch of prospects. I think Louie Tee is better than you think. I think you're not giving him enough credit, but I thought you needed to get more for moving back as far as you did. That's just how I felt. If they wanted Jameson Williams that bad, you got to give me some shit for next year. To hell with this year's draft. I think this is a deep draft class. And I told you, everybody that was moving back, they wanted their stuff this year. They don't want anything pushed to next year. Give me 3rd, 4th, and 5th this year because that's where the value is. I'm like, look, give me 1 this year, but I want your 2 next year. I'm more interested in that. I thought you were going to get something like that, but you didn't. So that's interesting. 1-6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. 1-6 Devil Doc writes, what do you think Dotson's floor is? Jay Crowder and ceiling. I think his floor is Deontay Johnson. That's who I mocked. That's who I comped him to. I think that's his floor. Good, really good receiver in this league. Probably a really solid number 2. His ceiling, I think, is of a like a Brandon Cooks type. I think a lot of you have, talked about Tyler Lockett. I think that's another guy that if he hits that ceiling, you'd be really happy. Let's look at Tyler Lockett's number. I guarantee you Tyler Lockett's probably been in the league 6 years, and there's probably 4,000-yard seasons in that 6-year stretch. Let's look at Tyler Lockett's career to this point. Tyler Lockett has been in the league for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. And he's got 1, 2, 3 3,000-yard seasons, and they've all come in successive years, starting with 2019 and then all the way to 2021. So he's currently on a 3-year 1,000-yard plus streak. And then the last year before he hit the 1,000-yard mark in 2018, he had 965. So he was on the verge of 1,000 that year. And not only is he a 1,000-yard guy, in 18 he had 10 touchdowns, 19 he had 8, 20 he had 10, 21 he had 8. So you're pretty much getting at a bare minimum 8 touchdowns. Something we've struggled with, even with Terry. Terry he's not a touchdown guy. Some of that could be chalked up to the quarterback, but playing with Russell Wilson definitely helps. We'll see what Tyler Lockett does without a Russell Wilson this year, and if he eclipses 1,000 yards again. But if he's doing that, stud. Let's look at Deontay Johnson's numbers real quick. And he's had a ton of drops, and you don't have to worry about that with Jahan Dotson. So he's been in the league 3 years. In 2019, he had 59 catches for 680 yards and 5 touchdowns. 2020, he had 88 catches for 923 and 7 touchdowns. In 2021, he had 107 receptions for 1,161 yards and 8 touchdowns. So he's getting better each and every single year. The average isn't great. The Steelers throw a lot of underneath passes, and I think Dotson will have a much bigger yards per catch average, but you see where I'm going with that. This Deontay Johnson's hard to cover, and I think Jahan Dotson is very similar in his movement skills. So my floor is Deontay Johnson. My ceiling is like Brandon Cooks. It could, if you want to go with Tyler Lockett, fine. I'm a Brandon Cooks guy. I think he's more shiftier than Brandon Cooks, though. But I think that's his ceiling, putting up astronomical numbers, on some Stephon Diggs type shit. He could be that, honestly. But that's if he reaches the peak of what he could be. He could be Stephon Diggs. I don't see him being that, though. Damn Twin Decipher, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right. I think Dotson has the ability to impact the game even with minimal touches. That's because he got run after catch. And like I said, we haven't had many guys like that where you get it to him in space and watch him work. We haven't had many of those guys. So, yeah, I think he can impact the game in 2 touches, but one of them is a 50-yard running catch for a touchdown, or a running catch down to the other team's 6-yard line that sets up a touchdown. Like, he could have that kind of an impact right away. Get it to him and see what happens. Let's see. Derek Slaughter, welcome to the MOBB. Glad to have you. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, our receivers about to eat. Who checking us Commanders fan to the death of me? We're going to be a tough cover if all of these guys are healthy and playing at a high level and Carson Wentz is distributing the football at a high rate. We're going to be a tough cover because you got Terry, you got Curtis Samuel, you got De'Ami Brown, you got Cam Sims, and now you have Jahan Dotson. And don't forget about Dax Milne. I don't know where he fits into all of this, if he fits into all of this, but he's another name to throw in the mix. We got a lot of stuff. I've said this already. You got guns and shit. The Giants had guns and shit last year. Do you know how to use them? We'll see. Let's see. Lorenzo Simpson, my guy Zoe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, need to watch. I think y'all trolling me at this point. One of my favorite cartoons was Heathcliff growing up. For those of you who don't know, Heathcliff is this big orange cat, badass, beating up everybody in the neighborhood. You didn't want smoke with Heathcliff. That said, there was an episode of Heathcliff where this new rival boss comes into town. He's called the Beef Father. Okay? It's a big cat. He's like a mob boss. He talks in this, hey, Heathcliff. Talks in this deep, mob. It's kind of like a soft mob cat voice. So Heathcliff dresses up as a mob boss to kind of, check him a bit. And he keeps messing up Heathcliff's name, right? Heathcliff gets more and more annoyed every time he messes up his name, and he messes it up in a different way every single time. He called him Heath. His name is Heathcliff. He called him Meatcliff. He called him Beatcliff. And every time Heathcliff would get even more annoyed. He said, and at the end, when he realized it was Heathcliff, he says, it was Meatcliff. It was Beefcliff. It was Chiefcliff all along. And he was so pissed. That's how I'm becoming now, watching y'all continue to spell his name Dotson with a C. Every time I see it, I'm getting more and more annoyed. I think y'all trolling me, though. So I'm going to just act like it says Dotson. Says, Ball messed up my hope, and I didn't see them taking him after signing Marcus Williams. Shout out to Atlanta for taking London. Thank you. I felt the same way. I said it during the telecast. I was like, they're not taking a safety. They just signed Marcus Williams to this massive contract. You know what they said? You know what's better than one? A beast safety? 2. Okay. We got 2 of them things now. I'm not mad at them. I've told you this already. When you're in the top 15 of the draft, specifically the top 15, really first round, but just top 15 in general, you earn that pick, right? To hell with what you already have. If it's the best value and it's not quarterback or tackle, take it. Take it. That's what they did. They said, yeah, we got a safety. We don't got 2 safeties, though. Let's take them. I'm not mad at it. I ain't glad at it, clearly, but I ain't mad at it. And big shout out, big ups to Atlanta. I told them I owe them one. I got an IOU with their name on it. Now, it depends on how they're going to be able to cash that thing in, but I got a big IOU for the Falcons. I owe them for the solid that they just did us. Thank you for the super chat. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, people really out here misspelling Dotson's last name incorrectly. I get PTSD from Mr. Softy. I think we nailed the right Dotson. It's killing me. I can't speak for anybody else out there. It's killing me when they add the C in there. Like, okay, what are we doing here, guys? Seriously, enough already with the C's. Okay, there's no C in this man's name. It's just D-O-T-S-O-N. I'll read in the comment section. Oh man. Y'all are funny as hell. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, Dotson or Dotson, you know what I mean. I know what you mean. I need you to say what you mean and mean what you say. Okay. I know what you mean, but I need you to say what you mean. Okay. He says he's more Santana than Steve Smith. Same wheels, different physicality. Dotson bigger than Santana. Book it. I think you're right about that. I think he's more Santana than he is Steve Smith. There's a little bit of Steve Smith in him, but I think he's more Tana man than he is Steve Smith. Steve Smith is a different animal. Those are rare breeds. I don't think he's that kind of a dog. But Santana wasn't a slouch either. You know, he was a competitor too. I think he's more shifty, as you mentioned, and a little bit bigger than Santana. Santana was really diminutive. But I think Santana was also built thicker, if that makes any sense. Jason Files, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being becoming a member of the MOBB. Jason writes, Jahan Dotson equals Wilson. Better after the catch than Olave. I don't think he equals Wilson. I think Wilson's better than him. Not by a ton, but enough. It's enough of a difference. It's not negligible. It's enough of a difference that, you know, Garrett Wilson was a top 10 pick. And we never viewed Jahan Dotson in the same light. It's enough of, if we thought Dotson and Wilson were in the same vein, we would have been adding him to that discussion when we talked about the receivers that were an option for the Commanders at 11. That didn't happen. But I don't think he's that far off. But he's not better. I don't think he equals Garrett Wilson. That said, he's much better after the catch than Olave. But that's not saying much. Chris Olave doesn't give you a ton after the catch. We knew that. You know, we were fine with that. So I don't want to demean him because of it now because he's not here in Washington. We knew he wasn't a big yards after the catch guy. So. Old head wisdom. We need some old head wisdom. I've been trying to push some of that off on some of these youth of America out here. Give me some old head wisdom, man. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Old head wisdom writes, folks need to stop acting like this dude is a bum. His quarterback play was horrible, and he still crushed it. 2 days from now, they'll be all in. Just imagine adding another Terry on the other side. I don't need to add anything else to that comment. That was literally old head wisdom. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I told Jerome Foster I was going to read the next comment I saw from him. Maybe I skipped over one. Here's the next comment I saw from him. He says, they are paying you, Lou. Or are you drunk, bro? I love you, bro, but you settling. No, they told me what they were going to do. Like, I listened. Some of you didn't listen. Again, I liken this to a study guide. The teacher gave out the study guide. Some of y'all decided y'all weren't going to do the study guide. And so when you got the test and it was the same exact damn test as the study guide, like verbatim, every single question, y'all are looking dumbfounded while I'm over here turning my shit in 10 minutes because I did it already. I did the study guide. It's the same shit. Martin Mayhew told us he was getting out of 11 if he could, and he did. They could have taken Olave. They didn't think Olave was all that great. Not great enough to pass up on moving back and getting more draft capital. They could have taken Kyle Hamilton. Clearly, they didn't think he was a guy that had to be taken and that they just couldn't pass him up. Clearly. Okay? None of these guys moved the needle, including Jameson Williams. They were willing to move back and risk losing every single one of those players to get more draft capital. So that tells you how they viewed them. You don't have to agree with it. That's their methodology. That's how they viewed it, and that's what they did. I'm not settling. I'm telling you, I was in it for a number 2 receiver the entire time. I told you I said the same thing. I said, go back and watch my videos. I said, we don't need a number 1. We need a number 2. A compliment to Terry McLaurin, and Olave was a number 2. So if I was okay with Olave, why wouldn't I be okay with Jahan Dotson? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not settling. I just see what they were trying to do. I'm not telling you that it's the right thing. I'm telling you what they're doing and why they're doing it, and I get it. And I said before the draft, and I said during the offseason, I'm going to give them a chance. I'm going to give them a chance. I want to see what they do, and I'm going to see if it works. I'm going to give them a shot. You don't have to give them a shot if you don't want to. That's up to you. But giving them a shot is free. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you a thing to say, all right, let me see how this shit works. It doesn't cost you a thing. You can sit your ass on, you can sit on the fat part of your ass on your couch at your house, 1 o'clock on Sundays during the fall and see if this shit works or not. And if it doesn't, and you don't want to give it another year after that, and you say, you know what, this shit isn't working. These guys are bums. Get them out of here. Okay. But to declare that I'm settling and this is trash and this organization is awful and Ron needs to be fired. Really? Come on, guys. I mean, I know we've been through a lot. But what's the alternative? What's the recourse? Okay, you want to fire Ron, what you going to do? Who you going to hire? Who wants this job? Who you playing at quarterback? Carson Wentz stinks. What are we going to do at quarterback? We're going to put Taylor Heineke back in the game, huh? That's what you want to do? You haven't seen enough of that movie. You want to see more of it. What you going to do? If you got all the answers, let me know. Who you going to hire as a coach? Who wants this job? It ain't going to be anybody good. It's going to be somebody that's never coached as a head coach in this league before. And I'm not saying that can't work. I'm just telling you, you're not getting anybody with any chops. And some of y'all think Ron Rivera is trash. That's fine. There's a lot more to coming to Washington than just X's and O's. We've talked about that already. This isn't your normal, typical NFL franchise. We got a lot of shit that comes with taking this job. There's a lot of baggage that comes with taking this job. And not everybody has a stiff enough back and broad enough shoulders to handle the shit that Ron's had to endure since getting here. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Thank you for the super chat, though, Jerome Foster. Eric Hill, the second. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Eric Hill, the second, says, bad trade, economy not even getting a second or for a one swap. They just take calls, no negotiating on our part. Also, Kidd is the 5th best wide receiver in a solid class. So our rankings are different. Not that far off. I had him in 4th. You have him as 5th. That's fine. So this is the thing. I looked at the draft chart. I'm going to pull it up right now. So when I made the trade in my mock draft, I'm doing it based off of the draft chart, right? So the draft chart, and this is the new draft chart that they're using, not the old Jimmy Johnson model. This is a brand new model, the Rich Hill draft chart model that they're using, okay? Washington's pick at 11 was worth 358 points. The Saints draft pick at 16 was worth 305. So you subtract 358 from 305, that leaves you with 53 points left over that Washington can say, hey, I need to recoup my 53 points. So you go to 98 in the 3rd round, and their pick is worth 38 points. Okay? So Washington was willing to take that and the 4th round pick, which is 120, 26. So 26 plus 38 is 64. Washington's pick was worth 53 more than the 16 that they got from New Orleans. So you actually made out better, which is why I gave them a 5th, not a 4th, because it equaled up to closer to the 53 extra points that was left over from when you swapped 11 and 16. They're not making this stuff out of thin air, okay? They have an actual model that they look at, and that's how they base these drafts off of. You're not getting the Saints' 2nd round pick. The Saints' 2nd round pick is worth 118 points. You're not getting anybody's 2nd round pick. The 2nd round is much more valuable than the 3rd round. So you can't just throw stuff out of thin air. Oh, they should have gotten a 2nd round pick. Why? Why should they have gotten a 2nd round pick? Because you want a 2nd round pick? That's not how trades work. There's a method to their madness. They got what they were supposed to get. They got more, honestly, because I thought they would get a 3 and a 5. And the Saints were thirsty enough to give up the 4 as well. So thank you for the super chat, Eric Hill, the 2nd. Andrew Webster, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Andrew Webster writes, after the 1st round, how do you rank the receiver room in the NFC East? Ooh. The Eagles right now have 2.5 receivers. I actually like the kid from Southern Miss a lot. I think he's starting to develop and really blossom into what they need him to be. I can't remember his name, but he's fast as shit. So they got 2 in a possible there if we play in spades. Dallas has 2 receivers right now. All the rest of the guys left. They signed James Washington. We still need to see what he's going to do. That's 2 in a possible. The Giants have Kenny Golladay, and Kadarius Toney looks like he isn't sure if he wants to play football. I don't know what the hell he's doing. They want him to be a part of their team, but I don't know if it's being reciprocated right now. They still have Sterling Shepard. They still have Darius Slayton. The Giants are really solid. A lot, some of those guys aren't necessarily needle movers, but they're really solid receivers. And then Washington has Terry McLaurin. Jahan Dotson is unproven. You can't just, he's going to be a beast. He's still unproven. Terry McLaurin is a dog, right? Curtis Samuel, wasn't healthy last year, but he's solid. De'Ami Brown is unproven. Didn't give us enough for us to know. I'd say the Cowboys still have the right now overall. They got 2,000-yard receivers. Nobody else can lay claim to that in the division. Curtis Samuel has never had 1,000 yards receiving. The Eagles don't have a 1,000-yard receiver on their team currently as constituted. They do now with A.J. Brown, clearly. And then Devontae Smith fell short of 1,000 last year, but not by much. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was at like 9-something last year. Let's look it up real quick. Devontae Smith. He had 916 last year. I remember that. So I think the Cowboys still have the edge because they got two bona fide 1,000-yard receivers. Nobody else in the division can lay claim to that. I think the depth of the other rooms in the division are intriguing, but these guys have to prove it. Until I'm more of I'm a known commodity guy. I need to. You show me something and you tell me, hey, I'm like a bank. I need to see your credit report to know that I'm gonna get my money back. I need to see that you can produce so that I can give you the credit that you deserve. The Cowboys have that. The Giants have one guy. I don't think Darius Slayton has 1,000 yards. I think he's gotten to 9 and some change before. Let's check and see. I know Shepard has never gotten to 1,000. I say that and I don't know for sure. I just feel confident. Yeah, Slayton's highest is 751. Let's look at Sterling Shepard. He's never healthy, so I find it hard to believe that he'd ever get to 1,000 yards. He might have had it back in 2016, the boat year. Nope. His highest is 872 in 2018. So they don't have 2,000-yard receivers, just Kenny Golladay. Solid guys, but we only have one. Curtis Samuel's best year is 9-something. I think it was his last year in Carolina, as a matter of fact. Curtis Samuel was a 9 and some change, I think. Might have been 8-something. Let's check and see. 851 is his highest, and that was his last year in Carolina. So I think it's Dallas. They got 2,000-yard receivers. We'll see what James Washington does. I think it's still Dallas. But Dallas is one. I think the Eagles are 2 because they got A.J. Brown. He cancels out Terry. And then you got Devontae Smith. I think he's better than Curtis Samuel. Now, if our 3rd and 4th and 5th options, show up, we're better than them. We're better than everybody, but we can't say that for certain right now. So I take the Eagles 2, Washington 3, and the Giants 4. Mr. Yeardo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Yeardo writes, Yo, Lou, I asked about Jahan and look who we got. LOL, you damn sure did. You asked about him yesterday, as a matter of fact, or 2 days ago on the live stream. And voila, there he is. You're damn right. You spot on. You asked about him, and I was like, yeah, you know how I like to do. I like to dismiss shit because I'm like, yeah, we're not drafting him. But, I told you he was solid, and I liked his skill set, and I told you why I liked his skill set. But I was like, yeah, we're not getting him, so don't worry about him. And look who we got. You're right. Spot on. Let's see. Daniel Jones burner account. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Giants A+ draft, Kayvon, Cumming, Neal, Anchor. I like what they did, and I like how they did it. I thought it was very strategically done, like what the Jets did as well. No complaints out of me. I like what the Eagles did. Trade up, get your guy, get a dog, and then turn around and trade for another one. A lot of good stuff was done today in the draft by multiple teams. Eric Hill II. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, please get Tanner Connor in the 7th round, move to tight end. I don't know if they're looking to have any more tight end projects. They already got one on their hands in Sammy Reyes. So I think the next tight end that they draft, if they so choose to draft one, is a tight end that's already a tight end. Like not a guy that is trying to convert from another position to learn how to play tight end. They're looking to get a guy that they can plug and play as your number 2 tight end, maybe number 3. They may think John Bates is a TE2. I think he's a TE3. You leave him there and you insert TE2 via the draft this year, but that's the way I would do it, but we'll see. Flash Paradox 87. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Flash Paradox 87 writes, Lou, how are you feeling? I'm feeling well. What about you? I need to finish this one. I might give me another glass. He says, I love the extra picks, and I believe Dotson will surprise a lot of people. Last thing, I'm effing terrified of Jordan Davis. And you should be. I am as well. I did not want him in Philadelphia, but I know Howie Roseman. That's why I mocked him to the Eagles via trade in my mock draft with us, because I said I could see the Eagles replacing, Fletcher Cox, who they tried to trade desperately last season and even into this offseason. I could see them replacing him with Jordan Davis. And what did Howie Roseman do? Trade right up and get himself. I told you, Howie Roseman be out here playing chess. A lot of people like to mock Howie Roseman, and I get it. Howie doesn't always seem like the brightest guy in the world and sharpest tool in the shed. But Howie out here playing chess, man. A lot of y'all out here playing checkers. Howie's out here playing chess. And he did it again tonight. Even down to the A.J. Brown deal. So we'll see. I love the extra picks as well. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Luck, thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. I just found out he's a Cowboy fan. Might got to catch him in the parking lot. Who you talking about? Who's a Cowboys fan? There you go. Look, man, violence begets violence, man. I need you to be a lot more calm, okay? No more knocking dudes out in the parking lot, all right? Look, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Luck writes, with all due respect, Lou, y'all need to leave this live stream and watch his tapes. Come back with some knowledge. Yo, a savage for real. You know how it is. I'm going to give it to you raw, straight, no chaser. And that's the way I feel. If you got to leave the stream to go watch his film, by all means, please educate yourself. All right. But what I don't want is for people to just knock him without giving him a chance. Chill Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Jahan Dotson, at worst, Emmanuel Sanders, in my opinion. Yeah. That's another good one. E-Man Sand at his best was high level. That's a pretty high floor. I don't know if his floor is that high. That's a high-ass floor. E-Man Sand, maybe early E-Man Sand in Pittsburgh before he got to Denver, because the E-Man Sand in Pittsburgh never had 1,000 yards. The Denver E-Man Sand, as soon as he got to Denver, 101, 101 catches, 1,400 yards, 9 touchdowns. The next year, 76 catches, 1,135 yards, 6 touchdowns. The next year after that in Denver, 79 catches, 1,032 yards, 5 touchdowns. And then you saw the decline, after that. But that 3-year stretch, that's some high-level quality football. I don't know if his floor is that good, but maybe the Pittsburgh Emmanuel Sanders, or the one we've seen lately, the one that's on the decline at the end of his career. Maybe he's that. I could see that. Definitely. Carlton Bogano Jackson, my guy CPJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CPJ writes, Santana Moss has high praise for Jahan and has been talking about him being a sleeper for a while for our fans. If y'all can't agree with Santana, then y'all can go cheer for another team. Again, if those who know, like I said, I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know or you can't figure out yourself. Just go watch. You know, that's a receiver. Okay, you don't want to believe me or you don't want to buy what I'm selling you. That's fine. Okay, we can agree to disagree. This is an NFL receiver telling y'all that this dude can play. You know, a guy that in a similar stature is telling you this dude has what it takes to get it done at a high level in this league. I think so. I believe Santana, and I think the tape suggests it as well. You know, we'll see. BHHD Ty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, if we trade up for Nakobe Dean, everyone will shut the F up. Again, I don't see us doing that because that negates the whole purpose of trading back at 11 is to pick up more picks. So to package up picks to go get Nakobe Dean doesn't make a ton of sense because it then takes away the advantage that you gained by trading back at 11. They did that so they could get more players, not so they could get more ammunition to then trade up to get one player. That's not what they're looking to do. They're looking to add multiple players at multiple positions in this draft where they think the value is rounds 2 through 5, not come up and get a guy in the second round and then be back to only having, 5 or 6 picks in this draft. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, all right, nice comparables. OBJ for body type, Allen Robinson for route running, separation, underneath route, and elite body control and contested. Odell Beckham is bigger than he is. Odell Beckham is, I want to say Odell Beckham is 5'11". I don't think Jahan Dotson is 5'11". I think they have him, if they got him listed at the combine as 5'11", and he's 5'11". Let me look it up because I wrote down his combine height. If that's 5'11", then he's 5'11". And then he is Odell Beckham Jr. size. But I know Odell Beckham Jr. is like 5'11". Yeah, 5'11", 187. 178, excuse me. I think Beckham is bigger than 187. Let's take a look. Let's see how big Odell Beckham Jr. is. I think he's probably 190 something if I had to guess. He's 5'11", 198. That sounds about right. He's almost 200 pounds. So I don't think size-wise they're equals. Jahan Dotson is like 5'11", $180. But I think the Tyler Lockett thing is close. He's 182, something like that, 185, somewhere in there. So yeah, we'll see. Allen Robinson, you said route running, separation, underneath route running, body control, contested. Yeah, I can see that. You didn't say anything egregious there. I see the route running, separation. I think he can gain more separation than Allen Robinson, though. Allen Robinson, there is a lot of tough contested catches with Allen Robinson. I think you're going to see more separation from Jahan Dotson, but other than that, I could see a lot of that. Underneath routes, I think Jahan Dotson, like on a shallow cross, he's faster, so he can run away from a guy man to man a lot faster than Allen Robinson can. But yeah, some of those are spot on. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, I'm over the moon. Davis was a dream pick for me. I mocked you, Davis, and I told you were trading up to do it. You're welcome. Let's see. George, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy George writes, pick has grown on me substantially. We get a weapon to take attention off of Terry and more prime picks for a team that has a lot of holes. I don't know why that's hard for people to understand. I mean, that is essentially the essence of what they did, and I don't understand why that's hard for people to wrap their brains around. That is essentially why they did what they did. Thank you, George. Michael Mason II. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Michael Mason writes, you think Jaquan or Jalen Petrie will be there at 47? I think both will be there at 47. Brisker could go earlier, but I think both will be there at 47. If Washington wants them, they'll be there. We'll see. All right. Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe Rockhead J writes, now we have 4 receivers that are virtually carbon copies. But they do different things. Like Terry, for instance, isn't run after the catch guy. Jahan Dotson is run after the catch guy. So is Curtis Samuel. Okay. Curtis Samuel isn't natural receiver guy. Jahan Dotson is, and he offers you. So they're not carbon copies. They're just similar in stature. Okay. Their games are not just, copy and paste. Terry is still developing as a route runner. Jahan Dotson is better than Terry as a route runner. Terry's getting better as a route runner, but Jahan Dotson's a better route runner than Terry is. Curtis Samuel is still developing as a receiver overall, okay? Because he said, I'm naturally a running back. So, again, and I told you De'Ami Brown wasn't a route runner at all when we drafted him. So he's still developing. So if you want to be honest, Jahan Dotson is probably our best route runner already. Derek Slaughter, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Derek Slaughter, who writes, our receivers about to eat. Ain't no secondary checking us. If we can grab Chad Muma this draft, we'll be off to a good start. Commander fan to the death of me. We'll see. Everybody's got to do their part. And you got to stay healthy first and foremost. Availability is the best ability, but and then you need the distributor of the rock, Carson Wentz, to step up to the plate and be what we need him to be as well. Condoleezza P. My girl, Condo P. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. As always, Condo P writes, salute to you, my friend. Always putting in quality work. Appreciate you, as I mentioned, and appreciate all of you out there for watching. Can't thank you guys enough. Thank you so much, Condo P. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Dotson about to get these dots, son. Don't do that again. Oh, man. It's funny. Michael White. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael White, writes, Lou, I know you keep it real. I was speaking on this. Your reaction was saying disables better quality pick than could have been made there. Again, I know the visual of the way I looked when it was first made. It was like confusion. Like, really? Jahan Dotson? That was my processing face. Like, when I don't understand something initially, that's the face I make. Like, It's me in deep thought, essentially. Like, really? Interesting. And now I'm weighing pros and cons in my head, right? And I'm making sense of the situation. If I can't make sense of it, then I have a problem. Because I told you guys this before. I'm a rational thinker. If it makes sense, if you can make it make sense, I'll listen. Like yesterday, for instance, Trevor Patch, laid out a beautiful plan as to how Jordan Davis could be our pick at 11. I said, you know what? That's a compelling argument. Laid out the facts, gave us reasons why it could happen. I told you I didn't think it would happen, but I said after listening to that, I could see how it could happen because it was logically done. And that's all I'm trying to do is gather logic in my head. So that's what I was doing. And I know my face probably looked like, what the hell is this? But that wasn't the intent of my face, if that makes sense. Thank you for the super chat. Neal M, thank you for becoming a member of the MOBB. Neal, stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. Thank you for becoming a member of the squad. Mob, you know what to do. Show Neal M some love. Couldn't be happier to have you on board. You came at the right time. Looking forward to chopping it up with you, Neal M. Welcome to the squad. All right. Lorenzo Simpson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lorenzo Simpson. Double up. My guy Zoe writes, day one, Dotson is going into the slot or outside. It's all in how they view Curtis Samuel. Remember, they were pushing off Curtis Samuel as an outside receiver last year. So I think Dotson starts out inside as the slot receiver. But I think they're going to move him around, similar to the way they did Diami his rookie season, where they was like, hey, we need Diami to learn all of the receiver positions. I think they're going to do the same thing to Dotson, because they don't want guys to be stagnant. They got Terry moving around, so somebody has to be able to go over there and play Terry's X position. I think they're going to teach Dotson all of the positions. So I think he starts inside, but I wouldn't be shocked if he's outside and playing all around. Again, his positional flex is off the charts, so I think he's going to be everywhere. But I think he starts in the slot. Chill Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Chill Dude writes, how's that wine treating you, Louie? Mine got nice. I'm glad you brought up wine. My glass is empty. I'm going to go get some more. I'll be right back. So my wine is frozen. I have to let it thaw out. So can't pour me any more right now. But and mine is great. I feel good. I don't feel tipsy anymore. I was feeling a little tipsy earlier, just a tad bit, not much. But I'm fine. It was great though. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Let's see. All right. Big Money Sunny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sunny writes, Lou, you sipping on that cherry Mad Dog 2020? Come on now. Don't disrespect me like that. No damn Mad Dog 2020. And then you got a nerve to throw cherry in there. We already had that discussion earlier on the evening. Damn 20. Mad Dog 2020. Rando _ Calrissian. Rando Calrissian. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, one love, Lou. First timer here. Funny to see Washington football team fans lose their shit over Dotson. What are your thoughts about the Seahawks pick of Cross? I was actually shocked. I wasn't expecting them to make that selection, although It made sense. The offensive line is so important for Seattle. That was one of the points of contention with Russell Wilson when he was there. It was never up to standard. Whomever is the quarterback is going to need to be protected. Clearly, Drew Lock is not the answer there long term, but it doesn't matter who's under center. If that guy isn't protected, you're not going to have a chance. So I like the pick. I thought they were going to go in a different direction. And I think if that pick made the most sense. I was thinking like, hey, if they want to be competitive right now, maybe defense is the way to go. You went out, got Uchenna Nwosu, maybe add another guy on the opposite side. And you got some stuff. I talked about really liking Darrell Taylor's season last year, and I think he's developing as an edge rusher. But I thought maybe they go edge rusher. Maybe they go safety. Maybe they go in a different and they went tackle, and I didn't have a problem with it. I think they really wanted to trade out of the pick, and they couldn't find a suitor, so they had to make a selection, and I think they settled in on tackle. I think Cross is the best pass blocking tackle in the entire draft. He leaves a little bit to be desired in the run blocking department. Didn't do a ton of it in college because they had that air raid offensive attack. But pass blocking wise, I don't know if you'll find a better one in this draft class than Cross. So I think you got a really good tackle there from that perspective. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Mark Mullenix, thank you for the super. Stand up, Mark. You are now the newest member of the MOBB. Mob, you know what to do. Mark, it's been a while. It's good to hear from you. Glad that you're a part of the MOBB. Looking forward to chopping it up with you. Welcome to the squad. Mark Mullenix. Johnny Boy 26, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Johnny Boy 26 writes, trade Terry for DK tonight. Not happening. Not happening. Won't happen. And again, he's too valuable to the organization. Let's see. Kevin Okak, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kevin O writes, what's the best option at receiver for my Packers tomorrow, Lou? The value was gone today, but the defensive picks made sense. Thanks for the content. It did. I agree with the value part of it. I just thought it was cocky on their part. You could have taken a receiver. And look, the Titans swooped in front of you and took Treylon Burks. He was probably the last worthy first-round pick at receiver. I'll grant you that. There were some people that were trying to hype up George Pickens as a first-round pick. I wasn't buying that either. That said, I thought that the Packers needed to take a first-round wide receiver, and I thought they did the whole smartest team in the room thing, and I hate when teams do that. Again, Quay Walker was their cup of tea. They weren't a Nakobe Dean, fan, obviously. The last time a linebacker went out of nowhere, it was Kenneth Murray, and the Chargers are disappointed with him. I'm not saying that's how you're going to end up being with Quay Walker, but sometimes the layup is there. Just take the layup. Don't run back out to the three-point line and jack up a bad shot. I just felt like the layup was there. Just take the layup. If you wanted a linebacker, you had the pick of the litter, and you took Quay Walker. He might turn out to be the better of those linebackers. I mean, he's a super athlete, great instincts. So there's a lot to like there, but we'll see. I thought the pick of Devontae Wyatt was excellent value, but I'm like, you need a receiver. But again, you don't want to reach for a receiver. I get it. My whole thought process with the Packers is, hey, they got 2 first-round picks. They're going to get a receiver this year in the first round, and they didn't. That was disappointing. The value in the second round, let's see where you are in the second round, and then I'll be able to kind of better assess. In the second round, you sit at 53. So they are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1 selections in front of you. I'd like to think that the likelihood that somebody falls into your lap that is of intrigue. Christian Watson will probably be gone. George Pickens will probably be gone. I think a guy like Jalen Tolbert. Let me pull out my list of receivers. I think Jalen Tolbert is a guy that'll be. I don't know if that's the true value of a second round at 53 for you, but I think that's kind of where you'll be fishing around as you get to that point. Sky Moore, obviously. John Mechie. I think John Mechie is where the value is for you right there. That's it. John Mechie. Coming off of an injury, I think he might be an afterthought for some. I think he's the perfect fit for your offense. He's dynamic. I think he would be the perfect fit in Green Bay. John Mechie would give you, I think, the best value for the 53rd pick in this draft. There are tons of other options, but I've got John Mechie as my 8th rated receiver. But I think because of the injury, you're going to see guys like Pickens, who's my 10th rated receiver, I think go higher than him just because he's already healthy. So Sky Moore is my 7th rated receiver. Christian Watson is my 9th. I think these guys probably go before John Mechie again because they're healthy and he isn't. So I think a guy like John Mechie III falls right into your lap, and that's the kind of value you should be looking for at 53 if you're the Green Bay Packers. We'll see what you decide to do. Thank you for the super chat, Kevin O. See, 16 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, C. Harrison II, good middle linebacker in Buffalo nickel. Christian Harris, linebacker out of Alabama. There's a lot to like there. As far as him being a Buffalo nickel, I'm not sure if you trust him in coverage on a consistent basis, but he's a really intriguing option. I don't know if he'll be there at 47. As you can see, there's starting to be a little bit of a run on these linebackers. Clearly, the Packers took Quay Walker. The Jags took Devin Lloyd. I think Nakobe Dean is going to find himself a new home here very shortly. And so I don't know if a guy like Christian Harris lasts much longer than, after Nakobe Dean goes. He may even go before Nakobe Dean, depending on, who's making the selection. Can't see Nakobe Dean falling much further than where he's already fallen. He's interesting. I think he's got some good coverage skills, but I don't know if he'll be available at 47. That'll be interesting to see. If he is there, I'd take him before I took Chad Muma. That's for damn sure. I'd take him before Muma. I'd take him before Anderson, but I don't think he's going to be there. But we'll see. Frank Brown. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Frank Brown writes, Yo, my boy, Louie Tee. Do you see D-Jax in J. Dot? We are the Commanders. Take command. No, I don't see like the explosiveness. Like he's explosive, but D-Jax is next level. Like when you see a D-Jax guy, he's like akin to what we've seen out of Tyreek Hill. Like it's just next level explosiveness. There's a reason why Deshaun Jackson owns the most, touchdowns over 40, 50 yards in NFL history, because it's just it's a different level that he taps into from a speed standpoint. Jahan Dotson doesn't have that, but Jahan Dotson can get behind the defense. Jahan Dotson can make plays, but D-Jax wanted no parts of physicality. Like he wasn't making contested catches, and his thing was all about separation and scaring you vertically with his speed so that you would back off and give him space underneath. D-Jax was like 165 pounds soaking wet. It's a bit of a difference between the two, but D-Jax is one of those dudes that's, pretty unique with his skill set, his ability to get vertical. So thank you for the super chat, Frank Brown. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre writes, Ron made a good point during the interview. Dotson produced with no wide receivers, and everyone knew he was getting the ball. That's another point and something you have to take into consideration. When the other team knows that there's nobody else that they have to really account for, and that you're the primary target, and you're still getting 9, catches for 112 yards, that speaks volumes, because I know you're getting the football. I know that's who they're looking for on 3rd and 5. And yet you're still making plays. That counts for something. So let's see. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Just Andre writes, Dotson interview was good. Like the pick more now. Haven't seen any of that stuff, but obviously I'll be able to tap into all of that, tomorrow, see what everything that was said, kind of gather intel as to why things were done. I mean, I've heard Jahan Dotson speak before, very likable, kid. So I'm not shocked that you like him even more after hearing him speak. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, seriously, Lou, how did you have a straight face saying pooping for nooping? Because it's not the first time I've said it. I didn't have a straight face the first 5 times I said it. And he even came out and said, I named it that, and I super chatted to get you to say pooping for nooping. And, it was funny. But I've said it enough times now that it doesn't faze me anymore. So it's not a big deal. Let's see. Jay Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jay Lee writes, fun is about to start. We need to hit on 3, 4, and 5. I'm assuming you're talking about picks in the draft, not rounds, because we don't have a 5th round pick. But I'm assuming you're talking about, our 2nd round pick, our 3rd pick, which will be in the 3rd round, and then the 2 4s, so that'll be 4 and 5. That's what I'm assuming that you're referencing. But I think it gets interesting. The fun was today. Yesterday was the fun. First round is fun. Now we're getting to the meat and potatoes of everything. Now we're going to find out what the hell everyone's strategy really is, because it's fun to play, tag and jump around the board and grab this guy and trade back here and pick up picks. Now you actually got to do something with them damn picks that you went out and got. Now the shit's about to get real. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. All right. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, salutes to Condo P for holding it down in the chat. You already know. Lou. Even with the trolls, the chat is lit. I told you, Condo P is like the best secretary one can have. She keeps everything in order in the house and makes sure that all is right in the chat world. Condo P is the real MVP of everything, and I always make sure that I let her know she is greatly appreciated. So thank you for that, Big Money Sonny, and big shout out to Condo P for holding the kid and the chat down. All right. Let's see what else we got. Social media account. Stand up, social media account. This feels so fake, right? You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB social media account. Mob, open your arms wide and welcome social media account to the MOBB. Thank you for joining the Mob Squad. We look forward to chopping it up with you, and you won't be sorry. Welcome to the squad social media account. And the thumbnail even is appropriate. Looks like just a perfectly made up account. Thank you. Jay Lee, Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jay Lee writes, I hope Dotson is better than KJ Hamler. He is. I assure you he is. First of all, KJ Hamler had issues catching the football at times. That was one of his knocks. Hamler was a little bit more explosive, but Dotson's the more well-rounded wide receiver. He says Wentz worked with deck chairs. Greg Ward, not concerned with height. Jamin will be Sam if we get Buffalo linebacker. Not sure if they'll work him at Sam or Will. I think he's more of a Will. I mean, if Cole is in the middle, then maybe they put him at Sam. But if Cole is back where they had him initially, if we get a linebacker or they have somebody else playing middle linebacker, then Cole was your Sam. So maybe Jamin moves into that role if Cole goes to middle. But I think they like Jamin off the ball as a weak side linebacker. So we'll see. All right. Let's see if we got any more supers. Tony P, 56. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Tony P, 56 writes, I fell asleep and missed all the excitement. What are you, 60? Why are you falling asleep during the draft? We waited 3 months for this and you fell asleep? Got to be kidding me. And look, if you're working, 12, 14-hour shift, I get it, man. You're dead tired. You tried and you fought and you couldn't. You fought a valiant fight and you couldn't make it. But come on, man. We waited too long for the draft for you to fall asleep, dude. Seriously? Did you fall asleep before the pick? Seriously? Oh, that's hilarious if you did. Bet Up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Bet Up, right? Second time he's reached in the first, Lou. Bad pick, Lou. He reached last year. I'm not going to lie to you. This didn't feel like a reach. This felt like getting value and taking a player where he was ranked in the draft and, getting the value that you felt like you needed to get out of that particular position. I felt like we reached last year. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They got fixated on a guy and they said, we're taking him no matter what. It fits a position of need. They reached last year. This year, I felt like trading back, getting the draft capital, and getting the fourth best receiver with the fifth receiver taken in the draft. I didn't feel like that was a reach, to me at least. So. Let's see. Jerome Foster got a super chat. Don't see anything. If I see another comment from you, I'm going to read it. Really appreciate the super chat, Jerome. If I see the super chat, if I see a comment from you, I'm gonna knock it down. All right. So I'm gonna move a little slower as I go up. So in case, here goes something here. Jerome Foster writes, people, stop watching highlights. Watch tape of him not targeted. I like him in the second. I encourage anyone to not just watch highlights. I encourage people to watch him. I told you some of the stuff that really was a little disheartening in the Michigan game was when he wasn't targeted. Why wasn't he targeted? Because he couldn't get off the line of scrimmage. But again, there's a way to alleviate that. If a guy struggles getting off of press coverage, there's ways to stop him from getting pressed. You can put him in motion. You can put him in stack formations. You can put him in a bunch. You don't have to just, say, all right, line up. You know what I mean? You can have him off the ball so that he's not right in front of a corner that can lay hands on him. So there's ways to get him to where he's not going to be engaged with a corner, right off the line of scrimmage. And then he's got to learn how to win. Maybe that wasn't something he learned how to do, at a high clip. He gets here, learns how to use his hands off the line of scrimmage, and he's got the speed to run by you. So if you try to chuck him, he slaps your hand down and he gets the advantage. he's on top of you and you can't recover. So, there's some things that he can do to be better. But I always, bless you, I always encourage people to watch tape. Don't just watch, highlights, because you don't get the full picture and view of a person's game that way. But thank you for the super chat, Jerome Foster. Let's see. Frank Kuti, thank you for stand up, Frank. You are now officially the newest member of the MOBB. Frank Kuti, y'all know what to do. Show Frank some love. Let him know he's welcomed in the MOBB. Frank, thank you for joining. Looking forward to chopping it up with you. Welcome to the squad, Frank Kuti. All right. Let's see. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. He says, I hope that was your last super chat, Lou. Clearly it is not. And I am still going. All right. Frank QT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a member of the MOBB, who writes, man, Lou, I miss the days when we had the posse. Well, maybe this is a new iteration of that. We got three dudes that are similar in size, really four. If you throw Diami in there, he's not much bigger than Terry and the rest of these guys. They're pretty much all the same size. I want them to do damage. I want them to do damage, and they've got a chance now. If they play off of each other, if they go out here and everybody does their part, this offense has a chance to be really dangerous. But again, everybody's got to do their part. Everybody's got to bring something different to the table. And I think we have guys with, different skill sets. Now it's all about, everyone getting out there, being consistent, and again, getting the protection up front from the offensive line, but, more importantly, getting the play that we need out of the quarterback position. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, get your cherry game up, Lou. Condo P already put you on game. Real talk. Appreciate the phenomenal live. Get some rest and release that camel bladder of yours. I actually don't have to pee. Surprisingly enough, I haven't had to pee all night. Big Money Sonny says, P.S. Let's get it day number 2 with a cherry emoji. For those of you who missed the cherry discussion earlier, cherry flavored anything is usually disgusting. Just a few things pass the test. Cherry soda, anything with a cherry soda is usually pretty good. Like cherry 7-Up, cherry Pepsi, cherry Dr. Pepper. That's usually pretty good. Outside of that, cherry usually tastes like medicine. Cherry, Condo P was drinking wild cherry sparkling water. Ew, that is disgusting. All right. Abner Duran, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Abner from Mexico. My guy, Abner, thank you for the super chat, who writes, my man, Lou, just arriving from a night flight and very surprised to still see you here. I bet you are. We're going on 8 hours. He says, hope for the best with Dotson pick and wishing Dome Holcomb hits like the rest of our picks. Get some rest and bless you and your family likewise. And I'm glad your travels were safe. Okay. And we will definitely be back for coverage tomorrow of day number 2. Washington now has 2 selections in day number 2. Came into the draft with only 1 selection in day 2. They now have 2, one in the second round at 47, the other now at 98 via the New Orleans Saints. So Washington got what they were looking for. We'll see what they do with that extra selection. And I think the flexibility that allows them at 47 is the real value in picking up that 98th overall selection. So Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Tony P says, I'm 35 and I legit fell asleep. Not my proudest moment. I'm disappointed, Tony P. I'm really disappointed, man. Come on, guy. I need you to be better than that. Need you to be a lot better than that. Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, was watching Moon Knight, woke up, it was over. First of all, why are you watching a Marvel show the night of the draft? I'm confused. Help me make sense of this. You got any other day you could watch Moon Knight. Why are you watching it tonight of all days during the draft? Tony, help me. You need to wash your face and get your mind right and align your priorities, Tony. Moon Knight ain't going nowhere. You can binge watch that on Sunday after the draft is completely over. Why are you watching it today? Come on, Tony. Anyway, I digress. That's going to do it for me, your man, Louie Tee. And the marathon is over, but the coverage is just beginning. We will be back tomorrow to do this all over again. Days number 2, rounds 2 and 3. Washington has 2 picks. So many other developing storylines. We'll have it all covered here tomorrow as we'll come back and do this again. You know what it is, man. It's your man, Louie Tee. Get off the bench, get in the game, and kick it with me, your man, Louie Tee. If you haven't already done so, please hit that subscribe button for more great content. Turn on the notification bell so you don't miss anything. Also, leave a comment and a like if you haven't already done so. Until next time, you guys know what it is. Post up, take command, but it's the Louie Tee Network overall. Have a good one. God bless. Good night.